The classroom buzzed with tension as news broke that the awakening exam would take place the next day. Everyone was anxious. No one could predict what kind of talent they might awaken. The boy suddenly opened his eyes, startled, and remarked that apparently, sleeping was all it took. The protagonist turned his gaze toward his classmates, observing them quietly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing straight ahead with a calm but sharp look. In an instant, his eyes widened in confusion. What was this unfamiliar place? Hunched over and gripping his head tightly, the main character seemed overwhelmed. A sprawling futuristic city unfolded before him. Known as the Blue Star, it closely resembled Earth. But everything changed after a great catastrophe a century ago. An onslaught of monstrous creatures swept across the land, claiming millions of lives and leaving countless more gravely wounded. Fortunately, humanity adapted. People in this world are born with innate talents, revealed through the awakening exam. Once awakened, they discover their power and join the fight to hold back the monstrous tide. The survival of society hinges entirely on those who awaken. They have become the defenders and rulers of the world. As the protagonist looked into the distance, he noted that the setting felt nothing like the game he used to play before the disaster struck. Examining his own hand, he thought aloud that it almost felt as if he had merged with the game world. Back when he played, he had managed to defeat nearly every enemy. He had come so close to total victory. But due to long cooldowns and limited damage output, he couldn't finish off the final boss, who kept summoning endless reinforcements. The main character panted, breath ragged with exhaustion. Suddenly, a horde of monsters encircled him, emerging from the shadows. In frustration, he slammed his fist against the keyboard with a loud smack. Staring at the screen, he yelled in anguish. He had been just one step away from achieving godhood. Out of nowhere, someone patted him on the back. Dazed, he turned and asked if he'd been caught dreaming again. A friend grabbed him by the shoulders and jokingly claimed to be reborn too. He asked if it was all a joke or if there was more to it. Running a hand through his hair, the boy laughed nervously and said he was a top student, clever even. So don't try to freak him out. The protagonist's eyes widened. Chuck looked and acted just like he had in the previous life. It seemed that even after rebirth, the people and the surroundings remained unchanged. Chuck clutched his arm and confessed how stressed he was. The outcome of the awakening exam would decide his destiny. Failing it would mean facing his father's wrath. In the game, the Apocalypse talent was unlocked by touching the awakening stone hidden in the secret kingdom. Raising his hand, Chuck mentioned how tomorrow was pivotal and offered to lend support. Nate replied dryly, asking what kind of help he meant exactly. With a big grin, Chuck assured him it wasn't a huge favor. He just wanted to awaken a talent good enough to please his father. After all, Nate was one of the top students. Maybe he could give him a hand. Staring at his palm again, the protagonist reminded himself, a game is still just a game. Despite his in-game combat experience, reality might play by different rules. He'd have to find out firsthand. Glancing sideways, Chuck asked if he had any plans in mind. The main character smirked and reassured him not to worry. He'd be the first to venture into the secret kingdom and figure something out. With a casual wave, the protagonist wished him luck, adding that if it all worked out, he'd be treating him to meals for the whole year. The students had gathered inside the training hall, awaiting their turn. One of the boys stretched out his hand and suggested they handle the weaker monsters first. A girl immediately disagreed, saying it would drain too much energy. Another chimed in, warning that elite monsters were far too powerful. He'd need their assistance. Gazing at the shimmering portal, the protagonist concluded that this must be the entrance point. With a faint smirk, Nate stepped forward, thinking, let's find out if this world mirrors the game I once knew. A radiant light enveloped him, and shielding his face with his hand, the hero gasped in awe. Peering into the distance, he was stunned to see that everything resembled an apocalypse starter zone, uniform and unchanging. He was taken aback when a voice announced that a system had located its user. It was initiating a 50% sync with the transformation system. Value. The protagonist questioned aloud, what was the purpose of this transformation system and why was it binding to him? A prompt appeared confirming full synchronization. The first-level transformation system activated. It allowed conversion of two primary active skills into passive ones, and their potency would scale with the hero's core attributes. Grinning, Nate realized that active abilities could actually be converted into passives. If this was indeed the same apocalypse world, the system was exceptionally powerful. While battling a monster, the protagonist noted aloud that most skills in the apocalypse were active and bound by cooldowns. Constantly using them was inefficient and costly. A monster struck him, and violet energy surged around him. He declared that passive skills, unlike active ones, weren't restricted. They could be used continually, and as he leveled up, their success rate would grow. A rare treasure, indeed. Clenching his fist, the protagonist remembered how his past life's downfall came from limited abilities. But now, with the transformation system in hand, he vowed to finally ascend to godhood. A digital interface unfolded before him, asking which skill he wanted to convert. He selected one confidently and said he was ready to give it a shot. A sword materialized in his grip. He had acquired the skill Wave Cut at its base level. This ability unleashed a concussive shockwave that struck enemies within a 3-meter radius. Staring at the weapon in surprise, he received confirmation. The transformation had worked. Wave Cut was now a passive skill, with a 30% chance of activating upon a basic attack. When triggered, it released an energy blast that dealt enhanced damage and made him invulnerable for 2 seconds. Swinging the blade, he commented that, in essence, this upgrade significantly boosted his offensive power. Without warning, a figure appeared behind him. A terrifying monster lumbered forward menacingly. Spinning around, Nate recognized it. A level 3 Minotaur. Quite the formidable opponent for this training area. As the Minotaur launched its attack, the protagonist smiled and thought, "Perfect timing. Let's test the new ability." The protagonist slashed with his sword, and to his surprise, the Minotaur was violently thrown backward. A powerful explosion echoed, and the hero stared at the impact in awe. The Minotaur rose, its eyes glowing a furious red. The protagonist noticed, alarmed, that the creature hadn't sustained any visible injuries. In a flash, the beast lunged forward, swinging its massive axe toward him. With agile movement, the hero evaded the strike and counterattacked, muttering that this wasn't looking good. At level 1, he stood no chance of defeating the Minotaur in a head-on fight. Watching the monster advance, fear gripped him. "Damn it," he hissed. The protagonist successfully parried the Minotaur's next attack, but in a sudden twist, his sword shattered in his hands. A notification appeared. The passive Wave Cut had triggered. The invulnerable body effect activated, granting 2 seconds of immunity. The hero, stunned, lowered his head and processed what had just happened. Staring forward, he heard the system confirm a 5 increase in power. Without warning, the hero dropped into a crouch. Focused, he triggered the passive Wave Cut once more. The beast was hurled backward by the impact. The Minotaur's teeth scattered, knocked out from the force of the blow. Unblinking, the protagonist stared ahead, calm and calculating. A distant explosion rocked the ground. He glanced down at the now-defeated Minotaur. Smiling with satisfaction, Nate declared that after converting the skill into a passive, not only had the damage radius grown, but his overall strike power had also climbed. Now, the path to victory seemed within reach. Watching the sun descend toward the horizon, he said softly that this time he would go farther. He would ascend. He would become a god. The protagonist's eyes shifted to the side, catching movement. With precision, he landed a clean blow on another monster. He swung his sword with forceful elegance. A field of monster corpses surrounded him, testament to his growing power. Looking at his knife, Nate thought it had been worth it. After hours of combat and reflection, he needed to locate the actual site of the awakening exam. Only then could he truly assist Chuck. A new prompt appeared, asking him to select a second skill to transform into a passive one. Covering his face with his hand, the hero commented that most beginners perished due to weak attack power and the long cooldowns of their skills. Clicking on the next skill, he explained that while his first passive boosted offense, the second one would need to enhance recovery. A message flashed. He had received the skill Weapon Change. At level 1, it reduced weapon swap time by 30% and lasted 30 seconds. Looking at his hands, he felt the passive version of Weapon Change activate. Reload speed and transition time had been improved by 30%. Gazing into his inventory, Nate noted that he had a decent selection of starter weapons, and now that weapon switching was quicker, he could adapt mid-combat more efficiently. A detailed stat panel displayed. State, active, race, human, level. Strength, 20, affecting physical attack. Agility, 20, affecting crit, dodge, and speed. Spirit, 20, boosting magic. Constitution, 20, increasing health and stamina. Passive skills, Wave Cut, LV1, Weapon Change, of combat power. Grinning confidently, the protagonist said that with the weapon-switching problem resolved, no obstacles should stand in his way now. As Nate stepped into the portal, he remarked that everything was in place. Now all that remained was to face tomorrow's exam. The long-awaited day of the trial finally arrived. One of the students asked if he brought the medicine, and the other replied confidently, 9 inventory slots were packed with it. The protagonist raised an eyebrow when Chuck revealed he had persuaded his wealthy father to acquire the map using financial influence. Nate glanced at him sharply and warned in a hushed tone to keep his voice down. Others might overhear and discover his underhanded methods. Chuck, looking guilty, nodded and admitted fault. Peering at the map, Chuck mentioned that rumors said the professor had handpicked this secret kingdom himself. His standards were extremely high. It wouldn't be an easy trial. Gazing downward, Nate thought to himself. The newcomer's area, the Flaming Rift, was known for monster levels ranging from 3 to 10. This was going to be tough. Turning toward Chuck, Nate asked what the highest level monster he could handle was. Chuck responded, estimating his limit to be somewhere near level 5. Nate sighed inwardly, covering his face. He hadn't expected Chuck to be so underpowered. Out loud, he muttered that Chuck would probably just have to follow his lead. Looking off to the side, Chuck mumbled that maybe he should have used his family's money to cheat a little, just like others did. Extending his arm accusingly, Vincent demanded why Chuck didn't just skip the exam altogether and save his father the embarrassment. Chuck angrily swatted his hand away and demanded to know what Vincent was even talking about. Nate placed a firm hand on Chuck's shoulder and told him to calm down. Chuck resisted and shouted that no one should stop him. This was his final chance. Mockingly, Vincent pointed at Nate and said that losers like him could only rely on others to bail them out. In a flash, something slammed into Vincent's leg. He stumbled hard, losing his balance. With a smirk, Nate said that people like him shouldn't talk so much. Fuming, Sam screamed that he was ready to kill. Without warning, the guy lunged and took a wild swing at Nate. But Nate reacted swiftly, grabbing his fist in midair. Vincent stared in disbelief and asked where such strength came from. Nate calmly reminded him not to underestimate him. Still holding him, Nate challenged him to a wager. He was confident Chuck would outperform Vincent in the trial. Seething, Vincent glared back at him. He then laughed, asking if he had heard that right. Grinning cockily, Vincent accepted the bet. He was so sure he'd win, he proposed a penalty. The loser would run 10 laps naked and shout the winner's name 3 times. He was ready to gamble. With his chin raised, Nate replied coolly that he accepted. Those nearby began to whisper. Was Nate out of his mind? Chuck and Vincent were leagues apart in ability. This sounded like suicide. Someone muttered anxiously that Nate must be insane. But Nate simply told them to trust him. Holding his head in his hands, Chuck asked what he was supposed to believe in. He only wanted to pass the test and make his father proud. Why was Nate setting him up like this? Helping Chuck to his feet, Nate told him firmly to listen. It wasn't over yet. The hero leaned close and murmured that the map could wait, prompting the other to glance at him. The young man questioned if that was truly the case, and the protagonist responded while raising his hand in confirmation. Chuck hollered joyfully that today, Vincent would be dashing around unclothed. Out of nowhere, the man cleared his throat loudly. With eyes fixed ahead, Carl announced that the examination was officially beginning. The students overheard him instructing them to step through the teleport gate one at a time. With a smirk, the boy insisted they wait until he gave his speech. Without warning, the protagonist stepped into the glowing portal. A figure emerged within the alternate realm. A fiery crack tore through space. A voice explained that this realm was essentially a massive volcano filled with bubbling magma. Orcs and demons were the dominant creatures here. After several trials, a boss monster awaited at the summit. The protagonist rubbed his palms together and remarked that he hadn't felt such excitement in ages. Nate abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Behind him appeared a grotesque orc, a low-tier follower from the 2nd level of the Flaming Blade cult. The creature lunged toward the protagonist without warning. The protagonist stared nervously at the weapon in his hand. He immediately leapt backward. His body bent slightly in anticipation. The hero looked at the orcs with stunned disbelief. The monsters encircled him menacingly. Drawing his sword, the hero reflected on how he once played using a mouse and keyboard, but now he had to trust his own body's reflexes. This was known to be a standard weapon for beginners. Scanning the area, he realized these monsters were nothing like the ones in the practice zone. Facing 5 at once would be a real challenge. It was stated somewhere that experienced players would have their skills converted into bodily instincts. Nate's eyes widened. He suspected it might be a passive ability. A skeletal frame enveloped the hero. The experience he'd accumulated turned into muscle memory. But something felt off about the body. The orcs charged toward him in unison. The protagonist sprang into the air with force. His eyes glimmered with a violet hue. Nate abruptly lowered his head. The hero took to the air in a single powerful leap. The monster received a direct blow. Locking eyes with the orc, the creature shouted in astonishment. With a smirk, the protagonist realized he could now manipulate every muscle with precision. At last, his in-game instincts had fused with his physical form. Glaring forward, he shouted that the orcs didn't seem as furious anymore. Let them come. The orcs let out surprised howls. Suddenly, they charged at the hero again. The protagonist flipped sharply through the air. Gazing ahead, he strategized how to lure them in a specific direction. In a sudden motion, the creatures tilted their heads skyward. The hero glided backward smoothly. The creatures spun around, roaring with fury. A spark lit in the hero's eyes. This was the opening he had been waiting for. The protagonist activated the basic ability called Slide. Bracing himself, the hero pressed his palms against the ground. Gripping his sword tightly, Nate unleashed the wave cut technique. He slashed his blade through the air, channeling the skill's full force. The protagonist smirked and thought, "That was fast!" While crouched, Nate reflected in disbelief at how strong the passive strike had been. The hero's weapon landed a solid blow on the monster. Nate advanced confidently, walking along the edges of the fiery cracks. A message appeared stating he earned 50 XP for the kill. "Congrats on reaching level 2, it said. "Free stat points awarded." Then, "Level 3 achieved. More attributes granted." Staring at his clenched hand, the hero realized he could jump 5 levels at once just by slaying monsters. In an instant, the protagonist leapt upward. Focusing straight ahead, Nate noted that now he had quite a collection of weapons and skills. This was way more exciting than the doomsday of his former life. A leaderboard suddenly materialized before him. The young man pointed at the board and exclaimed that it had all shifted dramatically. The protagonist's name occupied the top rank. Raising a finger, another student exclaimed that this was the same guy who clashed with Benson. He'd reached level 3 in under a minute, earning the top spot. Someone else muttered that they had a hidden prodigy at the academy all along. One man stared in shock and muttered Nate's name under his breath. With arms crossed, Carl commented that this was getting interesting. They'd see what other surprises Nate had in store. The protagonist soared out of the rift. All of a sudden, the hero's expression changed to one of disbelief. He kicked off the cliffside and landed gracefully. Gazing forward, the protagonist questioned if this really was what he thought. Out of nowhere, an illusion of a warlock accompanied by demonic hounds appeared. A note identified him as a second-level warlock at the beginner stage. Wide-eyed, the hero recalled from memory that there had been a bug with these enemies in the apocalypse. They couldn't be defeated one by one. They had to be struck simultaneously. Drawing a pistol, the hero thought, "All right, enough talk. Let's make this quick." Suddenly, he launched a grappling hook upward. From his high vantage point, the hero observed the enemies below. The protagonist drew a shuriken from his gear. In a sudden motion, he hurled it at the creature. The spinning blade struck the warlock square in the skull. Instantly, all nearby enemies switched to battle mode. The warlocks turned toward him, eyes filled with confusion. One of them raised his staff and cast the shadow arrow spell. Watching closely, the hero concluded that due to the warlock's low rank, he likely only had access to 2 spells: Shadow Arrow and Hound. In a blink, the hero vanished from view. The monsters reverted the skill's effects to their normal state. Concealed behind a boulder, the protagonist mused that things were going well. The warlock couldn't detect him, and when out of sight, the enemy couldn't attack. The first phase had gone off without a hitch. Smirking to himself, he thought that the next step was to strike the warlock directly. The protagonist lunged at the summoned beast, declaring he'd eliminate the dog first. Shifting his gaze, he noted that the bug in the system was the most intriguing part now. As the warlock began conjuring his hound, the hero realized that summoning took priority over casting shadow arrows. A radiant light formed around the hound. The protagonist blinked in astonishment. Success again, just as planned. With the dog's eyes now glowing, the hero observed that, unable to find his target, the warlock had defaulted to erratically summoning hounds nonstop. Even if his mana was depleted, he'd resume the summoning as soon as it replenished. Peering from behind the rock, The protagonist thought that killing the warlock would cause all his summoned dogs to vanish, meaning he'd gain experience from each one. He lay down comfortably and remarked that he could just nap while waiting for the perfect time to act. 8 hours slipped by. The rankings board reappeared. Chuck, startled, pointed and urged everyone to take a look. A girl drew her gun confidently, while a boy shouted that Sister Bella had fired first. She was incredibly strong. Within a moment, she'd snatched first place and reached level. With weapon in hand, another participant exclaimed that Adam had just become a swordsman. They were curious whether he could beat the boss and reach the Awakening Stone. Their group had made quick progress, and he planned to join in the next year. With arms casually folded, Carl pondered how the standout students were finally making their presence known. But then he wondered, where was that guy? The leaderboard scrolled to reveal Roe. One man widened his eyes in disbelief. He was at the very bottom. A boy chuckled, saying the guy had made such a splash at the start but completely burned out. A joke. A nearby girl added that they had all been wondering how someone that talented had stayed hidden so long. Looking at him, Carl calculated that the secret realm would only remain open for 12 hours. At his current pace, he wouldn't even reach level 6, let alone take down the final boss or claim a talent. Only 4 hours remained in the trial. Another participant pointed and yelled that the scoreboard was shifting again. The man turned his eyes toward the display. Carl gasped, eyes wide. He couldn't believe what the boy was doing. Just a minute ago? The protagonist stretched lazily and thought with satisfaction that he had finally caught up on sleep. Others turned to look. A flood of hounds suddenly appeared, and the hero counted roughly 400 of them. He muttered, "That's a lot." The protagonist pulled out a heavy machine gun. With a sly grin, Nate mused, "Let's see just how many levels I can climb now." The protagonist opened fire, shouting that the hunt had officially begun. A barrage of bullets rained down on the warlocks. They grinned with wicked delight. Bullets zipped through the air as monsters scattered under the onslaught. A system message popped up confirming a warlock had been defeated. Smoke swirled and curled around the hero's body. A prompt appeared, congratulating him on leveling up. He earned free attributes and muttered to himself that the progress felt incredible, even a bit exhausting. Another notification stated, "Congratulations. The passive skill Wave Cut advanced to level 2. Now it has a 35% trigger chance when attacking. Upon activation, it releases a wave of energy dealing amplified damage, 16x strength, and grants 3 seconds of invincibility." The message also announced that the passive weapon swap skill upgraded to level 2. Reload time was cut by 40%. The hero remarked that leveling up also enhanced his passive abilities. What a bonus. With a confident smirk, the main character thought this power boost was impressive. He wondered if a new passive could now be unlocked. On the leaderboard, the protagonist held the top rank. One student exclaimed in disbelief that someone had leaped 10 levels in a single minute. Where had this monster of a genius been hiding? Another replied that a level 13 rank could already compete for a national top 3 spot. In all their years, they'd never seen anything like this guy. Raising a clenched fist, a man declared that everyone should take notice. This student was the real deal. Bob turned toward the headmaster and asked what was going on. In a fit of rage, the headmaster shouted that this behavior was outrageous. That student was completely reckless. He should have been warned beforehand. The teacher beside him lowered his head and apologized quietly. Glancing sideways, Carl muttered that maybe he really was getting old, so easily amazed. Still, he admitted, Nate might just be the most gifted of them all. Junk confirmed it. A new dimension unfolded before them. The protagonist turned his head in surprise. A message flashed. "Congratulations on reaching level. Choose your specialization. Level 10, milestone reached. Selection now available." With a stomp of his foot, the protagonist made his decision. A menu materialized before him. He reflected that in his last life during the apocalypse, he maxed out every tree and nearly reached godhood. Yet there had been one option he never dared select. Examining the list, he said aloud that freedom-loving was a curious choice. It didn't significantly alter stats. A diagram appeared, showing that this specialization allowed complete flexibility. No restrictions on gear, stats, or attributes. He could switch at will. Viewing the stats screen, Nate acknowledged the downside: weak damage output and a massive skill list due to lack of limits. It was viable early on, but later, It would become unwieldy unless properly supported. The protagonist noted that thanks to the transformation system, even a specialization like freedom-loving wouldn't be a burden. Time to test it out. The system confirmed his choice. Since no change was selected, he was auto-assigned as a spellcaster. Loading 50%, 80%, 100%. Load complete. Glancing at his hands, the protagonist wondered aloud, what was this hidden class? A sorcerer? It was announced that Nate remained ranked first, now level 13, and that his chosen specialization was freedom-loving. Someone screamed in disbelief. Was their vision broken? That class had 0 talent markers. What a horrifying pick. Turning red, the principal roared, what was this madness? Teaching children to chase freedom. The man, visibly uneasy, muttered that most students traditionally picked the warrior path. He couldn't understand what Nate was thinking. Covering his face with one hand, he exclaimed that selecting such a class was like throwing away all future potential, an absolute disaster. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, another student asked if the freedom-loving path was truly that bad. Maybe it had some hidden advantages. His friend replied with a nod that he kind of understood the logic. With a confident smile, the hero explained that the biggest strength of the freedom-loving class lies in its flexibility. You can mix and match weapon types and tailor your combat style to counter your enemy's moves, even early on. As several warriors advanced, the protagonist remarked that while the class shines in the beginning, it loses momentum later. The skills become harder to evolve, and the overall damage output won't be enough to secure victories. Shutting his eyes, one student said that in the long run, hope fades fast. Another questioned the point of a class that couldn't grow effectively in advanced stages. Jagged stones emerged from the ground. Still grinning, the protagonist reaffirmed that freedom-loving was a perfect fit for him. With the transformation system on his side, he could make up for any lack in power. His past life's knowledge would serve him well in enhancing this class. Browsing the interface, the hero tilted his head and asked curiously, "Spellcaster? What exactly is this about?" He gestured toward the freedom-loving icon as his eyes widened in genuine astonishment. A description flashed. The spellcaster class cannot learn skills taught in academies. Instead, they must acquire abilities from boss drops. For each new ability mastered, an extra 2 level points are granted. These characters begin with above-average strength, and their rewards scale with progress. Putting his palm to his face again, the protagonist muttered that relying on boss drops instead of institutional training wasn't ideal. But it wasn't the end of the world either. Patting himself on the shoulder, the hero said it was actually quite a decent setup, especially for an apocalyptic scenario. The spellcaster had more advantages than it seemed. After tapping a stat boost option, Nate whispered that his priority now was to enhance passive damage and boost attack speed. Out of nowhere, a bizarre sound echoed nearby. The monsters turned toward the noise, visibly startled. The protagonist then made a swift, powerful slash with his blade. Observing his own hand, he commented that boosting his attributes had made combat noticeably easier. More speed, sharper fencing, and higher critical rates. This world was turning out to be fascinating. Suddenly, a mysterious item, the Book of Demons, materialized behind him. Picking it up, the hero asked aloud if this ancient-looking book could be the key to unlocking hidden quests. Smiling again, he reminded himself not to rush into boss battles recklessly. It was wiser to gather more attributes first. A notice appeared. Only 60 minutes remained until the exam concluded. As time ticked down, the students were gradually closing in on the final boss, their ultimate challenge. The boss would only appear after meeting certain conditions. Only by defeating him and touching the awakening stone could the trial be truly completed. Just behind the monster stood the legendary awakening stone. One of the students kicked the stone defiantly. Staring at the boss without blinking, he thought, this was it. If he could win, the awakening stone would be within his grasp. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, shouting as he launched his attack. The monster unleashed a sacrificial technique, causing continuous damage over time, while also triggering the Ancestor's Curse, a random debuff that weakened the enemy's attack power. Gripping his blade tighter, the boy reasoned that although this technique usually wiped out challengers, his speed might be enough to dodge and strike back. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected what came next. The force sent him flying backward with violent momentum. Crashing onto the ground, he let out a startled cry. The pain caused him to grimace as he gasped for breath. Staring ahead, Bewildered, he asked himself, what just happened? The boss stood there, seething with rage, eyes locked forward. Watching the towering creature, the boy's heart sank. He was sure he couldn't win. The trial chamber materialized around him. He was flung out of the portal and shouted involuntarily. The surrounding students looked at him and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't he in the top 50? Even he lost?" One of them explained that even the strongest couldn't take on the level 10 boss alone. They'd probably have to form teams this year. The creature was protected in close range by two powerful orcs. That's why this secret realm was once sealed. It was just too difficult. Why reopen it now? The protagonist advanced, one careful step at a time. Peeking cautiously around a wall, Nate reflected that it had taken him nearly a full hour to gather the resources needed to unlock this hidden quest. Thankfully, he'd reached the boss in time. A sharp gust swept past him, ruffling his hair and cloak. The monsters roared as they charged. Observing their rapid approach, the protagonist noted their incredible speed. Extending his hand forward, he remarked calmly that he was prepared. Pressing his palm against the ground, he startled the monsters, who turned back in confusion. With swift precision, the protagonist slashed his sword through the air. The blade crashed down with immense force. Dashing ahead, he realized the boss was vulnerable without his orc guards. The sacrificial skill's intensity continued to rise. Leaping toward the enemy, the hero braced himself. This would be the critical moment. Kicking the boss hard, he thought bitterly that he felt like nothing more than a walking bullseye. He seized a machine gun, thinking there was no time to hesitate. He pulled the trigger and opened fire on the towering monster. A hailstorm of bullets tore through the air, heading straight for the beast. When the magazine emptied, he realized he had used every round. This weapon wouldn't be much help anymore. The boss collapsed with a thunderous thud. As the protagonist turned to assess the situation, the boss erupted in uncontrollable fury. Activating his weapon-switching ability, the hero thought to himself that it was surprisingly effective in fast-paced combat. He launched a flurry of powerful strikes, hammering the monster with relentless precision. Human bones littered the ground, evidence of those who had failed before him. Grinning wide, Nate mused that the enemies had underestimated him, and now they were crawling after having their legs shattered. They had no one to blame but themselves. Holding a spear tightly, he recalled that the biggest challenge in this trial was the boss's spellcasting phase. He couldn't fight during it, but his two orc protectors could. Any hit landed then would reset the entire battle. His blade sparked violently as it scraped along the armored hide. Gazing down at the defeated enemy, the protagonist murmured that now, finally, the monster was wide open. The boss lay motionless, and the protagonist shouted triumphantly that it was pathetic. Driving his weapon deep into the fallen foe, the hero declared that the enemy was far too defenseless. A low hum echoed from the nearby portal. Bella extended her hand calmly and remarked that it seemed the top spot now belonged to her. The boy agreed, congratulating her while admitting his misjudgment. It was a loss he couldn't avoid. As he turned back around, he paused and said to wait. Her name wasn't at the top just yet. The girl stared at the leaderboard in disbelief, exclaiming how it could be true. He hadn't even chosen a specialization or hit level 10. Her brow tightened in frustration as she asked aloud if she really lost to some random girl. Holding out his hand gently, the boy told her not to worry. She still deserved first place. Someone else chimed in, saying, "Of course, how could a level 7 defeat elite-class monsters?" They suspected Chuck of cheating and said he needed to be confronted. Adam laid a hand on her shoulder and remarked that ordinary class students sometimes resort to underhanded tricks. The girl replied dryly that if it was fraud, she wouldn't be surprised. In the academic affairs office, someone mentioned hearing that he had used dishonest means. Standing before the instructor, Chuck insisted that he had only participated in the fight and done nothing wrong. Robert, glaring straight at him, angrily demanded to know what abilities the boss used in its final phase and how Chuck had possibly survived it. Scowling, Robert added that he wouldn't mind making Chuck the first expelled student in the Academy's history. They would uncover whoever helped orchestrate this trickery. The boy stood frozen, dread filling his eyes. Collapsing to his knees, he confessed it was Nate who helped him. He begged them not to punish him alone. Holding a map, the protagonist explained that if Chuck turned right near the end, he could bypass the monsters completely and arrive at the final boss unnoticed. From there, he only needed to reach the Awakening Stone without engaging in combat. One of the teachers asked in amazement, was Nate really one of their students? How could someone that gifted be here? Turning to the man, Someone asked how Nate was progressing. The reply came that Nate had just broken records by reaching level 13. But that wasn't the most impressive part. Handing over a tablet, the man said the full recording was right there. With astonishment as he watched. Then, with sudden excitement, he exclaimed that Nate clearly had a brilliant future ahead of him. A shimmering portal materialized in the room. As students emerged, a few commented that Bella and Adam exited so quickly. They clearly belonged in the elite class. It was impressive. Glancing sideways, a student asked about the one who had reached level. Wasn't Nate supposed to be out by now? Another responded that there were only 15 minutes left. No matter how high his level was, if he didn't finish in time, he would still fail. The protagonist reached out toward the awakening stone. As he stared at it, he thought to himself that once he touched the stone, he'd be teleported back immediately. There was still time left, so he decided to complete a secret quest first. A mysterious book manifested. A fragment of fiery obsidian emerged. A piece of deadwood floated before him. A translucent crystal shimmered into view. The jagged edge of a shattered sword appeared at his feet. Sitting down, the protagonist commented that he also had the skull of a demonic hound, bringing his total attribute count to 6. Gazing into the flames, he murmured that it might be possible to perform a summoning. Suddenly, violet beams of light erupted in the air. A voice echoed ominously through the glow, asking who dared to disturb his slumber. The protagonist blinked in shock, realizing this must be the hidden boss. Without warning, a level 12 elite boss named Tommen materialized. Raising his arm, the boss growled a question. What was this creature before him? Slamming his sword into the earth, he declared with fury that the protagonist must die. The protagonist stared at the widening cracks below, fear creeping into his expression. Streams of magma burst through the fractured ground. Chunks of stone launched skyward, propelled by the lava's force. A massive crater formed, encircling the fearsome boss. Observing the enemy, the protagonist admitted this secret boss lived up to its title, far more dangerous than the last. Focusing forward, he assessed that the boss had incredible endurance but was sluggish. If he could limit its movements, he might win. He grinned. Let's have some fun. The boss fixed a furious stare directly at him. Suddenly, with a burst of power, the boss launched himself forward with a stomp. He took a heavy step closer. Charging ahead, the monster bellowed that it would tear him apart. It unexpectedly leapt high into the air. Then it lunged straight at the protagonist. The hero reached behind his back, then snapped his arm forward, activating his sand-throwing skill. The monster staggered, temporarily blinded. The thrown sand dulled its vision and slowed its movements for a brief 3 seconds. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that while the technique was simple, it worked perfectly to divert the boss's attention. The boss's passive ability triggered, causing a brief, uncontrollable frenzy for a second. Grabbing a grenade, the hero thought that although the boss was powerful, now was his chance to turn the tables. He slid across the ground, planning to capitalize on the moment. Clenching his fist, he noted that the boss's defense was solid. He had to strike with precision. The hero landed a punch squarely on the monster. Standing right in front of it, he thought this was the opening he needed. Perfect timing. He seized the boss with both hands. Activating his passive dagger skill, the hero planned a deadly backstab. He landed a hard kick, considering that the core attack must come from the front. Just then, the monster collided with the grenade. It sneered, unaware of what was coming. The hero braced for the blast. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the battlefield. The monster hit the ground, gasping from the pain. The protagonist followed up with another fierce strike. Hurling several blades, he muttered that the boss needed to stay down a bit longer. His weapons clashed with the monster's limbs, cutting through. Planting his foot forward, the protagonist stated firmly that no matter how mighty the beast was, it was no match for him. Aiming the machine gun at the beast, the hero bid it a final farewell. The rankings interface suddenly appeared. The students cheered with raised arms, exclaiming that Nate had shot up to level 14 and now held first place. But doubts crept in. Some insisted there had to be foul play. After all, he was still inside the secret kingdom. Watching the crowd, a man remarked that once the timer ran out, everyone would be forcibly ejected from the secret realm, and then they'd confront him. With an angry glare, the man exclaimed that these kids were utterly clueless. Observing him, Carl thought it had been ages since he'd seen this gentleman so fired up. It was clear he had faith in Nate. Just 59 seconds remained before the trial concluded. Slinging the machine gun over his shoulder, the hero noted that every monster in the secret kingdom had been eliminated. The system rewarded him. 50% bonus to strength, 200% experience for defeating the boss, over 3 million XP gained. As he was promoted to level 14, the hero covered his face and sighed that completing the secret side quest had cost him valuable time. Turning his gaze aside, he mentioned he'd unlocked a new title and wondered aloud if the Awakening Stone might still hold value. The hero reached out and touched the stone. Instantly, bolts of lightning erupted around him. A voice congratulated him. He had passed the exam. The hero watched the radiant beams with curiosity. Out of nowhere, purple rays surged toward him. The transformation system was upgraded to level 2. Now he could perform 2 of 3 possible transformations and assign 2 of 4 passive skills. He received new rewards, including the coveted Book of Demons, which boosted his critical hit speed by 20%. Opening the menu, the protagonist asked what the 2 new transformations were, then smiled, pleased by the discovery. One passive transformation had completed: the Gatling gun. When using firearms, attack strength rose by 25%, with a chance to fire 10 bullets at once, each guaranteed to hit. With a smirk, the hero said this would be a major game changer. He might take out multiple foes in one move. Delivering a blow to the monster, he noted that when battling higher-tier beasts, all stats like speed and crit rate usually drop. Often, the enemy struck first. But with his new passive skill, he could slay enemies before they had a chance to act. Reviewing the menu, the protagonist reminded himself that transformation slots were limited, so he had to pick carefully. Selecting a skill, the hero murmured his choice aloud. The system confirmed a successful passive skill transformation. He acquired the Knockdown passive. 10% of normal strikes now triggered a shockwave within 2 meters. The hero quickly activated the skill. Wiping his palms, he commented that unlike energy-hungry levitation, Knockdown consumed far less power, had a broader attack radius, and could kill multiple enemies. He asked the system to display the current stats. His current condition and power status appeared on screen. Reaching his hand out, the protagonist declared that his combat strength was nearing 10. With that, he would travel to the Apocalypse continent, where the true fight awaited. It was time to leave. The portal glowed intensely as a voice declared the trial over. The secret kingdom was officially shutting down. Students shielded their eyes from the blinding light and cried out in confusion. Then, suddenly, a hand reached out from the radiant portal. The protagonist tossed a hand behind his head and heard someone say it was night. He had regained consciousness. With a furrowed brow, a man pondered the situation. He had truly succeeded. Before him lay limitless possibilities. Observing him closely, a girl asked why he looked so indifferent. Was he not even a little thrilled? One student yelled that he was a fraud and should leave with Chuck, while another demanded that Nate's result be annulled. The man abruptly went quiet. Then, without warning, he stomped his foot. A wave of silence rippled through the hall. The students instinctively covered their mouths, stunned. Robert, standing behind the hero, questioned if he had truly completed the test alone. Turning back calmly, the protagonist thought of how fast everything happened, then confidently replied, "Yes, he did." Placing both hands on Nate's shoulders, the man proclaimed him number 1, someone with a boundless future. Yet it was strange. Despite exiting the secret kingdom last, Nate still emerged victorious. Another student behind Nate chimed in, asserting that deception wouldn't fool them, while a girl added they needed solid proof. The crowd erupted again, forming lines and shouting that he should be disqualified. "Idiots!" someone snapped. "How could you fall for this?" The man exploded in anger, yelling that Nate had faced the hidden boss alone. Though he was only level 12, he had slain more monsters than the rest combined. Robert, placing a hand on Nate's shoulder again, remarked that if he didn't take charge, then a mindless group like them would never have even reached the hidden boss. Bella and Adam shouted in disbelief. They had never even heard of such a boss. How could Nate possibly have known? They suspected trickery. Watching them, a girl mulled over how a simple student from a regular class had seized the top spot. Even the elite rocket class had failed. She was convinced something fishy happened with the boss and demanded a full investigation. Without warning, she landed with a thud. Extending her hand, she smirked and told Nate to be generous, then asked how exactly he managed to summon the hidden boss. The protagonist, taken aback, looked away and asked why he owed anyone an explanation. Amanda blinked in astonishment and repeated her question. Murmurs spread among the students. It was Amanda, the youngest teacher ever in rocket class history, and Nate had just humiliated her publicly. He was finished. She wouldn't let that slide. The hero turned toward her, stunned by the tension. Drawing his weapon, Adam angrily asked, "How dare Nate speak like that?" To their teacher, pointing his sword ahead, he issued a formal challenge. Let Nate be taught a lesson. Expel him if needed. He would now face the strongest the Academy had to offer. Who did he think he was? Glaring at Adam, the protagonist asked if he truly believed he had the right to fight him. Still staring directly, Nate pressed the question again. Was Adam even worthy of such a duel? The surrounding students erupted in outrage. One yelled that since Adam had initiated the duel, he had placed Nate on equal footing. How dare Nate respond so arrogantly? What nerve, you mutt! A girl rested her hand on Adam's shoulder and said that if her classmate was so sure of himself, then they would fight together. That way, maybe he'd prove himself worthy of this challenge. Turning his gaze, the main character questioned who she was and what her role was. Extending her hand in frustration, she retorted sharply, declaring it was him. The young woman yelled indignantly, demanding how he could be unaware of the Academy's top beauty, only for him to admit he'd never heard of her. Adam barked in outrage, warning that unless he stopped showing disrespect toward the rocket class, he'd be forced to intervene. The young man tightened his fist and declared he wanted a duel, one that would end in death, not surrender. Amanda observed him with surprise, thinking that once a challenge among the awakened was issued, it couldn't be avoided if both parties agreed. She glanced toward the crowd and remarked that Nate didn't stand a chance against Adam. He wouldn't even last a few moves. Gesturing outward, the protagonist said that if Adam was so eager to die, he'd be happy to help him on his way to the afterlife. Robert stared at the hero and mused that the kid had raw potential. This fight might reveal the depths of his abilities. As his foot struck the arena floor, the man announced that with mutual consent given, the battlefield would now be prepared. A colossal cube crashed down into the middle of the stadium. With his hands calmly folded behind him, the man hoped the choice wouldn't be regretted. Adam nodded with confidence. As the protagonist shut his eyes, someone said they'd soon witness his strength. He replied curtly. He was done waiting. Suddenly, the hero sprang into the air without warning. The other boy raised his head, startled, hearing that the duel was about to commence. Grinding his teeth, the guy muttered angrily that whatever happened next wasn't his fault. In a burst of speed, the young man dashed forward using a high-level skill that increased his movement and strike rate by half. From afar, voices noted the display of a swordsman's transformation technique. The protagonist acknowledged Adam's mastery, admitting he couldn't even track his movements. With a wicked grin, the guy boasted that this fight was already over, classmate. In a flash, he appeared behind the main character. Thrusting his blade ahead, he roared that it was time to die. With explosive force, the hero leapt upward again. Smirking, the protagonist calmly asked if that was all his opponent had. Pointing directly at him, the attacker questioned how he managed to evade the blow. Had he shifted form again? With disbelief, he accused him of not playing fair. Adam scowled, admitting he'd underestimated him. Now he'd get serious. Seizing his weapon, Adam shouted that this time, there was no escaping his chained strike. He moved in to attack. The protagonist shifted sideways and activated his knockdown move. The hero glided across the floor with fluid motion. Charging headlong, the guy unleashed a rush ability. With a loud cry, he commanded an aerial strike on the hero. He looked upward and gasped in disbelief. The hero's eyes widened as Adam suddenly invoked his shapeshift and shadow merge ability. Barreling forward, Adam screamed his victory and triggered a skill to reflect attacks. Without warning, a powerful explosion tore through the battlefield. The crowd looked on, stunned, as someone remarked that Adam had blended terror and precision flawlessly. The girl called it a magnificent strike and insisted the liar must fall. Holding the blade confidently, the young man smirked and boasted that no one could rival the velocity of his strikes. But out of nowhere, a sudden blow landed squarely on his face. The protagonist launched a powerful kick, sending the guy stumbling. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. They hadn't even seen him move. The hero's eyes gleamed as his passive ability automatically kicked in. He slashed his sword, activating the wave cut skill, causing his opponent to crash violently to the ground. Gazing at his weapon, the protagonist muttered that his high-speed technique still needed refinement. The girl gasped upon hearing the truth. Her eyes hadn't deceived her. Adam, one of the Academy's top talents, had been taken down in under 30 seconds. Such terrifying strength. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked if anyone else still had the nerve to fight. The girl stared at him in stunned silence. With her head bowed, Bella softly admitted she wasn't qualified to challenge him. The hero slid his hands into his pockets while people around began whispering in awe. Just moments ago, they had mocked him. Now they praised him as a prodigy, asking if someone like him even had a girlfriend. Staring blankly, the girl wondered when Nate had become so powerful and why she suddenly felt drawn to him. One of the instructors frowned, reflecting on Nate's reaction time and flawless skill execution. He was far superior to how he himself once was. Maybe this boy truly was destined to be the Five Circles' next legend. Turning to Nate, Robert addressed the crowd, declaring he had an announcement to make on behalf of the Academy. Resting his hand on Nate's shoulder, he proclaimed that due to his remarkable performance, Nate would be granted a reward of 1,000,000 coins and the prestigious title of student leader. The students all stared ahead, their expressions frozen in shock. With awe in their voices, they asked what it meant to be a student leader. Nate covered part of his face, thinking to himself, judging by their expressions, the title must be valuable. Could it possibly be traded for something? The man's expression shifted to surprise as he explained that in their city, no student had held such a title in over 2 decades. The last one had achieved 4 circles. Ordinary students only reached 2. Few officials even managed 3. So why had this title gone to Nate? Amanda stared forward and considered the implication, so he might reach 4 circles too in time. Taking a bold step ahead, she resolved to bring such a gifted student into her class. If she succeeded, her reputation would soar. Turning suddenly to Nate, she asked if he'd consider joining the rocket class as class monitor. She would personally oversee his preparation in the final month before the exam. A chorus of jealous students shouted that she was a goddess among teachers, and they would give anything to be in Nate's shoes. He had landed a golden opportunity with ease. The protagonist looked at her and calmly replied, "What did she say?" Because he didn't need any instruction. Raising his arm, he said this wasn't just about her. No one at the academy had the ability to teach him. He questioned whether she truly valued freedom. On the screen it displayed, name, Nate, class, spellcaster. Level, circle, 0. Strength, agility, spirit, constitution, awakened talent, 2nd rank reincarnation. Passive skill, wave cut, LV1. Active skills, Gatling gun, LV1. Knockdown, LV1. Weapon switch, LV1. Combat power. The data indicated that the running shoes were of level 8, categorized as cloth armor. They granted 20 armor, reduced agility by 5, and added 5 strength. Their durability remained at a full 50 hours. When activated, they boosted running or swimming speed by 200% for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. The man responded, noting Amanda's clear frustration. She couldn't train him due to their differing specializations. The professor patiently explained that once someone adopts a new specialization, they lose access to their original skills, leaving them inexperienced in that field. Everyone turned to the young man and remarked that he would have to educate himself going forward. Standing beside Nate, Robert remarked that walking the path of the free-spirited class was tough, and one day he might regret it. Nate answered calmly. It was a choice he had made consciously. The teacher said that if no mentor was qualified to instruct Nate, then he'd authorize self-guided training, with the hope that Nate would stand out at the exam next month. The unified exam was a national-level test for discovering promising awakened individuals. Those who succeeded would be granted valuable resources and awards. The students were shocked. Nate was the only one among them pursuing studies completely on his own. That left a strong impression. With a cheeky grin, Nate asked the teacher when he could expect his promised 100 million reward. Headlines were now covering the story of a young hero who had reached level E. People continued to bombard the professor with questions. Why did Nate opt for this unique specialization, and where was he headed? The Management Association was involved. Nate stood before the terminal moments after acquiring all the necessary hero data. His registration into the Apocalypse system was finalized. A century ago, savage beasts from Oblivion invaded Blue Star, bringing death and chaos. Humanity's only answer was resistance. To fight back against the disaster, humanity discovered mysterious rifts that led into Oblivion, called the Apocalypse. Brave souls entered, hoping to fight back. Thus began the era of cultivation, as people strove to reach the Apocalypse continent. That realm soon transformed into a battlefield where elite warriors from across the globe converged. Unlike the structured exams back at the Academy, the Apocalypse was fraught with real danger. The priority was reaching level 20 and passing the unified trial. In the Broken Islands, the minimum requirement was between levels 13 and... Coincidentally, it was the same region where Nate had once stood himself. The protagonist observed other students working together in teams to exterminate monsters faster. He realized that their tactics were based on what limited methods they knew, just like he once did. Nate remembered that completing hidden missions first yielded the highest score returns. It was the optimal route. He arrived at an abandoned village, still bearing signs of human life. Reaching out, he grabbed a piece of parchment. The note described how someone had spotted a massive shadow while fishing the day before, but no one believed him. The villagers were doubtful. Maybe Nate could investigate. A hidden mission was now available to the protagonist. Nate understood that this quest was one only he could complete. It demanded significant effort but promised a beginner-friendly artifact as a valuable reward. Hernan Beach stretched out before them, bathed in a strange glow. Nearby, people calmly battled against the onslaught of mutated turtles. A fiery spell launched through the air, guided by someone's precise command. Cries erupted as many covered their eyes, startled by the sudden brightness. One student questioned another, accusing him of breaking the no-fighting rule enforced by the academy. With a chuckle, the other replied that he was merely playing around. He claimed the entire beach's monsters belonged to them and told everyone else to back off. Drake protested nervously, pointing out that this wasn't Demon Academy property but public ground. His eyes darted to the side, clearly unsettled by what might follow. The man challenged the hero, asking him to repeat his words. After all, no monster belonged to anyone. A chorus of voices demanded they leave, insisting there were others in need of the monsters too. Drake growled in frustration, saying they always stole hunting grounds, keeping them 3 levels behind. Chloe yelled that one last guy was still out there. With swift and practiced strikes, the group took down the remaining creatures. The protagonist rushed forward, declaring that this would be the day he taught them a proper lesson. Another guy decided he'd eliminate all the monsters in a single attack, ensuring no one else could claim the rewards. Nate realized the hero was exploiting the combined magic damage of 2 mages to wipe out every enemy. Whoever landed the majority damage would secure the kill, leaving nothing for others. Since regular players didn't understand this mechanic yet, he dashed ahead. If his output was 3 times higher than theirs, he would claim the full credit for the kills. He had to whittle down the monster's HP without redirecting their aggression. If the monsters switched targets, it would be fatal. Being a melee fighter with limited ranged options, he had to act tactically. Meanwhile, the others looked on, confused. Mike sneered and asked if they really thought they could steal his prey. As an icy storm began forming, the system warned, death here would lower his level, and repeated deaths would disable resurrection. The group mockingly asked Nate if he was ready to die now. Everyone was convinced Nate couldn't survive a double mage attack. But to their shock, he stood unharmed after the snowstorm hit. Nobody could believe he lived through magic that should have ended him instantly. Mike bellowed to trigger another storm and finish him. Nate remained unfazed, saying he had activated Wavecut's passive defense and was now following with a snow-slow combo. Then he powered up his Gatling gun. The system confirmed successful activation of the machine gun skill. One bystander was stunned. It should have only lasted 8 seconds, yet somehow Nate extended its use. The crowd stared, puzzled, as Nate casually collected the loot for himself. Chuckling, Nate commented on how devastating the Gatling gun's damage turned out to be. Magic energy crackled and surged in every direction. All around, mutated turtles scurried across the terrain. Nate smiled in satisfaction. He had secured 32 mutated turtle tails. Mike, seething with rage, shouted that they'd been looted and promised revenge. An uproar broke out. Voices echoed that they never should have defied the laws of the Apocalypse continent. Chloe yelled at Mike to stop what he was about to do. With visible fear, the girl warned them that Nate's power far exceeded theirs, and provoking him was a bad idea. Mike, frustrated, muttered to Lee that this wasn't over and they'd come back for payback. Sully, clearly annoyed, told his companions they weren't allowed to just walk away like that. Laughing nervously, Mike admitted he'd made a mistake and promised not to fight Nate again. Nate, furious, gave them 60 seconds to hand over all their loot, or risk starting over from scratch. One of the fighters yelled that he'd never surrender, even if it meant facing death. Drake glanced at the group, puzzled by how fearless all the students seemed. Everyone's attention turned to Nate, confused by his lack of movement. With a grin, the hero joked that he was paralyzed by fear and couldn't budge. A surge of flame was launched in the direction of the boy. His hands morphed into gloves, triggering a rapid-fire boxing evasion technique across the field. Fire surged through their bodies as explosive fists formed from clenched hands. Nate glared at them and delivered powerful kicks that sent everyone flying in all directions. He let out a thunderous war cry that echoed through the area. Drake stared forward in awe, unable to make sense of what had just happened. Standing behind Mike, Nate said he was taking back his earlier words, and now demanded not just the stat items but every last Apocalypse coin. Chloe cried out sorrowfully, promising to give up everything they had. The group responded that they hadn't lost yet and didn't need to be mocked. Mike roared in anger, trying to restore order and calm. A sack of belongings was handed to Nate in silence. Mike, filled with regret and anxiety, offered all their items as a peace offering. Nate growled that they were now free to leave. Drake chuckled, still baffled that even elite academy students were no match for Nate. The protagonist turned to the others and suggested forming a party, appointing a team leader. Nate grinned, realizing just like in his past life, strength reigned supreme in the apocalypse. But he wouldn't let anyone get in the way of gathering his attributes. A system alert showed shadowy silhouettes beginning to fade. Nate sighed. He still had 239 turtle tails to collect, and it was shaping up to be a long, dull day. A new day arrived. Nate collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, muttering that his hidden mission was draining him just to gain a single level. The system display began tracking and updating all of his current stats. He was thrilled to see that his agility had exceeded 100, a rare feat for a first year. He decided it was finally time to tackle his main objective. Demon Academy came into view. Mike snapped at his teammates, furious that they were weaker than he was, even though he was just a freshman too. Chloe calmly replied with a grin that she'd found someone capable of helping them handle Nate. Michael smirked. He'd heard that Group 1 had already contacted the top 30 students, and most had agreed to join their effort. He was delighted to discover an even more impressive freshman, someone who had managed to reach level 21 within a single year. Leon replied uncertainly, mentioning that there were whispers about this person never submitting to anyone, and it was unclear whether he'd cooperate. A wave of fire energy surged into action. Mike stood firm, eyes forward, radiating confidence. He casually brushed his hands clean and announced he was unleashing power to execute a fireball spell. With a smirk, the hero turned his head and asked Mike what business brought him here. The group grinned and got straight to the point. They had a plan for battle. But the freshman coolly declined, saying he wasn't interested. The protagonist protested, saying he hadn't even finished explaining yet. The other guy cut him off with irritation, declaring he didn't need anyone's assistance. Mike and Chloe cried out together, saying they wanted to take revenge on the jerk who had humiliated them. The guy rubbed the back of his head, telling them to step aside. Mike's expression turned sour with frustration. The hero shouted that he was a man who valued freedom above all. Kevin quickly pivoted, eyes scanning the group. The hero smiled slyly and admitted that although he usually despised people of this class, this time he'd found a worthy rival. Scene transition. A fishing shop. The hero entered and asked to see the top-tier fishing rods. Nate glanced around, realizing that collecting those broken tails was only step one of the quest. Now he needed proper gear and planned to spend his earnings wisely. The shopkeeper looked over at him and said all the items and prices were listed clearly, and he could browse freely. Facing away, Nate replied that fishing quality depended on equipment, which he didn't fully understand, so he'd appreciate assistance. He was about to ask for a deluxe rod crafted from purple bamboo and 10 live daphnia. The shopkeeper was surprised by his interest in a high-end item. Nate dashed toward the rod, not fully realizing how new he was to fishing. The seller thought to himself, even seasoned fishermen wouldn't have such technical knowledge. Nate casually told the amused seller that it was merely a personal hobby. The shopkeeper smiled and offered him a discount. He could take the rod for just 10 gold coins. Chuckling, the seller said if Nate managed to catch anything, he could bring it back to sell. Nate had already battled numerous monsters. As he gazed at the ocean, he acknowledged he had the gear and the tails. Only one more thing remained. Calmly, the hero recalled from his past life that there was a powerful boss on a nearby island, emerging every 72 hours. Though it wasn't far from the beginner village, no novice could realistically defeat it. So it was best not to interfere. He realized he needed a specific part of the boss's body to gain the ability to breathe underwater. This was key to solving the mission's mystery, the vanishing shadow. The others looked around, puzzled, trying to figure out who had dived into the water. In the apocalyptic world, people could only stay submerged for 2 minutes, Any longer, and blood would begin to drain. 10 seconds past the limit meant certain death. The group exclaimed in astonishment. This guy was something else. None of them had seen a rookie take such a daring leap before. Two of the team members muttered that the underwater situation had grown more dangerous, and they needed to dive in right away. The party decided to distance themselves from the crowded shoreline. They came upon a tiny isle amid a scattering of fragmented islands. The hero remarked calmly that it was just a small island, and they should take 10 minutes to scout it thoroughly. Deep in the forest, mysterious statues loomed. Stepping slowly forward, the hero said this was exactly what he had been searching for. His foot slammed down, sending a thud across the ground. Something gelatinous began to congeal and take form. Nate grinned and said luck was clearly on his side today. A rare mutant had just spawned within the zone. The hero engaged the beast, yelling that it had been ages since he'd encountered her. With a precise strike, the creature's skull shattered in a burst of fire. Viscous slime splattered in all directions. The mutant crept closer, attempting to close the distance. Nate's eyes widened as he noticed the monster had grown in size. He realized that if that sludge landed on him, his speed would drop by 30%, a penalty that could stack repeatedly. Without hesitation, the hero swapped to a long-bladed weapon. Moments later, he executed a rapid slash, cutting through the tide. Seconds after, his passive ability, Wave Cut, activated on its own. The successive hits were taking their toll, rapidly weakening the creature. The mutant bellowed in agony. More slime erupted, coating the surrounding terrain. Nate spotted a radioactive cloud forming ahead. Entering it would drain life with each passing second. Clutching his weapon tightly, the hero opened fire in a wild barrage. The beast continued screeching until something caught its attention, momentarily distracting it. A violent explosion ripped across the battlefield. The guy dove flat to the ground, muttering that he had made a foolish move. Amid a cluster of stones, he spotted a staff. A system message appeared. Water Vine Staff acquired. The hero's face lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Nate smirked, knowing all that remained now was to capture the elusive vanishing shadow. He braced himself, aware that the next phase would involve an intense showdown. His eyes shifted to the side, sensing something. They realized someone had been tailing him since the previous night. The Water Vine Staff granted limitless underwater breathing. The team cheered with relief. They didn't have to rely on risky diving tactics anymore. One of the boys remarked that Nate could have easily been killed by the monster. And if that had happened, all their waiting would have been in vain. The group began shouting, trying to locate the guy. They angrily contacted the girl, accusing her of letting Nate slip away unnoticed. Meanwhile, a fishing spot rested quietly among the shattered islands. Holding a rod, the hero thought it was finally time to begin fishing. Everything was ready, and this was the place to lure out the vanishing shadow. He noticed someone already standing on the shore. His ideal spot had been claimed. When he opened the information panel, he was surprised to see no listed attributes. His eyes widened with realization. One can't detect another's level unless the power gap is overwhelmingly vast. The stranger glanced back and asked if the guy was there to fish too, then mentioned there was still room beside him. He added with a smirk that while he admired the boy's cautiousness, someone at his level could eliminate him easily. Still, if he wanted to fish, he was welcome to. The young man sat down, deciding to wait patiently. Once the man left, he'd get to work. Nate cast his line. The stranger observed him silently, thinking the kid was either fearless or reckless. 2 minutes later, Nate reeled in his first catch. Cheers echoed. It was an 8-kilogram fish. Removing it from the hook, the young man recalled his past life, where a catch like this once boosted his fishing skill to its peak. The stranger chuckled. What a stroke of luck. Nate threw the line again barely a minute later. This time, he pulled up a 5-kilo redcon. Just 2 minutes after, another fish, 2 kilo. The veteran angler's jaw dropped. He had been sitting there all day and hadn't caught a thing. What was this magic? A cascade of congratulatory messages flooded Nate's screen. The older man placed a hand on his hip and jokingly asked if the young wizard could spare a few secrets. Nate crossed his arms thoughtfully. Even though he'd been around for years, fishing was still something he hadn't fully mastered. But he thanked the elder kindly, then offered a genuine tip. Better bait made all the difference. Stroking his chin with amusement, the stranger laughed. What a peculiar youth. So young, yet so knowledgeable about fishing. He was genuinely impressed. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp. He remarked that based on his observations, fishing wasn't the only thing this guy was good at. Curious, he decided to test something. Nate instinctively tensed. The man extended his hand, conjuring a swirl of crimson energy. Instantly, Nate pulled out a machine gun, asking bluntly why the man cared about his freedom-loving specialization. Resting the weapon on his shoulder, Nate replied that walking your own path was the essence of freedom. Why wouldn't he choose that route? Rising to his feet, the man nodded, acknowledging Nate's potential. With talent like his, the future held limitless possibilities. He offered to mentor him, but Nate respectfully declined. He preferred forging his journey alone. As a parting gesture, the man tossed something, which Nate caught, a ring. He assured him there was no pressure. If Nate ever reconsidered, the door would always be open. The ring was a key to the association, should questions ever arise. Blushing a little, Nate asked what had prompted such a generous gift. On a distant monitoring screen, a dialogue box revealed surveillance on Nate. Some players informed their superior that they might need to track the hero's trail. His location, currently fishing. All units were ordered to assemble within 10 minutes. Headquarters of the Demon Academy Management Association prepared to act. Mike wove through the bustling crowd. The students buzzed excitedly. Today, elite teams were facing off. That alone was rare. Isn't Kevin usually a lone wolf? They asked. He's the first year's leader. Why team up now? Are they seriously targeting the boss? Mike grimly thought to himself, Nate was going to die today. He turned to Kevin, saying the group was counting on him. Kevin, still sizing up the situation, replied that he'd wait for the others to make their move first. If things turned out as serious as Mike believed, he'd act then. Meanwhile, a management officer informed Steven that Mike was heading to the Apocalypse continent with 20 people. Something big was clearly about to happen. A man from the City Management Association barked into his communicator, furious that they hadn't reported back. He had clearly instructed them to track the group and update him immediately on any developments. Running his hand through his hair in frustration, he muttered that this guy would be the end of his sanity. Hopefully, nothing critical would unfold today. Meanwhile, the hero kept fishing. He now had 39 turtle tails. He calculated confidently. He needed exactly. No doubts, he was sure of it. Suddenly, a group of players emerged behind him. Mike greeted him smugly, claiming it had been a while. He added that Nate's peaceful fishing was over. Nate chuckled. Weren't these the weaklings from that infamous loser group? What now? Couldn't handle him solo and had to bring backup? What a shining example of the Demon Academy's pride. Kevin narrowed his eyes. So this was the so-called freedom-loving type. Intriguing. The students seethed with anger. Their leader barked at Nate to shut up. How dare he mock the Academy's honor? He should prepare to meet his end. At that exact moment, Nate's fishing rod bent violently, a sign of an incoming big catch. He let out a yell. Finally, a gargantuan creature erupted from the water. The players gasped and shouted in panic. What was this thing? A secret boss? None of them had seen anything like it before, and Nate had reeled it in. The monster had a sleek blue body covered in spikes. The system identified it. NASDAQ, a level 22 elite boss. Kevin clenched his teeth. Even for him, this boss was out of reach alone. Could its appearance really be tied to a mere level 15 freedom-loving class? A student addressed their leader, pointing out this was a rare opportunity. They had numbers on their side, so why not bring it down together and claim the reward? Nate tossed turtle tails toward them and mocked, saying if they wanted the prize, they'd have to be ready to lay down their lives. Without warning, the monster lunged from the water. Mike cried out. It was initiating its assault. The beast's attack flung players in every direction like ragdolls. Kevin sidestepped swiftly and muttered coldly. Freezing technique. Raising his arm, another guy conjured a shield and called for everyone else to strike now. Magical bursts collided with the monster. The group leader commended his ally. They had a chance only because of him. But he added, Nate started this chaos. They had to eliminate him. While the others battled the boss, 3 Demon Academy members veered off, charging straight at Nate. He scowled. They were trying to disrupt his strategy. Mike really had lost it. Switching to a spear, Nate muttered that subtle tactics wouldn't work on these guys. Time for direct elimination. He activated his clean sweep skill. Spotting 3 mages on the sidelines, he immediately changed to throwing darts and launched his assassin's core move, Shuriken Blitz. The mages were stunned. His shurikens had disrupted their casting mid-spell. Without missing a beat, Nate brandished his blade and unleashed a sweeping crescent slash. The enemies reeled back in shock. One of them blurted out in disbelief. How was Nate switching weapons so rapidly? Even for a freedom type, this was unreal. Another added that he'd seen others like Nate before, but they had at least twice the cooldown time between switches. What kind of trick was this? Their magic shattered the ice barrier. Someone cursed aloud. Damn it! We could have controlled the boss. But it was too late. The creature entered its second form. The monster now summoned its signature weapon, a massive trident crackling with energy. Torrents of water exploded from beneath them. The beast roared that it would drown them all. The battlefield became a lake in seconds. Trapped beneath a dense wall of water, the players struggled. Nate, however, remained calm. He figured this was Phase 2, and he knew he had the upper hand underwater. Prince Nasdaq transitioned into his second combat phase, entering a temporary state of invulnerability set to last 30 seconds. Leon swam over to their leader and asked what their next move was. Casting magic in this submerged environment was nearly impossible, and they couldn't hold their breath much longer. Chloe pointed out that Nate was completely isolated. Either way, she added grimly, the boss would likely eliminate him soon. Mike clenched his fists in frustration. What was the point of bringing so many people if they still ran into a disaster like this? Was the universe favoring Nate now? It felt utterly unjust. From behind, Kevin spoke up. If the rest wanted to retreat, he'd face the so-called freedom-loving warrior himself. Mike took comfort knowing Kevin was still on his team. Raising both arms, Mike rallied the team. If they focused, they could still take Nate down. He proposed they ignore Nasdaq for now. Instead, he urged them to concentrate all efforts on killing Nate, promising double the reward to anyone who helped finish the job. The students exchanged uncertain glances. Then, one by one, they activated their combat gear and advanced toward Nate. Grinning, Nate asked mockingly if they were finally serious about trying to kill him. He evaded a fireball and noted that only 32 seconds remained until the boss resumed action. Holding it off would soon become impossible. Without hesitation, Nate dove deeper into the water. Mike lost sight of him and wondered, had Nate chosen to end his life voluntarily? 2 minutes underwater was suicide. That time had nearly passed. The boss opened its maw. Prince Nasdaq's invincibility was nearing expiration. Tension mounted. The elder's forehead pulsed with a vein. He knew he couldn't last underwater much longer either. Escape seemed unlikely now. The boss unleashed a skill, Abyssal Vortex, targeting the players. Swirling whirlpools formed, dragging everyone toward the depths. Cries of panic echoed. What kind of terrifying force was this? One player cried that if they were sucked to the bottom, they'd never resurface in time. Another begged for help, not ready to die. Suddenly, a blazing fireball struck the monster's head and exploded. Kevin had launched the attack but was baffled. Even as a level 21, his magic barely scratched it. Could this monster resist spells completely? Mike shouted in frustration. Of course! Fire spells were significantly weaker underwater. A student agreed. This enemy was out of their league. A bespectacled mage added they needed to focus on survival instead of fighting. The leader turned to Kevin, declared Nate was still doomed, and suggested retreating. Kevin replied that next time, they'd make it work. The group swam toward the surface. From below, Nasdaq roared in fury. Cowards! You provoke me and then try to flee? The beast responded by casting frozen shackles. Ice began spreading over the players' limbs. Mike shouted in horror. No! One of the players was entirely encased in ice. A warning appeared. Oxygen depleted. Only 10 seconds of life remained. The elder swore vengeance, thinking he hadn't finished with Nate yet. Once revived, he'd end him personally. But suddenly he froze in disbelief. Nate casually waved and greeted them with a hey. Mike shouted in shock, how is he still alive? The group was dragged deeper. Mike yelled again, no! How did Nate survive all of this? Jack turned back. Nate told him the battlefield now belonged solely to them. Just then, a powerful beam of light shot from Nasdaq's mouth. He cast frozen shackles once more. Nate thrust his hands forward and activated the beginner ability Mask of Awareness, which cloaked his presence. He thought it was time to match the monster's speed. He parried the incoming blow with precision. A digital interface popped up. Nate tapped quickly, thinking he only needed to close the distance now. His sprint boots were successfully equipped. He darted straight toward the boss, thinking the speed boost reward was finally paying off. The acceleration kicked in instantly. Switching to a one-handed blade, he noted that while his level was technically 15, stat bonuses let him wield level 17 skills. Thanks to his 5x attribute multiplier from dual specialization, he was effectively fighting at level. Without hesitation, Nate declared it was time to bring Nasdaq down, thrusting his sword into the monster's skull. He quickly leapt backward as the beast snarled, vowing to kill him. The hero changed weapons again, this time to a machine gun. He leveled it at the monster and prepared to fire. The weapon came to life, bullets striking the boss squarely in the head. Nasdaq's health gauge plummeted, nearly depleted. Nate extended his hand and cheered. Just 101 HP remained. It was time to finish this. The monster lunged forward with a deafening roar, mouth wide open. How dare this human insult him like this? He swore Nate would die. A smirk tugged at Nate's lips. He realized the final blow depended on whether he could survive long enough to land it. Spinning with deadly force, he unleashed a massive attack dealing 120 damage. Jack's body burst apart. A system message congratulated him for completing a hidden objective. A shadow faded into nothing. A glowing notification appeared in a blue frame. He had reached level. Cheers rang out. They had earned a golden treasure chest. Nate emerged from the water and stepped onto dry land. He lifted the lid of the chest with anticipation. Inside, he found a white ribbon inscribed with ancient glyphs. The system congratulated him for obtaining the epic item, the Tide Amulet. A note clarified that it could be used even at his current level. The higher the item's level, the more powerful it would become. A cunning grin crossed Nate's face. This artifact would let him destroy high-level monsters with ease. As long as he respected its usage limits, he'd be untouchable against enemies 10 levels above him. Over at Jiang City's education department, a man shouted in protest against awarding Nate the annual quota. Charlie folded his arms and reminded them Nate had just shattered the city record by hitting level. "So what's the issue?" he asked. Greg, seated across the room, admitted the boy was gifted, but argued he hadn't chosen a traditional path. He was just a freedom seeker. Suddenly standing and slamming his hands on the table, Greg barked that only one quota was available this year. Why should they waste it on Nate? He was strongly against it. Charlie stood too, snapping back that Greg had secrets of his own. Was this just a way to bury them? A man across the table began clapping slowly. Adjusting his glasses, he suggested calmly that the matter could be resolved easily. After all, their last vote was to send Misha from Thank You School. That student not only hit level 12 but also awakened an officially ranked talent. He'd selected the wizard class, but in the end their choice wouldn't really matter much anyway. Nate arrived just after the verdict had been reached. Greg proposed a simple solution. Why not let them duel for it? The winner would earn the quota. A man in a sleeveless shirt opened the door, apologizing for the delay. Nearby, his friend was excitedly weighing his catch. 734 kilograms, exactly. He handed Nate a coin tray and asked how he managed to pull off such a feat, promising to return 30% of all purchases. Nate mused that the apocalypse continent was truly overflowing with wealth. The hero turned to the display where the host was addressing the audience. Live coverage from Jiang City Academy. The young man removed the towel from his head and questioned, "Jiang City Academy?" The man beside him looked surprised and noted that recent news had been dominated by the upcoming competition between Jiang and Fang academies to decide the quota's owner. Nate flicked his fingers to bring up the info window, muttering, "Quota contest?" Why hadn't anyone informed him? His eyes landed on a string of missed calls. He realized the chaos from the last event had buried the notifications. Shrugging, he decided it was time to catch up on recent developments. A man with a mic gestured toward the scoreboard, explaining that the contest had 2 segments. 10 points for the team round and 20 for the endurance battle. The academy with the highest score would win. Each academy would send 20 fighters, and the 5-on-5 matches would be elimination style. Whoever had the most survivors would claim victory. The announcer's voice echoed across the vast stadium as he welcomed the competitors into the arena. The Jiang City team fielded a well-balanced lineup. A melee fighter, spellcaster, gunner, healer, and traditional warrior. Representing the Feng Academy were a swift swordsman, mounted fighter, elemental mage, stealthy assassin, and a brute force boxer. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Bella was wished good fortune. Some students pointed out Misha, Feng's top-ranked pupil, boasting level. They agreed he couldn't match Nate in talent, but strangely, Nate had been missing lately. Greg smirked openly, mocking that Nate was likely too scared to compete. Robert reassured him that Nate would show up, no doubt. With a condescending smile, Misha taunted, asking what happened to the famous Nate. Did the academy think anyone could challenge him? He called their school a garbage heap. Bella clenched her jaw in frustration. Where on earth had Nate gone? This was their one shot at the quota. How could he just vanish? Turning to her teammates, she urged them to prepare a plan. One fighter was to guard the priest against backstabs and keep enemies off his rear. The opposing team lacked a healer, so their own needed maximum protection. Nodding toward her allies, she explained that she'd launch a fire attack later and instructed the fighter and boxer to strike Misha directly. They had to stop him before he could cast anything. Charlie stepped up, adjusted the mic, and officially declared the start of the competition. Bella issued the order, attack. Two teammates charged forward. The boxer intercepted incoming bullets, shielding the leader from gunfire. The commentator shouted with excitement. It was classic Bella. Her A-ranked fire ability boosted her power by 25%, allowing her to overwhelm her opponent fast. Now, the fighter had a clear shot at Misha, who was in serious danger. The fighter launched a strike on the mage from behind. The mounted warrior responded, activating a support skill that knocked the attacker back using his shield's force. Just then, the assassin activated a stealth technique, vanishing from view. Bella glanced back at the priest and yelled a warning. The enemy assassin had disappeared. She urged them to protect the healer. One teammate shouted and pointed behind her. The threat was at their rear. The enemy struck Bella from behind. She gasped in pain, barely managing to turn around. She countered the blow with a powerful kick, sending the assassin flying sideways. Wiping the blood off her face, Bella questioned aloud why she was the target instead of the priest. Misha raised his gleaming staff and sneered. Did she still not understand? The marksman was central to their formation. He was now preparing to unleash high-tier demonic magic, Thunderbomb. Spectators in the stands gasped in disbelief. Wasn't a spell like that supposed to take 5 seconds to cast? How was he this fast? Greg chuckled smugly. The others were baffled. Misha had awakened a rare talent, spellcasting acceleration, which slashed casting time by 30%. He launched an attack aimed directly at Bella. The priest activated a defensive barrier to pull her away from danger. Though she tried to flee, Misha declared it pointless. Thunderbomb would catch her regardless. She looked over her shoulder, her eyes widening in horror. A blinding burst of light descended on her. Bella lay motionless on the arena floor, while the enemy mage instinctively recoiled. A teammate rushed to her side, urgently stating they had to heal Bella immediately or she wouldn't survive. They had lost this round. Misha burst out laughing, gloating that their leader had fallen and Nate still hadn't shown up. He mocked that Zhang City Academy would be crushed today. The team match was halted due to Bella's severe injuries. The attrition battle score hit 418, putting Fang Hu Academy in the lead. A brutal warrior now faced off against a magical swordsman. A student in the stands clutched his head, crying that it was over. They had already lost 18 skirmishes, while Fang still had 15 fighters. Another blamed Misha, calling him unstoppable. He'd taken down 8 opponents solo. A third said even Nate couldn't turn this around. Greg gestured dismissively toward Robert, suggesting he accept defeat and spare himself humiliation. The old man urged patience. A bystander tilted his head and sneered, surprised that Robert still had faith. He invited everyone to sit back and enjoy Fang Academy's dazzling victory. Carl frantically tried to call Nate, angrily tapping the screen. Why wasn't he answering? In the arena, a warrior lunged at a red-haired girl. Spectators whispered, was Nate too scared to step forward? The enemy disarmed the girl, shouting at her to leave the stage. Suddenly, the crowd froze in stunned silence. Nate appeared beside the girl, calmly assuring her they could count on him now. He held her by the shoulders as teammates erupted in cheers. At last, he'd come. There was still hope. They urged him to fight back for their fallen. The enemy warrior pointed at Nate mockingly, asking if this was really Zhang Academy's final hope. Too bad, luck wasn't with him today. He charged forward, sword raised high, determined to kill. Nate calmly pulled out a machine gun. He opened fire at the charging warrior. The enemy collapsed to the ground. With a serious look, the hero turned his head and calmly asked, "Who's stepping up next?" Supporters of the rival academy were outraged. How could that be? He won in mere seconds. Nate was only 4 levels higher. It shouldn't have been enough to win so easily. Just then, someone pointed urgently, telling them to look over there. A crackle of lightning flashed across Nate's eyes as the info panel revealed his class. Level 17 free-spirited. The audience gasped. 17 already? How did he level up so quickly? Hope surged. Maybe they could actually win this. The stadium erupted into a thunder of cheers. "Nate is awesome! Long live Nate!" they shouted. A man yelled in disbelief, "Level 17? How could a free-spirited fighter reach such a high rank?" Robert grinned, admitting even he hadn't seen this coming. He recalled that Chang mentioned Nate would arrive in time. But this was the first he'd heard of level 0. The same man shouted again. Nate really pulled it off, and even arrived with a smile on his face. Ben landed on the battlefield, placed a hand on his chest, and respectfully asked for guidance. But in his thoughts, he grumbled. It wasn't fair. His teammates fought weaklings, yet he was up against a monster. Would he even stand a chance? Nate gave him a firm look and told him to hurry. His time was limited. Ben charged forward, silently praying for some miracle to help him win. Nate noticed the enemy suddenly vanish from sight. Reacting swiftly, he leaped forward and shoved the invisible attacker aside. Chuck grinned broadly and shouted, "He even managed to catch someone who was cloaked." Nate eyed the opponent thoughtfully, wondering aloud why their instructors never taught them that skill. He made a mental note to ask his older brother later. Carl watched with admiration and thought, "This is why the whole academy looks up to Nate. He truly knows how to uplift everyone's morale." Now, all the students would surely see him as a role model. 10 minutes later, a breathless student burst into the lounge yelling that things were looking bad. Misha, annoyed, asked if it wasn't obvious that he was resting. Why all the shouting? The student shouted that Nate had shown up last minute and in just 15 minutes turned the tide. Their own fighters were dropping from exhaustion. Mattia clenched his jaw and shouted that this couldn't be happening. The audience looked toward the arena and roared in disbelief. What kind of miracle was this? Even the mighty Fang Academy was being overwhelmed. Their only hope now was for another miracle. Victor stood trembling, wondering why he had to be the final contender. Couldn't he just quietly wait for Nate to defeat him? Why was he forced into such humiliation? Misha exited the room and mockingly questioned whether it was fair to pressure someone level 10 when you were level 0. He gave Nate a sharp glare and declared that he would take the risk and face him himself. One of the officials protested loudly. It was against the rules. Misha had already used his rest period and wasn't permitted to return to battle. Misha scoffed and demanded whether Nate was scared. He was just level 12 after all. Was Nate willing to fight him in the final round? Nate observed him and sensed something unusual. This guy wasn't like the others. The Fung Academy students weren't ordinary. And now was the perfect time to test that theory. He then replied with a calm resolve, "Fine, let them fight." The crowd roared again, some jeering, calling the opposing academy shameful. Others warned Nate to stay alert. Misha had a rare talent that boosted spellcasting speed by 30%. His sister had already fallen victim to it. A man turned away and muttered that it would be a shame to miss such a show. Khalil turned toward the voice, hearing the final verdict being announced. He then raised his voice, declaring that since both parties had agreed, a double duel between Misha and Nick would now commence. Misha landed gracefully in the arena, stating that just one hit was all he needed. After that, the rest would fall into place. Carl raised his arm high and signaled the start of the match. Victor launched a quick, fierce punch at his opponent. Nate swiftly sidestepped the incoming blow. He countered with a strong uppercut that surged upward. Victor was sent soaring through the air. Suddenly, a dragon-like figure lunged at him mid-flight. Victor then crashed down hard onto the arena floor. Tola beamed with excitement, cheering, "That was lightning fast. Nate is incredible. Maybe the free-spirited path isn't so weak after all. Long live Nate!" Misha lifted his staff and prepared a gas bomb for launch. Nate's eyes shot open. He instantly realized he was in trouble. The blonde opponent smirked and taunted, asking if Nate had noticed too late. With that, he fired the canister. Nate raised his hands, beginning to channel a thunder bomb spell. He knew it normally required 5 seconds to cast, but he had refined it down to just 5. Still, that half-second delay was critical. It had taken him only 3 seconds to defeat Victor. Misha stared into the swirling dust, waiting for a sign. Nate emerged from the haze and calmly said that while Misha could shorten casting time, executing it within 3 seconds was a stretch. He might fool most people, but not him. Nate pointed directly at him and declared that Misha must have received a hidden reward. He had undergone a secret baptism in the hidden realm, and it explained everything. Misha stood stunned, thinking that his unbeatable technique had been exposed. He snapped, yelling that it was nonsense and demanded silence. A bystander chimed in, asking about this secret baptism. Another onlooker replied that not knowing about it was shameful. It was a rare perk, divided into 2 stages. The man unrolled a scroll, explaining that between levels 1 and 10, individuals can awaken talents and specializations. But from level 10 to 20, a secret baptism can grant rare bonuses. Producing another scroll, he remarked that there's no way Misha's team reached the hidden realm alone. They must have relied on their leader's assistance, an act strictly forbidden. The crowd erupted, shouting in outrage. That's why they're so overpowered. We demand an investigation into the Thank You Academy. Justice must be served. A man turned to his companion and asked if he'd noticed it too. Robert replied that if not for Nate, they would never have suspected a thing. Now that they knew, it was time to alert the governing association to begin an inquiry. Another voice accused the academy of resorting to defamation once they realized the enemy was too formidable. How had Nate been able to uncover Misha's abilities when no one else could? The crowd murmured in awe. Nate's insight clearly exceeded the ordinary. If they really thought about it, he was far beyond any regular third year. What a revelation! Nate looked up into the sky, reflecting on why fate had drawn so much attention toward him. The man, stunned, doubted a third-year student could reach level 17 so swiftly, suspecting they strayed from the right path. The protagonist confidently explained their deep understanding of all specializations, allowing them to identify flaws others missed. Initially skeptical, the man loudly dismissed the idea that an ordinary person could possess such insight. He scrutinized the protagonist, arguing that no student could master so many specializations due to the vast number of techniques and limited human capacity. Challenging the protagonist's boldness, the man proposed a test, starting with a discussion on the obscure Holy Messenger of the Blue Fist. Spectators gasped, noting the rarity of this specialization, convinced the protagonist, Nate, lacked knowledge of it. Greg, frustrated, silently admitted he himself only knew of this specialization from his youth, fearing Nate's exposure. Nate calmly detailed the Holy Messenger's mind control skill, including its mechanics, stats, and effects, surprising the crowd. Greg, shocked, realized he had underestimated Nate's knowledge. A girl pointed to Greg's stunned expression as proof of Nate's talent, while another spectator praised the elder's brilliance. Misha, unconvinced, suggested Nate's success was luck and challenged him with a question about the spellcaster's hidden characteristics. The audience roared, accusing Misha of deliberately trying to stump Nate with an obscure question only spellcasters would know. Nate confidently clarified that a spellcaster's ability to embody studied spells wasn't hidden, explaining the 5 elemental spell types and the power of gold-based Thunder Bomb. Misha, incredulous, demanded to know how Nate acquired such knowledge. Overwhelmed, Misha's legs gave out and he collapsed in disbelief. Charlie, disappointed, remarked that Misha misused his talent, signaling the event's conclusion and awaiting the results. Greg, regretful, admitted his student's failure, having hoped to guide him toward a bright future. The judge declared Jong City Academy's victory, stripping the opposing academy of its achievements. Nate stood triumphant in the arena, celebrated as the undefeated champion. A man formally awarded the sole quota to Nate from Jong City Academy. Nate, curious, inquired about the 10 universities controlling the secret kingdoms. Later, in the director's office, Nate reflected on his path. Flipping through a book, Nate questioned why none of the 10 universities, including Shenmue University, met his needs. He began speaking, revealing that there were hidden realms within the university. He questioned why it wasn't among the top 10 in the country. Charlie set his cup down, mentioning that it was a long story. 50 years ago, Shenmue University was home to many such secret realms, where everyone thrived, and the university was the top in the nation. He went on to explain that, over time, other universities started developing their own secret realms, becoming more advanced, and their students growing stronger. Then, he showed a map with marked points. noting that the secret realms at Shenmue had grown tougher compared to other institutions, making it increasingly difficult for students to progress. As the students walked across the campus, Charlie added that the difficulty led many to give up, and eventually, expulsions began. The protagonist, deep in thought while gazing at the book, realized that although this university wasn't ranked among the top 10, it still offered what he needed, and that didn't scare him. He suddenly spoke up, declaring that the academy could give his spot to someone else. He was determined to take the entrance exams himself and choose his own path. Charlie quickly responded, urging him to think carefully, explaining that such an opportunity only came once, and he shouldn't let it slip away. Robert extended his hand, confidently stating that he had his reasons for choosing this particular institution, and that no one had the right to question him. Nate held out the book, asking if the academy could provide the necessary documentation, and Robert assured him there wouldn't be any issues. Charlie, looking at him, asked what it was that he wanted. The other guy spoke up, noting that they had just received data on the beach area. He believed they could gain a better understanding of Nate's personality. He should take a look. He scrolled through the data on his tablet, thinking that it was hard to imagine which institution would actually choose him, before staring at the protagonist's profile in disbelief. Jiang City Academy, 3rd year? Impossible. And his combat power exceeds 12,000? The guy gasped, exclaiming that Nate was a demon. It made sense now. He had killed 22 rare bosses at level 15, along with 21 people. The gentleman added that he was certain Nate would achieve great success in the future. The country couldn't afford to miss out on such a genius. He pointed to the screen, urging everyone to take a closer look. Stephen then remarked that this was an unknown level of combat power. What exactly was it? He then turned to Nate, asking in surprise why he was with him. The guy asked, wondering aloud if people from the Demon University were present. Stephen entered the crowded reception area, where people immediately began moving toward him, shouting that he had come to ask for help. Stephen hunched down and overheard that his son had once been one of the best, but had mysteriously dropped to level 4. They believed Nate was behind it, and they demanded his data. Romeo smiled, saying it had been a long time since they'd last met. He had heard everything and thought this was a genuine request for Nate's data. Stephen extended his hand, suggesting that they needed to carefully consider the matter. From what he knew, Nate had no involvement in the incident, which had actually been caused by his own university. Thus, he couldn't provide the data they were requesting. Romeo then asked what would happen if they issued an instruction to release it. Stephen spoke up, confident in Nate's immense potential. He believed Nate was their hope for the future, and he couldn't let him fall prey to scoundrels. He vowed to protect him no matter what. The crowd watched in awe and fear, observing the two powerful warriors standing before them. Romeo laughed and declared that he had expected things to unfold this way. He had sought advice and received the instructions he needed. Stephen clenched his teeth, recognizing how slippery Romeo was. He had already betrayed the headquarters. Regardless, Stephen knew which side he was on. As everyone turned toward the screen, they heard a cheer. Long live the vice director. Even the headquarters was on his side. Success seemed inevitable. But then there was a sudden rejection. Romeo blinked in surprise, realizing his request had been denied. It seemed there was a powerful backer behind Stephen. Stephen stared ahead, pondering if the higher-ups were also trying to suppress the information. It wasn't just him who believed in this. Others must share his concerns. A grin spread across his face as he muttered to himself that Romeo was a tricky one. But he wasn't worried. He would work hard to help him overcome any obstacles. A woman spoke up, acknowledging her superiors and remarking that her children must have caused some trouble. They needed to be dealt with to avoid further complications. Oscar spoke, clearing up what seemed to be a misunderstanding. Since others had trusted Stephen, he'd allow him to greet Nate. With that, he exited the room. Stephen pulled out a card, commenting on how impressive it was. Not only was it a generous auction item, but the ability to exchange it for level 60 armor made it quite valuable. He stared ahead, thinking that Nate had already surpassed 90% of the country's population. He couldn't afford to let him down now. The sunlight streamed through the window. Robert spoke up, apologizing but saying they could only provide a third of what was requested. Charlie added that the demands were steep. If he wanted everything, he would likely find no university capable of teaching him. The protagonist, caught off guard, opened his mouth in surprise. He then lowered his head, expressing his gratitude. He remembered some other matters and said he needed to leave. Charlie extended his hand, sensing that the protagonist was planning something dangerous. He asked why he was leaving. Robert looked at the protagonist, warning him that if he had a plan, it was better to abandon it. They could settle things, but killing people wasn't an option. However, he asked what exactly he intended to do with the materials he requested. The protagonist grinned, revealing his intentions. He was going to create the strongest weapon ever made. In the office of the Thank You Academy, the director announced that they had received a message from the Education Bureau. He instructed them to read it. The director spoke, revealing that the Municipal Education Department had decided that Thank You Academy would have to return all honorary awards received in the past 3 years. A student named Misha would lose his academic status and be banned from participating in the university entrance exams for the next 5 years. Everyone at the table fell silent as they heard the consequences. All teachers involved in the incident would no longer be eligible for employment. As for Wong, preparations needed to be made, and further action would be taken by the Discipline Quality Committee. They spoke up, declaring that this was the end. The punishment would do irreparable damage to the academy, with the best students now suspended. Success was out of reach this year, and other students were considering transferring. Tony sighed and commented that hard times had come. He feared they were about to regress to square one. The man burst through the door, shouting for forgiveness. Things were in turmoil. Nate, the student, had arrived. The teacher stood up, shocked, and asked if they were talking about that student from the Young Academy. Why hadn't he left? What kind of punishment was this? The man clenched his fist, determined to go confront Nate and find out what brought him here. They looked at the grass and murmured that Nate looked like a monster. Yet he was strikingly handsome. Strong, handsome. He seemed like the ideal guy. It would be something if he decided to transfer. Tony spoke up, noting that as the director, it seemed Nate had come just to mock them. The protagonist smiled, correcting him. He wasn't here to mock anyone, but to start a battle for the secret kingdom. The director's eyes widened in disbelief. He asked if the student was joking. He was going to start a battle for the secret kingdom? The crowd leaned in, confused. What was a battle for the secret kingdom? Why was the director so shocked? They couldn't believe it. This was about determining who would control the secret kingdom. Nate then explained the concept of the battle, introducing the dark chains. He explained that if the academy controlled the secret kingdom, they would have complete control over it, earning various rewards. However, those not affiliated with the academy wouldn't gain anything unless someone managed to set a record. In that case, they would become the leader. A battle for the secret kingdom was a contest to see who would hold dominion over it. The man clenched his fist, shouting that a 17th-level student dared to challenge him. He should go back to his academy. He was unwelcome here. Nate grinned, taunting them by asking if they were really afraid of him, which was why they wouldn't dare challenge him. Tony raised his hand, asserting that they weren't afraid of him. He then asked what kind of bet Nate was offering. The protagonist extended his hand, replying that he needed about 20 materials. If he won, he would give Tony 5 of them. Tony scrutinized the paper, wondering why the student needed those materials. Was he really planning to create something? Tony then asked, "What if he loses?" Nate smiled, replying that if he lost, he would do whatever they asked of him. Tony turned to face him, agreeing to the terms and instructing him to come forward. Moments later, the crowd stood before the entrance to the secret kingdom. Tony gestured, explaining that their academy controlled the 4th level of the secret kingdom. If Nate could clear a level in 3 attempts and set a new record, he would immediately be crowned the winner. The protagonist stared at the available levels, deep in thought. The man scoffed, speculating that Nate would choose the easiest level, the Mind of the Dead. It was the recommended level for someone of his rank, and even at the easiest location, the record was a time of 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 21 seconds. He doubted Nate could handle it, considering the teacher had spent 2 months setting the current record. Everyone looked on in surprise when they heard Nate's choice. He had picked the Dark Abyss, the most difficult level. The man shouted in disbelief. Nate had completely lost his mind. He had chosen the hardest challenge. Tony warned that no one would take responsibility for Nate. The terrain was too treacherous, and setting a record with his skill level seemed nearly impossible. But Nate smiled, expressing quiet confidence in his abilities. Tony raised his hand and called for attention. "Get ready! Turn on all screens! Watch Nate carefully!" A man in the crowd yelled that their spirits were strong and unshakable. They needed to see Nate fail for themselves. That kind of spectacle would only boost their morale. Nate descended into the abyss. He surveyed his surroundings. As he walked, he recalled a past life. This dark abyss resembled a maze filled with monstrous creatures, especially fishermen. The other characters stared in awe at the monsters. Then their eyes turned to Nate. With a confident smile, Nate thought it was time to fish and launched into action. He struck rapidly, moving forward, until he impaled a monster. Watching from above, the students were impressed. One admitted he himself couldn't have handled those creatures, and doubted Nate could either. Nate ran toward a pond. Gazing into the distance, he identified the next challenge. If a whirlwind hit the local artifacts, tracking them down again would be hard. Thankfully, his specialization, freedom-loving, would help him manage. He stepped onto the water, and within seconds, dashed across the pond. A man watching the screen gasped. Who was this, Nate? He was making it look easy, though the piranhas had once tormented even the teacher. Tony asked how much time had passed. The teacher once needed 25 minutes for this trial. The reply came. Nate had only taken. Tony shouted in disbelief. Nate advanced, locking eyes with a slumbering monster. Suddenly, the lobster lord awoke. Nate extended his hand, thinking the boss's stats weren't too high. It shouldn't be a problem. A projectile shot toward the lobster's head. Nate analyzed his opponent, stating that the lobster lord Balshaw attacks up close, especially when provoked. A man pointed and shouted, Nate had walked into a trap. Another voice remarked that although Nate dealt impressive damage, he lacked real combat experience and might not pull through. He recalled how Nate had already made it through the abyss. It took the teacher several tries to do the same. The teacher had used the piranhas to distract enemies and completed the stage through evasion rather than direct combat. Tony heard that if Balshaw died, the piranhas would be unleashed. Nate could still be doomed. He might witness the legendary Nate being devoured. Nate charged at the monster, then slid under it, and delivered a powerful blow. Just as the monster collapsed into the water, Nate suddenly turned sharply. Rising to his feet, he shouted boldly that water was his element. Nothing here could stand against him. Calmly, Nate remarked that it all came down to whether he was brave enough to dive beneath the surface. Then, with precision, he struck the back of the boss's head. Blood rose, and the piranhas swarmed to the surface. Nate realized they were drawn by the scent. An attack was imminent. Omar, watching, squirmed and screamed in pain, unable to handle the intensity. Meanwhile, Nate squeezed a vial filled with an orange liquid and tossed it aside as Omar shouted in protest, vowing not to let this go unanswered. Nate stepped onto the fallen lobster's head, then leapt back, commenting that he was still a bit short of true growth. But he was getting there. Without hesitation, he sprinted into the next tunnel. Tony, astounded, blurted out in disbelief. How had Nate even come up with this approach? It made all the teacher's prior efforts seem irrelevant. What once looked like random action was actually strategic. He was just a student, so how did he think like this? Even the teacher had needed time to get through this path. Watching in amazement, Tony saw Nate continue forward, having somehow chosen the exact correct passage through the cave. Another man couldn't believe it. There were countless dead ends in that maze. The teacher had needed 20 tries to memorize it. Someone else guessed Nate might just have an exceptional sense of direction. Maybe he'd even been here before. Tony flew into a rage, cutting them off. No, this was Nate's first time here. The dark abyss was always under strict control. Why was it so hard to admit that someone might just be better than them? Looking down at the screen, Tony muttered. It looked like a mere high schooler was about to conquer their academy's dungeon. The students cheered. Nate was unbelievably fast. It hadn't even taken 2 hours to beat the boss. Once he passed this intermediate point, the final boss would be within reach. Either way, today they'd witness a new record. No one would ever top it. Nate reached a large doorway and noted that this must be the final stage. He approached the altar, recalling that whenever the braziers were lit at level 18, snakes would be summoned. Lighting all 4 would trigger the final boss. Given his current strength, he believed he could handle it. His eyes landed on the staff near the altar. Summoning a fireball, Nate was confident. This battle would be over quickly. Flames burst to life in all 4 braziers. The students watching gasped. Nate had triggered everything at once. He'd now face 16 level 18 monsters simultaneously. If he somehow survived this, they joked, they'd switch academies tomorrow. One man remarked that Nate had just taken on a massive burden, while another cynically added that his failure would actually benefit them. With arms crossed, Tony remained quiet but focused. He wanted to see what Nate would do next. Suddenly, snakes slithered out and surrounded Nate. Nate crouched and activated an ability, reducing the enemy's attack power while boosting his own defense for 30 seconds. Green beams emanated from him as the effect took hold. Then, without wasting a second, he leapt back, preparing for the onslaught. Nate pulled out a bomb launcher and fired without hesitation. A thunderous explosion followed. One of the observers shouted in awe. Nate's arsenal was too vast. His explosives not only reduced enemy attacks and bolstered his own defense, but napalm bombs also ignited enemies with precision. He pointed urgently at the screen. Nate raised his staff and cast a powerful spell, summoning a massive rock from above. It crashed down, followed by another explosion. A man clenched his fist in disbelief. This is insane. He's combining the skills of an ammunition expert and an elemental mentalist. Those are separate disciplines. Another added, the so-called free-spirited specialization clearly hides much more than we thought. Tony stood, voice shaking with emotion, shouting that Nate was a genius. His fusion of techniques and flawless execution left no doubt. The academy was being outclassed. Suddenly, the braziers roared to life. A massive serpent emerged, hissing, demanding to know who had dared to summon it. Nate calmly replied that it had been a while. Now was the time to test strength. Akmal roared in fury, vowing revenge for being summoned. The two clashed, dodging streams of venom and moving at lightning speed. Nate severed one of the snake's tails, recalling that the creature could resurrect. To stop it completely, he had to eliminate the other heads. Without hesitation, he charged straight into its gaping maw. He drove his weapon into one of the monster's heads. Then he grabbed onto another with determination. His eyes lit up with an idea. He'd use a grappling hook to lift himself closer. With swift strikes, he decapitated the remaining heads. Landing gracefully, Nate saw a glowing notification. A new record had been set. He eyed the message beside a treasure chest and commanded it to open. Smirking, he muttered that this was exactly what he came for. He was now one step closer to the ultimate weapon. The students erupted with cheers. Nate had broken the record in 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 32 seconds, nearly twice as fast as the previous best. They declared no one would touch that time for the next 1,000 years. The portal flared with blinding light. Tony, watching it all unfold, realized the truth. The dark abyss now belonged to Nate alone. Their belief in the permanence of their past achievements had cost them dearly. A decade of complacency had caught up to them. Nate stepped through the portal, calmly stating that he had fulfilled his side. It was time for the academy to honor its promise. The director extended a hand in acknowledgement, assuring him that their academy would stand by its word. Within a week, he'd receive everything he was promised. Nate nodded, then added with a sharp gaze, he wanted 3 of their secret kingdoms. Would they have the courage to wager them? Panic broke out among the men behind. They cried out that this was too much. Any further challenge, and they'd be left with nothing. Tony snapped back, outraged. Did they truly think they were that weak? By their own rules, they couldn't refuse a challenge for the kingdoms. He then looked directly at Nate and proposed a counter-offer. If Nate managed to win all 3 secret kingdoms, they would double the amount of promised resources. But there was one condition. Thank You Academy would merge with Jang Academy. Ralph silently stared at the glowing tablet in his hands. Stunned, someone commented with surprise that Thank You Academy had lost all its secret kingdoms, and realized too late that the whole thing had been a ploy to merge with Jang Academy. A student burst through the door in a panic, announcing that things had gone south. Nate had arrived. Ralph dismissed the commotion, asking why they were getting worked up over something so minor. But his assistant replied that everything had been prepared for Nate's arrival. The director peered out the window, reflecting on Nate's display at Fung Academy. He knew this student wasn't ordinary, and suspected Nate had his eyes on their secret kingdom next. Worse, they wouldn't legally be able to refuse his challenge. A grim smile spread across his face. He muttered that he would ensure Nate couldn't get through, no matter what it took. At that moment, Nate stood calmly at the gates of the academy. A fighter named Rocky pointed at him, boasting that he had reached level 22 and specialized as a kick gong master. He wanted a duel. Nate raised an eyebrow and asked whether Rocky truly believed he could stop him. A bystander, stunned, asked what was happening. A teacher challenging a student? That wasn't allowed. The rules were clear. A level 22 couldn't duel someone at level. It was unfair, even illegal. Another added bitterly that Rocky had really messed up this time. In the conference room, an elder snapped at others to search for Nate's weaknesses. Rocky yelled back that he didn't need their judgment. Nate should have chosen their academy in the first place. With a shout, Rocky launched forward, leading with a punch. Nate reacted instantly, blocking the blow with precision. He countered, sending Rocky flying. The teacher had only milliseconds to act, but Nate's defense had been flawless. No one had ever countered his moves that quickly. Nate leapt into the air and landed a crushing blow to Rocky's chest. Rocky was slammed into the ground and lost consciousness. Nate turned toward the next opponent calmly. Students watching from the window gasped and shouted. Nate wasn't here just to prove a point. He was launching an assault on the entire academy. If even a level 22 teacher couldn't stop him, who could? They wondered what would happen next. Nate asked loudly if they really thought they could deny him access to their secret kingdom. Would they try to take him on one by one? A blonde fighter clenched his fists and shouted back defiantly. Nate wasn't unbeatable. He would show his true power and claimed Nate must be exhausted by now. He couldn't possibly have enough strength left to face the secret kingdom's trials. Nate replied coldly. The sooner they finished, the better. The blonde's body began to glow with a brilliant blue aura, but it suddenly froze, trembling uncontrollably. Nate summoned a firearm to his hand, and without hesitation, fired. The blonde collapsed, crying out in disbelief. What kind of ability was that? Even the teacher couldn't defend against it. Where had Nate gotten such power? Nate turned to the rest and shouted for them to come forward. He wouldn't wait. Then the display screen shut off. In the control room, the director and others stood up in silence. Someone muttered that Nate didn't even take them seriously. But they wouldn't back down. Not against a mere student. Outside, Nate stood over his fallen opponent, unshaken and ready for whoever dared come next. Ralph glared at Nate, eyes full of tension. Nate calmly spoke, inviting the challengers to form a line if they'd come to face him. One warrior leapt forward, shouting that, as a level 27 fighter, he'd teach Nate a lesson. But before he could act, bullets ripped through the air and he collapsed to the ground. Nate casually slung his gun over his shoulder and called out for the next opponent. 3 more fighters stepped up, furious at Nate's arrogance. A level 30, a level 35, and even a level 38 warrior joined the fray. The sky burned orange with a dramatic sunset as the battle raged. When the dust settled, unconscious warriors surrounded Nate. He stood unshaken. Ralph clenched his jaw. There were no more teachers under level 38 available, and by academy rules, he couldn't stop Nate. Yet he also couldn't just let everything be taken. He considered facing Nate himself. His hand began to glow with energy, but a sudden wave of fear hit him. What exactly was Nate doing? Sweat formed on Ralph's brow. If he interfered now, it might cost him his life. He couldn't act. His position as director would be destroyed. Forcing a smile, Ralph acknowledged Nate's strength. Their academy had been caught off guard by someone exceptional. He extended a hand and welcomed Nate inside. News spread rapidly. A single student had swept through the 20 academies of Junk City. At Jiyoung Academy's conference room, one man addressed the council, noting that everyone had now seen the massive gap in strength, all thanks to Nate. Elsewhere, Nate stood tall before another crowd of enemies. Tony sat silently as a man announced a new proposal. They would grant Nate the title of honorary director. A flurry of debate erupted throughout the chamber. Rising from his seat, the man concluded that since there were no formal objections, they would wait for Nate's return before finalizing the decision. Robert looked around, puzzled. Where had Nate gone now? After making such waves, he'd vanished again. The scene shifted to the apocalyptic continent, where golden sunlight bathed the coast of Lotto. Nate was there, cutting down waves of monsters. A system notification appeared. Congratulations! Nate has reached level skill mastery has increased to level E. He reviewed the details of his upgraded passive, Machine Gun Elevator 3. When using any firearm, there was now a 30% chance to unleash 15 guaranteed hit bullets at once. Another passive unlocked. Clearing Shot. With a 10% chance to trigger a powerful ranged attack that affected everything within a 4-meter radius. Then came another message. Way of Skill. Elevator 3 activated. Upon attack, there was a 35% chance to trigger Wave Strike, delivering 5 consecutive blows with damage multiplied up to 16x. while granting half a second of invulnerability. Smiling, Nate tallied the gains. His passive abilities were evolving. The machine gun effect now had a higher trigger rate, added 5 more bullets, boosted damage by 50%, and extended the invulnerability window. Each upgrade opened more possibilities. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Nate realized just how much his power had grown. With his passive skills significantly enhanced, it was time to plan his next steps. Fortunately, he had already conquered all 20 academies in Junk City. Now, everything was in place to begin forging his ultimate weapons. Meanwhile, crowds bustled through the streets, unaware of what Nate was about to unleash next. Nate eyed the blacksmith and wondered if this was the place where he could learn weapon forging. The blacksmith coldly replied that training would cost 50 gold coins, use of the foundry another 100, and if Nate didn't have the money, he should leave. Holding out his hand, Nate questioned the steep price, pointing out that it used to be just 20 coins. Nate observed the man and concluded he didn't seem greedy, just someone who had poured all his resources into upgrading his foundry, likely obsessed with perfecting it. Without looking back, the blacksmith insisted the price had always been the same. Nate, unfazed, smirked and said it was a shame. The blacksmith would never get to see the blueprint he carried, one with remarkable potential. The blacksmith, suddenly intrigued, asked if the blueprint was truly that complex. He quickly followed after Nate, urging him to wait. Curious and a bit desperate, the blacksmith asked to at least take a look at the design. As he examined it, his face went blank with shock. He told Nate that if he gave him the blueprint, he'd gladly help with training, no charge. Enthralled, the blacksmith seized the drawing, declaring they could begin immediately and that no payment was necessary. Holding the forging manual in his hands, Nate received a message. He had successfully unlocked the forging skill, but could currently only craft low-grade items. To reach average quality, he'd need to accumulate 10,000 silver experience points. Sitting down with a sigh, the blacksmith admired the blueprint's brilliance. In 30 years of working with metal, he had never seen anything this advanced. Nate quietly thought to himself that he had personally refined the blueprint. It was designed to combine the properties of several weapons, something ordinary craftsmen wouldn't comprehend. Disappointed, he said that if the blacksmith couldn't understand it, there was no point in staying. Folding his arms, the blacksmith insisted that although he couldn't grasp it fully yet, he could understand the core mechanics. He pleaded to be part of the crafting process, offering to cover all costs, materials, and foundry use, free of charge. Surprised, Nate admitted he only had one piece of the rare material needed. If the attempt failed, it would take great effort to gather everything again. Smiling, he agreed, saying he had backup plans and wouldn't reject help. The story fast-forwards 2 hours. The blacksmith placed the newly crafted armor on the table, saying it was ready for inspection and that he'd put great effort into it. Nate examined a specially crafted glove. As he reviewed its stats, the armor emitted a soft pink mana glow. Nate was relieved. His judgment had been right. The craftsmanship was excellent. He checked his updated stats. With satisfaction, he saw a major jump in his combat power. He suspected no player had ever reached 16,000 combat experience before. Beaming with pride, the blacksmith asked if his work passed the test. Nate nodded, confirming the quality was excellent. It had met all expectations. Just then, another young man entered, announcing he had gathered the necessary materials and they could begin the next project. Glancing around, he asked if the blacksmith had stepped out. A new character, Drake, was introduced. He cheerfully presented Theodore, explaining that although he wasn't fond of people, he was still regarded as one of the finest craftsmen in the apocalypse. Drake emphasized that people paid generously for his expertise, and even he had his struggles. Drake was startled by loud voices coming from behind the wall and asked if someone was arguing about forging techniques in the back room. As he pulled aside the curtain, he overheard Nate questioning why Theodore couldn't distinguish between different forging methods. Standing over Theodore, Nate firmly pointed out that when selling liquid metal, its critical value had to exceed 25,000. Anything less would lead to serious issues. Drake was stunned to see someone lecturing the renowned forging master. Raising his hand, Drake called out to Theodore. Nate turned in surprise. He stared at Drake with an intense, almost manic expression. Caught off guard, Drake wondered why Nate was looking at him like that. He couldn't recall ever seeing such a gaze. Smiling, Nate admitted he hadn't expected to run into Drake there. In his mind, Nate recalled Drake wielding an enormous blade, The legendary swordsman of the apocalypse, who had reached level 98, seized control of an island and became famous worldwide. They had even become friends in real life, sharing endless conversations. Theodore glanced at Drake and asked if he had begged him to help forge a weapon. Nate pointed at Theodore, saying he remembered Theodore wasn't fully prepared and that he wanted to see how he handled the forging process first. Theodore, taken aback, asked if Nate was mocking him. Bowing his head, he admitted that Nate's skills far exceeded his own. He had no choice but to comply. Theodore began forging the weapon. The story moves forward 2 hours. Beaming with joy, Drake held up a finished sword, proud to have helped create a level 24 weapon. Standing before him, Theodore stated that few in the world could outmatch his forging ability. Drake tested the blade, remarking it felt like it had around 100 stat points with excellent speed. Still stunned, Drake turned to Nate and asked why he was helping him, cautioning that Nate wasn't someone to take lightly. Nate crossed his arms and replied that since Theodore had proven himself again, he could now focus on his own tasks. Sunlight bathed the forge in a warm glow. The scene shifted to nightfall. The windows of the forge glowed brightly in the darkness. A radiant stream of energy erupted from the weapon they were forging. Theodore, amazed, explained that such a golden glow often appeared when a weapon was completed, yet this one was only ranked 1, which made it all the more surprising. They closely inspected the unique, umbrella-shaped spear. Nate studied its stats in astonishment. As he held the spear above his head, he realized it had 25% more base damage than a similar weapon from his past life. No one would suspect a level 20 student to be walking around with a weapon boasting 150 base damage. Smiling, Nate casually said he would now switch to a machine gun. The spear immediately began to transform. Theodore was stunned, asking if this was really the weapon he had helped craft. Its design was far too refined. Nate now held the machine gun in his hands, then calmly gave the command to revert to spear form. Gripping the spear with both hands, Nate watched in awe as system messages confirmed he had obtained a top-tier class weapon, one whose attacks were now impossible to dodge. Since the weapon wasn't in an active state, its stats were reduced by 50%. To fully unlock its capabilities, Nate needed to lower a boss's health by at least 25%. The scene shifted to a murky, swamp-like area, part of a secret mid-tier realm. A crowd had gathered before a glowing pink portal, whispering among themselves. Some pointed out that teams included players at level 27 and 25, and questioned where a seemingly under-equipped level 22 kid like Nate even belonged. Standing quietly among them, Nate noted that about 10 minutes remained before the start. He reflected that events were unfolding just as they had in his previous life. Eyeing the blue portal, he reminded himself that he needed to stay ready for what was coming. He tapped a command, beginning the transformation of the Sphere of Nothingness. A system message appeared. The Sphere of Nothingness is a skill that allows you to launch an orb at an enemy, dealing continuous damage. The orb struck every half-second, delivering high impact and impressive speed. Holding the sphere, Nate thought it wasn't bad. After converting it into a passive skill, its stats improved significantly. During its cooldown, he could capitalize on a brief 3-second window to inflict bonus damage, and even stack 2 or 3 more passive skills during that interval. He accessed another projection and mentioned to himself that it was time to try something new, though he wasn't sure if it could be transformed. A new notification popped up, introducing the skill Dazzling Pattern, which replicated a powerful attack lasting 30 seconds. While active, it boosted physical and critical damage and reduced incoming magical damage by 10%. It also unlocked 7 additional attribute enhancements during its use. A vibrant pink sigil flared into view behind him as the system congratulated Nate on acquiring a dazzling pattern born from darkness. In combat, it would randomly enhance physical, critical, and elemental damage. Amazed, Nate thought he had picked the pattern mainly for its offensive boosts and compatibility with the Sphere of Nothingness. He hadn't expected it could also be transformed into a passive ability, making manual activation unnecessary. With a wild gleam in his eyes, he mused that if more skills could be converted like this, he would become unstoppable. He wondered whether he could one day wield 5 dazzling patterns simultaneously using just his spear. Around him, some people grumbled that Nate had the audacity to show up at level 20, seemingly trying to claim a share of something he didn't deserve. One man mocked Nate's free-spirited nature and doubted anyone would dare venture into the secret realm with him. But a girl quickly urged him to lower his voice, saying that Nate was no ordinary case. As murmurs continued, Drake appeared. People recognized him as a top-tier student from Lin Feng University, one of the 10 elite academies. At only level 28, he was already widely respected. Without a word, Drake moved calmly past the crowd. He stopped beside Nate and simply said, "Let's go." The crowd gasped in shock. Drake knew this so-called free spirit. They began calling Nate a god. Nate then unfolded a map and recalled that the swamp lay deep within the thorn-filled jungle in the northwest part of the novice zone. Unlike the school's secret realms, this one posed a far greater threat. Nearby was another dangerous realm known as the Island, designed specifically for level 40 players. A vivid image of a massive boar flashed through Nate's mind. He recalled an old legend linking the creation of these two secret realms to an ancient demigod and a divine beast. Naruto, an immortal, thorn-covered giant boar who once fought alongside his kin in the cataclysmic war against the Flaming Legion. Nate referenced the legendary Battle of Monsters, highlighting how his clash with the Abyssal Lord echoed across the entire apocalyptic continent. Though the beast perished, his blood, infused with violent, thorny energy, gave rise to countless new life forms, both animal and plant. The glowing red eyes of wild boars stood out in his memory. Over time, some of these beasts awakened spiritually, becoming faithful followers of Nero Kim. They now stand watch over the sacred realm, patiently awaiting their master's rebirth. Nate and Drake stepped through the portal into the thick primeval forest. As they moved deeper into the woods, Drake explained that the path would soon fork into two trails, each guarded by minor bosses. He offered to help deal with the mobs, but warned Nate to stay alert and prioritize his safety. Nate grinned and suggested they split up, each taking a path and racing to see who could defeat their boss first. Drake was caught off guard. He questioned whether Nate, despite being a free spirit, really thought he could beat a level 28 swordsman. He pointed out that the area was crawling with level 26 mobs that typically attacked in groups of 4 or more. Nate smirked and asked if Drake was the one who was scared. Drake covered his face in mock frustration and warned Nate not to blame him if he ended up dead. Choosing the left fork, Drake noted there were more monsters in that direction, making it his pick. As Nate darted down the opposite path, Drake called out, wondering why he chose that way. Frowning, Drake questioned whether Nate was a thrill seeker or just plain reckless. He then moved swiftly through the underbrush. A herd of wild boars blocked his way. Smiling confidently, Drake charged at them, thinking this wouldn't be too difficult. With a sweeping blow, he cleaved through the entire group. He leapt into the air, blade in hand. Drake unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the remaining monsters. With a determined look, he noted he'd already covered 2/3 of his route. Barely 10 minutes had passed. Meanwhile, Nate was racing forward at incredible speed. He sped through a massive crowd of boars without hesitation. His eyes gleamed with a bright pink glow. Gripping his spear tightly, Nate announced it was time to test his new weapon. He seamlessly transformed the spear into a machine gun. Nate began mowing down the boars with a hail of bullets. The creatures dropped one by one in a swift, brutal sequence. He calmly surveyed the fallen bodies. Examining the weapon, Nate noted that each shot unleashed around 50 bullets, with individual hits dealing up to 170 damage. All the effort he'd poured into its creation had paid off. Elsewhere, Drake decapitated a towering monster in a single decisive strike. The beast crashed to the ground. Smirking, Drake timed himself. 27 minutes. Not bad at all. He could feel how much stronger he'd become. The battle had proved it. As he turned to leave, Drake chuckled to himself, assuming Nate had probably been defeated, or worse. But as he exited the forest, he was stunned to see Nate already sitting calmly on a log, waiting for him. Shocked, Drake demanded to know how Nate had beaten him there. A faint smile appeared on Nate's face. Drake chuckled and said that, considering Nate's level, retreating was the most reasonable choice. As he began to walk away, he told Nate to rest for now, assuring him that he could handle things from here. While moving through the woods, Drake found it odd that there weren't any monsters on his path. Stopping in front of a heap of corpses, he questioned why all the creatures had been gathered and slain in one place. Sprinting past the bodies, he mentally tallied the number, already around 7. Stunned, Drake wondered how Nate had managed to eliminate so many monsters by himself, something even he couldn't pull off. Was this level 20 free spirit actually stronger than him? He paused and recalled there should have been about 27 elite wild boars. Even if they'd been defeated, where were their bodies? Just then, Nate appeared behind him and told him to look up. Surprised, Drake lifted his gaze. Dozens of corpses were hanging from tree branches, impaled on sharp spikes. Fear crept into Drake's voice. Nate had taken down all the level 27 boars alone. Dazed, he admitted he had underestimated Nate. The guy was incredibly powerful. He hesitantly asked if all this destruction was really Nate's doing. Nate responded modestly, saying it wasn't too difficult and Drake could have done it too. He just needed to use his skills wisely. Sitting casually on a stone, Nate asked if Drake had started to understand. Raising his hand, he motioned to move forward. In his mind, Nate declared that his plan to become the strongest future character had now officially begun. Drake continued battling waves of monsters. A boar suddenly appeared behind him. As he turned around, the creature collapsed, already dead. Nate stood nearby, holding his machine gun. Watching calmly, Nate noted that Drake's attack speed was slower than his, by exactly 0.2 of a second. More monsters surged toward Drake. He swung his blade, slicing through them with force. As he fought, Drake realized how far behind he still was. Witnessing Nate's cold, methodical efficiency was more shocking than his strength. A faint glow of purple mana surrounded Drake's body, but he knew his skills weren't enough. A powerful blow from a boar sent him flying. He crashed to the ground, hitting his head hard. Nate, smiling wryly, questioned whether this was truly the so-called genius swordsman of the last 13 years. Was Drake trying to entertain him with such a sloppy performance? Embarrassed, Drake admitted Nate was simply too strong. He had killed one boar and its sibling, but it took a long time, and he still couldn't compare. With a serious tone, Nate asked if Drake truly knew why he hadn't reached the top yet. Observing Drake's fighting style, Nate explained that as a warrior, he often ignored his own injuries, wrongly believing health wasn't important. This recklessness broke his rhythm and weakened his performance. As Drake was hurled toward a colossal monster, Nate emphasized that true strength came from precision, not speed. That's why Drake's strikes lacked the necessary impact. Standing over him, Nate urged Drake to reflect on this and hoped the lesson would serve him in the future. Rising to his feet, Drake began to speak about timing, attack sequences, and the importance of carefully calculating each move. With a proud smile, Nate remarked that Drake was finally beginning to resemble the version of him he once knew. He then asked if Drake truly aspired to become the #1 swordsman on the Apocalypse continent. Drake was taken aback by the unexpected compliment and challenge. Nate extended his hand, telling Drake that if he learned from him, success would surely follow. Drake grasped his hand firmly, declaring that he believed in Nate. Fueled by newfound determination, he charged forward, shouting that he would become the greatest swordsman of the Apocalypse and that no one could stop him. He ran straight into a group of monsters. Drake swiftly deflected the charging boar's attack. As another boar lunged at him, he calmly observed its weaknesses. 2 more monsters charged from the sides. Narrowing his eyes, Drake calculated the timing. He needed to wait just 0.2 of a second more. He burst forward like a whirlwind, slipping past the beasts. Drake unleashed a precise and powerful flurry of strikes. With satisfaction, he noted that this combat style demanded absolute control and forethought. Watching closely, Nate smiled. He was finally seeing the rise of the strongest swordsman of the Apocalypse. Excited, Drake ran over and shouted that Nate was incredible and would make a perfect teacher. But Nate gave the credit back, saying that Drake had reached this point through his own natural talent, and that the next lesson would be the final one. Eyeing the massive boar ahead, Nate explained that the beast, Kanga, was the Wild Boar clan's chief. It possessed 4 core abilities, but its support skills, purification, a 2-second buff, healing, and surveillance, were crucial to disrupt. Holding a fire staff, Nate told Drake the goal of this lesson. Interrupt the shamanic skills at all costs and leave the rest to him. The fight would be fast. No time to tire. A thunderous explosion erupted. Nate swapped to a combat spear and charged forward. He yelled that the boar's blood would make a perfect adornment for his spear. As he spun the spear, Nate analyzed the enemy. Calvin's chest had potent regeneration, making ranged attacks ineffective. Close combat was the only option. He drove the spear into the boar's abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound, flowing freely down the beast's flank. As it hit the ground, Nate observed that the spear was his ideal weapon right now, capable of delivering both physical and blinding dark damage. Roaring with fury, the wounded boar declared its intent to destroy him. Turning with a grin, Nate called out. It was Drake's turn now. Drake charged in, blade raised high. As he struck, a notification appeared. The boar's recovery ability had been interrupted. Drake burst out laughing with satisfaction. Suddenly, a green aura enveloped the beast. Stunned, Drake pointed and shouted. It had already been interrupted. How could it activate again? This was too much. Nate urged him to stay focused and not let the next opportunity slip by. The protagonist unleashed a relentless chain of attacks on the monster. Drake leapt into the air, blade held steady, and struck the monster, Shugang, head-on. The monster's head was severed and went flying. Drake noted with frustration that its grotesque regeneration was starting again, but his demonic skill hadn't yet finished cooling down. Gritting his teeth, Drake swung his blade and declared there was only one option. He unleashed a piercing strike on the creature. A system message appeared. Piercing strike. A ghost blade skill delivering multiple rapid horizontal and vertical slashes in one move. Can cause dizziness in weaker foes and increases damage to large enemies for 5 seconds. Holding 2 glowing orbs aloft, Nate commended Drake's progress and said he was finally getting it. But now it was time to witness a skill that reduced health directly. Nate launched a barrage of magical blasts at the enemy. The boar collapsed, crashing into the earth and raising a cloud of dust. The dying monster roared in defiance, crying out that he couldn't die yet. His master still needed him. Nate calmly raised his hand in front of his face. A dark sphere emerged and hovered ominously over the wounded boar. The sphere exploded with force behind it. Staring at the defeated beast's corpse, Drake cheered. This was amazing. The enemy was completely obliterated. Beaming with joy, he added that he was certain Nate would go far and attract even more students with time. Nate closed his eyes briefly, thinking that if he could reunite his former comrades soon, they'd be able to traverse the Apocalypse continent together once more. Drake suddenly pointed and asked Nate to look at the map. Studying it, Drake explained that their final destination was ahead, a zone guarded by 100 elite wild boars. Once they reached and cleared it, the mission would be complete. With hands on his hips, Drake noted proudly that they'd only been at it for 2 hours and 3 minutes. They might actually break the record. Smirking, Nate asked if Drake had the guts for something even more thrilling. Without warning, Nate shoved Drake off a cliff. At the bottom, a wild boar stood calmly inside a tent. Drake crashed directly into the tent. He landed on the unsuspecting boar, which squealed in agony. Terrified, the creature cried out, asking if Drake was there to rescue him. They grabbed the creature by the head. As it struggled free and fled, it pleaded for them to stop saying absurd things. While running from a massive horde of wild boars, Drake yelled that this was way too intense. He felt like he was about to die. Suddenly, an ice wall materialized between him and the charging beasts. Nate appeared, rushing to protect a goblin. He told Drake to leave the rest to him. Still stunned, Drake pointed out that there were at least 100 wild boars closing in. Despite the odds, Drake charged at them, shouting that he would sacrifice himself if needed to buy time. They continued running through the chaos. Suddenly, Drake came to a halt and turned around. Nate declared that this was the final moment. All the enemies of that race had gathered. He pulled out a massive gun. Nate fired the cannon and was launched into the air, soaring away. A system notification appeared. Cannon skill. Upon firing, propels the user a great distance. Can be used for quick movement or retreat. Drake took off running after him, shouting Nate's name. The goblin hesitantly asked if they had come to rescue him, and whether escape was even possible with such a massive herd of boars surrounding them. Nate gripped his staff tightly and, facing the charging beasts, demanded that they show him their strength. He began summoning a dense mass of dark energy. He launched a powerful void sphere, an orb of pure nothingness, at the approaching boars. Watching the explosion erupt, Drake was stunned by the sphere's intensity. It detonated violently for 4 seconds, and though its cooldown was now around 15 seconds, the impact was devastating. Streams of magic bullets zipped through the air in front of Nate. He fired them rapidly into the crowd of monsters. More void spheres formed before him. Nate calmly told Drake not to rush. This was only the beginning, and the full force of the spell had yet to be revealed. The void spheres slammed into the ground, unleashing a crushing, destructive blast. Alarmed, Drake shouted, asking where the 2 new void spheres had come from. With a wild glint in his eyes, Nate reflected that these spheres typically didn't last long, and most players could only summon 1. But after a passive skill activated, the void spell had changed. Now reusable, it had become an ideal ability. Looking satisfied, Nate invited Drake to follow him, promising more wonders ahead. A system message appeared, congratulating them on completing the mission. Their time was 2 hours and 14 minutes. Their average team level was 24, and they were ranked first. Other warriors looked up at the leaderboard and exclaimed in disbelief. They'd finished in just over 2 hours, a full 37 minutes ahead of the second-place team. Then again, they mused, what else could be expected from a god-tier player? Nate raised his umbrella and was met with a barrage of system notifications. He reached out and opened the treasure chest before him. Another notification appeared. Drake excitedly clenched a glowing orb and announced that he had received level 35 shoulder armor, then asked what Nate had gotten. His jaw dropped as he realized he had also received a second circle item in ghost form. Nate told him that if he chose to sell it, he shouldn't accept anything less than 50 million. A plant-like creature approached Nate, expressing heartfelt gratitude for saving him, and admitting he had unintentionally revealed their secrets. He handed over a piece of paper, explaining that it contained vital information. It needed to be buried at specific coordinates to verify his mission. As he vanished, he gave his thanks once more for their help. Leaning in, Drake whispered in awe. Was that really a legendary hidden quest? They were incredibly lucky. Nate explained that it only triggered if the goblin was rescued within 10 minutes, an impossible feat in a standard playthrough. He added that while the quest was valuable, their current levels weren't enough to continue it. It would be wiser to postpone the next stage of the challenge. Drake smiled, suggesting they start grinding quickly to prepare. Nate placed a firm hand on Drake's shoulder and said to wait. There was somewhere he needed to take him first. Above them, the sky shimmered through the canopy of leaves. A sudden explosion echoed from beneath a nearby slope. Drake, reacting swiftly, shattered a boulder with his sword. He shouted in confusion, surprised at how weak the wall had been, and demanded to know how Nate had discovered this hidden location. His expression turned to one of shock as his jaw dropped even further. Drake stared in awe at the glowing altar, remarking that he'd only ever seen such a thing in illustrated books. Legend said it could steal and transfer skills from other classes. He never imagined he'd find something like this, especially at just level. Nate closed his eyes and recalled that during a previous hidden quest, he'd been given a map, one that led directly to this place. Arms spread wide, Drake exclaimed that he was grateful Nate had shared such a valuable secret with him. Overcome with excitement, Drake threw his arms around Nate, shouting that he loved him. Nate, embarrassed, told him to calm down and focus on activating the altar. They needed to see what skills were available. Drake placed his hand on the altar, and his entire body began to glow. A moment later, he was engulfed in flames as the altar activated. Wide-eyed, Drake declared that he had acquired the warrior's outburst of rage, a powerful and ideal skill for a swordsman. He leapt back toward Nate, eager to see what skill his companion would receive. Nate looked up, thinking that while level 26 players were usually limited to one cross-class skill, he was curious what he could achieve. He reached out and touched the altar. With a serious expression, he muttered that this was it. In an instant, a flood of notifications appeared, offering him several skill choices. Focusing, Nate lifted his hand and chose Mad Warrior's Quantum Bomb. A message confirmed he had successfully learned the new ability. Staring at his own hand, Nate felt satisfied. For now, this was enough. He truly felt unstoppable. Suddenly, black smoke curled upward near a nearby building. Entering the fort, Nate heard someone ask why he had come. The blacksmith turned to face him, surprised that someone who had set a record had arrived. Nate requested to borrow the forge for a few days. He wanted to raise his forging skill to intermediate level. It was just part of an introductory course. The blacksmith's jaw dropped. Introductory course? Aren't you a third-year student? Counting on his fingers, the blacksmith pointed out that Nate had only 4 days. Wouldn't simple practice be more realistic? Exasperated, the blacksmith shouted that even with strong skills, reaching the intermediate level would require at least 10,000 experience points. Even 40 days might not be enough, let alone just 4. Nate glanced over the materials on the table and replied calmly that he understood the challenge. The blacksmith gawked at the pile. It contained rare cargo, blood-forged materials, and over 50 crafting stones. How in the world? Smiling, Nate said he had his own ways. Internally, he thought that while crafting stones dropped rarely, his critical hits and the void sphere had greatly boosted his efficiency. The blacksmith returned the smile, acknowledging that with so many stones, Nate could create extraordinary equipment. Light glowed from the house as they continued working. Watching Nate's skillful forging, the blacksmith jokingly asked if he was the reincarnation of a legendary blacksmith. Not only had he crafted the weapon's first component flawlessly, he was excelling with the rest as well. The blacksmith turned to Nate, impressed, and remarked that with how fast he learned, it was finally time to start teaching him seriously. 3 days later, the lights in the workshop window finally went out. Nate clutched a book in his hands as several system notifications flashed before him. The blacksmith exclaimed that Nate was a monster, in the best way. He stared at the equipment Nate had produced, shouting in disbelief that in just 3 days, he'd not only gained the full 10,000 experience points needed, but had also crafted 46 out of the possible 50 items. Wiping his brow, the blacksmith added that Nate was already 92% of the way to mastering intermediate-level forging. Even he, a veteran from the continent of the apocalypse, couldn't compare. Nate calmly placed the book on the shelf and said he was leaving it for the blacksmith. As for the price, it was entirely up to him. Extending his hand, Nate added that after he passed the entrance exam, he'd return without delay. Robert looked at Nate with surprise, noting that he really came back. He'd assumed Nate had forgotten all about the entrance exams. Nate glanced around and asked if they were trying to ambush him. Robert replied that everything would be explained in time, but first, they needed to discuss the exam. Robert looked to the side and explained that the exam would take place at the Central Sports Grounds in Han City, where over 400,000 students were participating. Yang City, being just one of 32 smaller cities in the province, wasn't a strong contender. Holding out his hand, Robert added that the secret realm used for the exam was calibrated to level. There would be 4 bosses total, and to pass, Nate needed to defeat at least 2. This realm was designed specifically for the entrance test. Only 1 attempt was allowed. Today's results would define his potential. Turning around, Robert added that Zhang Academy was especially tense today. Nate was their shining star, and they had a small surprise planned for him. Nate asked what kind of surprise. With a smile, Robert drew back the curtains. Nate looked out and saw a massive crowd. He heard voices cheering that next year they too would participate, and they would give it their all. The school director stepped forward and announced that before the third-year students headed off to take their entrance exams, there was one more important announcement. He pointed at Nate and declared that after much discussion, the faculty had unanimously agreed to name Nate as the honorary director of Zhang Academy. Without his achievements, the academy would not have gained such renown. Stunned, Nate pointed to himself and asked how an ordinary third-year student could possibly be made honorary director. The director reassured him not to feel awkward. He had earned it. And no matter what challenges lay ahead, the academy would always be his home. He could count on their support, always. Nate let out a deep breath, visibly moved. Then, clenching his fist to his chest, he shouted with conviction that he would never let Zhang Academy down. Robert gestured to the side, noting that since Nate had previously declined a special quota, the academy had reallocated it to a girl. Bella stepped forward, placing a hand gently on Nate's arm, and asked which of the top 10 universities he planned to attend. A boy suddenly hugged Nate and teased that Bella was too shy to admit it. But she had fallen for Nate and planned to transfer to whichever university he chose. Nate grabbed the guy by the ear and scolded him, saying that since he was now officially a writer, he'd better have read Nate's recommendations. The guy yelped that he had read everything, no need to worry. Someone nearby commented that Bella's beauty and Nate's strength made them the perfect couple. Nate then picked up his phone and asked who was calling. A voice responded. It was a member of the Standing Committee of the Tan High Association, requesting a meeting. The meeting was set for the day of the entrance exam, with buses already stationed near the arena. Chuck remarked that Bella was a great girl. Why wasn't Nate dating her already? Arms crossed, Nate thought silently that he hadn't even considered that. He was more focused on the mysterious committee member. He suspected it was the same old man from before. Narrowing his eyes, he admitted to himself that without the old man's help, he probably wouldn't have made it this far. When the bus stopped, the students noticed a commotion. Why had so many vehicles from Zhang Academy arrived? Peering out of the windows, a few students complained about Zhang Academy taking over the parking area. Wasn't this supposed to be the #1 academy in the province? Harry snapped at the group to quiet down, reminding them Zhang Academy hadn't even reported how many buses they'd bring, and that they were clearly overstepping by occupying others' parking spots. Pointing directly at them, he scolded that parking space allocations were based strictly on budget. Bobby chimed in, incredulous. How could a bunch of backwater students dare to challenge them? Tony stood silently, taken aback. Stephen stepped forward. calmly observing that the crowd seemed quite energetic, even this early in the morning. A man greeted them, extending his hand and explaining that he was there on official business and would notify management. Stephen declined. He had come on personal business. Then Stephen turned to Nate, offering a friendly handshake and asking how he was doing. Harry was shocked. A standing committee member came just to see a student. Jong Academy was supposed to be insignificant. Why would Stephen be interested in them? Then Stephen simply said they could see the reason for themselves, and that the parking spaces should be handed over to Jong Academy. Folding his arms with a smile, Stephen pointed at Nate and called him their hero. Truly outstanding. He then presented a box, explaining it was a gift from Demon University. Robert was stunned. Even the 10th-ranked university was sending Nate gifts? Nate smiled, asking them to thank the university on his behalf. Stephen laughed and said he surely must be proud, and yes, he would pass on Nate's gratitude. Watching from the side, Robert was astonished. Even a committee member knew Nate personally. Jong Academy's reputation would only rise from here. What other surprises did Nate have in store? Meanwhile, a group of scientists was monitoring the exam progress from the central control room. One of them commented that Hanwoo Academy had been humiliated publicly, yet they still acted as if they had something worth showing. Enough with the chatter. The real test was whether the candidates could pass. It was time to focus. Here was the ranking of the top 1,000 promising contenders. And with that, they turned their eyes to the leaderboard. Harry pointed at the screen and muttered that even among the top 300, many were likely to be dead weight moving forward. Then, the profile of a certain student appeared. Harry gaped. This guy was ranked second? Then who was in first place? At that moment, Nate's information appeared on the screen. Harry leapt from his seat, shouting in disbelief. Level 20 with an SS rating? Impossible. The room erupted in noise. People shouted in shock. What kind of monster was this? Native bear genetics? No student in the northern provinces had ever reached this level. His specialty was listed as freedom-loving. His talent was hidden. Had he never used it? Harry shook his head and said it made sense now why Nate didn't flaunt himself. He was probably just arrogant. Maybe he would even let them down. Meanwhile, warriors assembled in the arena. The host announced that the candidates should read the rules carefully. The entrance exam would be held in the Level 20 secret realm of No America. There would be 4 bosses in total, and at least 2 had to be defeated to pass. A bright flash of light signaled the beginning of the exam. Nate extended his hand and reflected that today's results would define his limits. This time, he had to show his true power. Cloaking himself, he silently vowed that strength was the only way to gain status. He couldn't afford another loss. He wouldn't seek help from the old man again. He had to be stronger. With eyes full of determination, he stepped forward. It was time to act. A vision of a man appeared before him, accompanied by an interface stating that he could upgrade the secret realm or the blue star system. But only one option was available. Nate reviewed the prompt, thankful that he had already upgraded all his core abilities in advance. He was ready to choose. He selected the basic graph upgrade, deciding it offered the most balanced advantage. A green seal was summoned, followed by a flood of system notifications. Suddenly, his rank shifted on the leaderboard. The crowd gasped. His stats had changed. Was this real? What was Nate hiding? He had become the first student in national history to receive an S grade. As Nate entered the exam zone, he saw robots and recalled that this was Morgan, the once great city of wonders, now overrun with radiation, monstrous machines, and mutated creatures. Staring into a massive crater, Nate heard the announcer explain that all candidates had been teleported to the entrance of Morgan's underground palace. The trial had officially begun. Looking ahead, Nate spotted the first boss. The stairs leading downward were swarming with mutant rats the size of wolves. He would need to clear them first. The rats launched themselves at him. Nate unfurled his umbrella weapon, thinking he couldn't waste time. He dove directly into the hole, flying downward. Upon landing, he noticed a strange, shimmering liquid pooling on the ground. Smirking, he recognized it. An old friend had returned. The sticky sludge monster opened its gaping maw and let out a roar. Nate summoned a machine gun, noting this version was far stronger than before. Its level had doubled, and it now had 500 more HP. But this time would be different. He had at least a 50% chance of winning. Without hesitation, he opened fire on the monster. A precise shot struck its head. One bullet was all it took. He had neutralized it in a single blow. In the assembly hall, Harry commented that the results looked promising, but nothing was final until someone completed the secret kingdom entirely. He turned to the screen and noted that only about a quarter of the participants were showing signs of real progress so far. Suddenly, he pointed and exclaimed in disbelief. Nate had already eliminated the sticky sludge monster. Everyone stared at the display in shock. Only a few minutes had passed since the exam started. How had he done it so quickly? Unfortunately, there was no replay function. It was too early to make conclusions. They would just have to keep watching. Meanwhile, Nate stood before a horde of robots. Observers shouted in amazement. Who would dare charge into that mechanical army? These robots weren't basic. They were rigged with explosives. Even at level 20, they doubted anyone could handle it. A man with glasses raised his hand and remarked that Nate really was an SS-ranked student. Clearly not just hype. His buffs were excellent. Nate began evading the explosions. The audience in the hall gasped. What kind of skill was this? Not a single bomb even grazed him. It was as if he could predict their movements. That must be the precision and foresight of an SS rank. Two observers speculated aloud that the second boss must be appearing soon. Nate had just escaped from 100 robots. Now wouldn't they swarm him from every direction? Robert leaned in, watching closely, wondering what Nate's next move would be. Nate dove into a pool of strange pink fluid. A gigantic spider-like robot emerged. The spider landed near him. Nate looked up, then leapt into action. He released an electric shock, stunning the spider robot. Bombs began raining down from above. Nate summoned his staff and declared that the real fight was about to begin. Darting to the side, he shouted that the operation had started, then struck the spider bot directly from behind. In response, all the surrounding robots collapsed, piling onto the spider robot. A deafening explosion shook the screen. Nate calmly walked forward into the next passageway. One of the observers cried out in awe. Nate had used only 2 relatively weak abilities, and yet he had taken down the boss and 100 mobs. A true genius, the first they had seen in a century. Finally, there was hope for their country. Harry raised his voice, calling for divine blessing and proposing they shift the primary screen feed to focus on Nate. The crowd agreed enthusiastically. They would assign the smaller monitors to other candidates. If anyone wanted to watch their students, they could use those. For now, all eyes should be on Nate. The bespectacled man silently fumed. This glory should have belonged to Hanyu Academy. Someone else had stolen the spotlight. Clenching his fist, he reminded himself that with the entire nation watching, there was no room for mistakes. The observers watched as Nate stepped out onto a platform guarded by a green robot. Nate stared ahead, thinking that defeating Morgan, the deadly machine before him, could earn him a place in any of the top 10 universities. As the massive robot turned to face him, Nate recalled why defeating Morgan was such a rare opportunity. The robot's core skill, aging energy, reset its energy every 5 seconds and inflicted 5% physical damage per cycle to any enemy within a 50-meter radius. Within a minute, most would lose over 60% of their health. Survival chances dropped fast. Calmly resting his hand on his elbow, Nate smirked. To him, Morgan was nothing more than a glitch in the system. He charged forward. Nate unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes and slid under the robot's body, swinging his weapon with force. He spun midair, blade in hand, attacking again. The spectators stared, baffled. Was Nate really ignoring everything they knew about the monster and still calling him a genius? The bespectacled man interjected. Look at Nate's status. He wasn't injured at all. Nate remained composed, saying nothing. Murmurs followed. It was true. The monster's deadly energy field had no effect on him. How? Harry narrowed his eyes. Could Nate really calculate and react in just 10 milliseconds? Nate gave a crooked grin, his gaze shifting. A voice echoed. What does it mean to be invincible? In certain conditions, when a unique skill activates, the user becomes briefly invulnerable. But the window is so short, most can't utilize it effectively. Nate, however, had mastered it. During those brief invincibility frames, he became immune to all damage. A bystander noted that every awakened had a specialization, and perhaps this rare talent was the reason Nate had chosen his path. One of his key abilities, Arc Strike, delivered powerful damage within a 3-meter radius. Nate launched another assault. A brilliant spark shot forward as he vaulted high into the air, drawing his blade. The hit only grazed Morgan, but it still deducted strength points. He shouted this was the real boost. He activated a 5-second power surge. His weapon transformed into a longsword. Observers gasped. That was no ordinary skill. It resembled a unique rank martial art. But how could someone at level 20 possess it? Maybe, someone whispered, he had been undercover all along. The crowd watched closely. Why were Morgan's attacks failing? One voice said he figured it out. Nate was exploiting momentary invincibility at exactly the right time. An old man closed his eyes. Judging by Nate's refined technique and uncanny anticipation, he believed the monster would fall in a single blow. Another added. It made sense. His SS rank wasn't just for show. With a wild glint in his eyes, Nate declared, "It was time to end this," he yelled, releasing a barrage of luminous energy waves toward Morgan. The blasts struck true. Morgan's power levels plummeted. Nate stood firm, eyes locked ahead. One man noted that this feat had taken just 24 minutes, where previous examinees took over 2.5 hours. Another said if Nate became a battle mage, he could accomplish greatness. The others agreed. With his instant invincibility skill and combat genius, Nate had an extraordinary future ahead. One of the observers furrowed his brow and remarked that things were shifting. Soon, a completely different combat style might rise in popularity. Perhaps the free-spirited specialization would gain prominence. The final mechanical boss now loomed ahead. His threat wasn't just his level, 24, but also his immense health pool, a staggering 6,000 points. What made him even more dangerous was his ability to endlessly summon reinforcements. The longer the fight dragged on, the more enemies appeared. Victory demanded hitting both the boss and his summoned monsters simultaneously. Even a brief lapse in focus meant being overwhelmed. That's why this stage was considered nearly impossible. But as Nate looked at the boss, he confidently declared that while others had failed, he was different. 2 minutes would be all he needed. A voice echoed, listing the waves of enemies being summoned. Elf warriors, counterattackers, magicians, puppeteers, self-detonators, crown cannons, trap hunters, and trackers. Colossal monsters began circling around Nate. He raised his weapon calmly as the voice announced even more powers at play: Blade Soul Mastery, Master of Destruction, Blessing of Light, Voice of the Heavenly Torturer, and the Avenger of Light. A man watching shouted in frustration, realizing Nate was summoning a massive army to block off incoming mobs before confronting the boss directly. But others pointed out that 2 minutes had already passed. Was this really part of his plan? Nate calmly changed his weapon to a machine gun and said, "All right, let's begin." Suddenly, a bright light ignited on the boss's control node. Explosions erupted all around the battlefield. Nate narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in them. The boss's energy was visibly dropping. His strength points were depleting rapidly. Nate shouted fiercely, "Bam!" A stunned voice blurted, "Wait, what just happened?" Meanwhile, Oscar from Honda Academy, who was currently in second place, covered his face with his hand. The voice acknowledged Oscar's strong performance. He had cleared his own trial in just 30 minutes. For a moment, it looked like he might take the championship. But the board lit up with a message congratulating Nate of Young Academy. He had officially passed the entrance exam and was crowned the champion of Hubei province, finishing in just 30 minutes. A new all-time record for an S-rank candidate. Oscar gasped in disbelief. How did he manage that? Fred from Hanoi Academy, ranked 6th, yelled that it had to be a joke. Hangul Academy had been defeated. He stood there stunned as a loud cry echoed through the room. A girl took aim and fired at her own monster, then glanced at the results board and declared to Nate that she'd give it everything she had to catch up to him. Chuck, grinning with pride, said Nate had just performed another miracle. Their academy was destined for fame now. In the crowd, a girl screamed, overwhelmed. Nate was amazing. She was in love. The audience buzzed with voices wondering if he had a girlfriend or how they could send him gifts. Not only was Nate powerful, he was charming too. A student approached the director with a grim update. Many fans of Nate were now requesting transfers to Young Academy. Ron swore under his breath. Then he rose, placed a hand on his chest, and declared, "May God bless our nation. That young man is a true divine messenger." A fleeting thought passed. Finally, someone worthy of recognition. Another observer nodded and said, Young Academy has finally put Hangul Academy in its place. Robert remarked that decisive moves, like trump cards, can completely change the outcome of a battle, though victory had taken them quite some time to achieve. The hero, smiling at the scoreboard, credited his win to a creature summoned just in time, though he admitted that such tactics are hard to repeat in real combat, as enhancements lose effectiveness over time. The scoreboard displayed a congratulatory message for passing the entrance exam, noting that his high score increased the value of his reward. He had earned 182,133 points in the secret realm and received a precious prize. The hero expressed surprise at the massive experience gained from the secret realm. For a level 20 trial to grant such treasure was unexpected. Perhaps the exam served a greater purpose. He was eager to discover more. The scoreboard celebrated his acquisition of the S-rank skill book, Basic Attack Speed, and Nate expressed joy at obtaining such a rare reward. Excited, he explained that due to his class restrictions, he could only access Academy-approved books. Getting an S-rank book so early was a huge bonus, and the attack speed boost helped counterbalance his low agility. He recalled the concept of the agility limit. As agility increases, its effect on attack speed diminishes, but thanks to the book's technique, he wouldn't suffer from that limitation. The scoreboard confirmed the gain, a 15% boost to attack speed. With this, his current attack speed was now 8%. Nate clenched his fist in triumph, proud that his attack speed now surpassed that of anyone else at his level, even some at level 1. Turning toward the monster, he noted there was still one last hidden reward to obtain. Holding a vial of holy water, he recalled that the boss could drop a special mask. After pouring the contents, the board announced that he had received the secret reward, the leprosy mask, which allowed him to change appearance, height, and weight, with a cooldown of 12 hours. A voice affirmed that all rewards were now collected, and the next phase, admission, awaited. A massive board broadcast congratulations on the hero's victory. The protagonist reappeared in a public square. Onlookers turned their attention to him. A voice greeted and congratulated him, announcing him as the year's champion. Someone in the crowd shouted that they always believed in him and that he truly earned this victory. Another voice proclaimed that he was a once-in-a-millennium talent, someone the nation needed. Yet another person declared that the country's future depended on him, that he should lead them to glory and overcome all challenges. The hero frowned, sensing that the government wanted to brand him as a patriotic figure. If monsters ever threatened the nation, it would be him on the front lines. Gritting his teeth, he thought grimly, "What a nightmare this is." He then asked that his teachers, who had trained him, be given the floor. People looked at him, questioning if he understood their expectations. The young man replied casually that he simply wished to meet the teammates who would stand beside him in future battles. Even though he knew the country would make decisions without consulting him, he still longed for like-minded allies on the battlefield. He added that since the teachers were so pleased with his victory, surely they'd be willing to support him in future battles, right? One man closed his eyes and chuckled, calling Nate a joker. He said their abilities couldn't compare to his. Another voice chimed in, agreeing. How could they possibly match someone like him? They were merely being polite, Nate responded, slightly amused. Noting how careless their words were, he challenged their reasoning, reminding them he was only a student, while they were level 30 and 40 instructors. Were they truly that weak? Or was there something more going on? Nate suggested that their behavior hinted at ulterior motives. The crowd reacted with outrage, accusing him of trying to manipulate them for his own gain, using them as pawns. They warned they'd report him, but another voice interjected, saying it was no longer necessary. They had heard enough. Then, a man named Harry raised his finger and declared that, as a representative of the education department, he would take action. All 6 teachers were dismissed. Their reputations would suffer, and their academies would be downgraded to 2 stars for the next 5 years. One of the teachers pleaded for another chance, admitting their mistake and begging for mercy, citing the many mouths they had to feed at home. The young man smiled, praising Nate for being not just talented, but also perceptive and sharp. Nate replied that he appreciated the compliment. The man turned to Harry, requesting a private meeting room to speak with Nate alone. Inside the conference room, the two sat across from each other. Steven sipped his drink and asked Nate if he was familiar with the top officials. The hero sensed the conversation was serious, though he was also curious about who Steven really was. Nate replied that he had met one individual, though he wasn't certain of his status. The encounter happened while fishing. Stephen was stunned. Fishing, of all things? Nate placed an item on the table, explaining that the man had given him a ring. Stephen leapt up in shock. It was a gift from the elder. Among the nation's leadership, only one person with that surname existed, a fourth-rank battle mage, level 75, standing at the peak of power. Stephen mused that, although the elder was immensely powerful, he was known for being eccentric and reclusive. How had an ordinary student like Nate earned his favor? After a pause, Stephen closed his eyes and decided there was no cause for concern. He told Nate that he couldn't reveal the elder's identity, but he could confirm that the man was the most powerful figure in the country. Stephen advised him to keep the ring close. It might prove invaluable one day. Meanwhile, the TV announced breaking news from Zhong City. The entrance exams had concluded, and a student from Zhong Academy had emerged as the overall champion, pushing the academy to second place in the province. The report continued, celebrating the joint victory of Zhong Academy's students and teachers. Representatives and faculty exchanged heartfelt congratulations. Outside Zhong Academy at the entrance, a student pointed in surprise, asking where all the cars had come from. Another responded that today was special. People were visiting to consider joining the academy. Only the top 300 students would qualify. A student pointed out that, judging by the logos on the vehicles, representatives from 16 of the top 30 universities in the nation had arrived, and even the fifth-ranked university was now here. Others replied that it made sense, as they were all here to meet the champion himself. Someone wondered aloud which university he would choose. Meanwhile, in the conference room, a man introduced himself as Robert and welcomed everyone on behalf of Zhong Academy. He explained that the large screen displayed the profiles of top students, and representatives could use the nearby panel to indicate their interest. Once chosen, he said, interviews would be arranged accordingly. A student exclaimed in disbelief at the protagonist's power level, over 20,000 units of combat power. Though he was a champion, the number still seemed unreal. Someone noted that he was stronger than half their academy combined. Another man, clearly impressed, remarked that he'd never seen anything like it. Frank, the director of Demon Academy, added that back when the boy was only in 10th grade, he could already rival half their students. That kind of spirit was exactly what they needed. Looking at the protagonist's photo, someone noted that even if they couldn't recruit him, they should at least clear up any past misunderstandings. His record was spotless. Edgar from Lantern Academy smiled to himself, recalling that Drake had specifically told him to pay attention to this student. Clearly, there was a reason for Drake's admiration. He had to secure this candidate. Half an hour later, Robert glanced at the board and said it was time to begin the selection process. In 5 minutes, students would be let in one by one for interviews. However, he acknowledged seriously that Nate's situation was exceptional. Everyone wanted a chance to speak with him, which was understandable. Still, he cautioned them not to fixate solely on Nate and urged them to begin. Voices rose in protest. Surely this had to be a joke? 16 schools vying for just one student? Some suggested they hold public negotiations. Others insisted that only they should have the right to recruit him. Perhaps the rest should withdraw. A voice from the Demon Academy declared their agreement. Frank smiled and said that a genius like Nate deserved such extraordinary treatment. Someone called out in surprise as another representative, this time from Lantern University, also voiced support for an open interview format. One voice questioned why only 2 top-tier universities were stepping forward so boldly. If the others backed down now, would they be able to handle the consequences? Another person added that, frankly, they also wanted a chance to see the SS-ranked candidate with a staggering 22,000 combat power. A new voice declared their agreement as well. Baking University would participate too. Just then, a staff member entered and informed Robert that the results were in 28 students had opted to join Zhong Academy, with the acceptance rate exceeding 60%. He handed Robert a slip confirming that Bella had been admitted to Baking University. Robert's eyes widened in amazement. How had their students grown so accomplished? It was astonishing. 4 had entered Lantern University, 6 into Demon Academy. Clearly, the competition to recruit top talent was intensifying. Gazing at the conference room, he remarked that all eyes were now on Nate. 16 universities were after him. But in the end, it was Nate's choice, and there was little he could do to influence it. As the boy stood in the center of the Great Hall, a voice declared that no matter which university he chose, his fame was now inevitable. The protagonist faced the crowd ready for what came next. Frank introduced himself as a representative of Demon Academy and admitted there had been a misunderstanding earlier. He hoped there were no hard feelings. Nate frowned, realizing this was the academy Romeo worked for. It seemed Demon Academy now wanted to bury the hatchet. Edgar bowed politely and introduced himself as a representative of Lantern University, adding that a friend of his, who spoke very highly of Nate, was currently studying there. Nate was surprised. He didn't recall anyone from Lantern being that close. Could that guy really have spoken on his behalf? A voice broke in, commenting that Frank and Edgar had certainly said enough. It was no wonder they were going all out. But the decision had to be based on more than just personal impressions or affiliations. The chairman of Oracle Academy sat silently at the table. Nate was stunned that even an institution like Oracle would lower itself to join the recruitment scramble. Someone cleared their throat and suggested they officially begin the meeting. The representative from King Academy noted that 16 academies were gathered here, all eager to recruit him. He asked Nate to explain why he had chosen the Free Spirit specialization. Nate answered firmly, to lead the apocalypse. His response was met with accusations of arrogance. Lawrence, a level 50 ice mage and representative from Bento Academy, remarked that such youthful idealism was bold, but Nate needed to be realistic. If he truly believed in his path, he should explain how he intended to lead in the apocalypse. Some quietly reflected that despite Nate's strength, the Free Spirit class had known limits, which made many hesitant to back him outright. Nate challenged them, asking if they genuinely believed free spirits were weak. If so, they could test that theory for themselves. One of the representatives laughed, impressed. Persistent and bold, excellent. He added that if Nate could defeat him, he would take back all his criticisms and show him full respect. With both sides in agreement, the man clapped his hands and announced the start of the duel. Lawrence stepped forward to face Nate. He stated he had limited his power to level 21. Just like Nate's, to ensure fairness and to prove that even at equal levels, experience and technique made the difference. Observers commented on Lawrence's impressive speed and skill. Some questioned whether he was going too far by targeting a student. Another replied that Nate had challenged him. Why not give him a proper lesson? Lawrence muttered, summoning a flurry of ice shards. Nate stared at him calmly and asked, "Is that all?" He set his weapon forward and said he'd now demonstrate what true speed looked like. Explosive shots burst through the air, flying straight at Lawrence. The bullets pierced into Lawrence, forcing him backward. Moments later, he crashed to the ground, defeated. Nate turned to face the audience and calmly asked, "Anyone else?" Shocked voices rose. "In just 1 second! That speed! Those were no ordinary bullets. That weapon must be custom-made. He really is a free spirit." Frank grinned, realizing this was what Mike and the others had meant. Another man frowned bitterly. Drake never said Nate was this powerful. This loss was devastating and humiliating. The academies began competing fiercely, offering lavish incentives. One promised multiple A-ranked skill books and 8 million coins as a scholarship. Lion University pledged 3 A-ranked skill books, free tuition, and a premium apartment in the capital center. Others raised the stakes, offering 10 A-ranked skill books and Riverview accommodations just for enrollment. Edgar shouted passionately, asserting that loyalty to Lion Academy would grant him full access to their library of A-ranked books. Someone chuckled, noting how ruthless Edgar was, offering their entire skill book archive. Frank exclaimed that these offers were getting too crafty. One of the organizers pointed out that Oracle Academy was the only one that hadn't spoken yet and invited their representative to state their offer, assuring him that any terms were acceptable, no matter how bold. The Oracle Academy representative addressed Nate and calmly said they would grant him access to a secret realm and support in developing his strength. Someone scoffed. Was that it? Another chimed in, saying he should have at least offered attribute bonuses. Secret realms were rare, but the offer seemed too modest in comparison. Nate smirked. Unlike the others, he didn't care much for skill books, but the Oracle Academy's secret realm was exactly what he needed. It was a valuable offer. He acknowledged that all academies were serious in their offers. But, he added, he had his own priorities and was ready to make his decision. The Oracle Academy representative quietly thought that their institution was nothing compared to the others. Nate announced his choice. It would be Oracle Academy. The representative jumped to his feet, stunned. Gasps echoed across the room. People were shocked. Someone shouted, questioning why the top champion of Hubei province would choose what was considered the weakest academy. Nate reassured Mr. Theodore not to worry and shifted the topic, asking how much equipment they had sold recently. Theodore closed his eyes and answered that it wasn't much. 46 pieces sold, earning 920 gold coins. Nate handed him a bag, and someone asked what he planned to do next, since there was still time. Nate replied that he intended to head toward Duolan and take care of some business on the way. Theodore noted that Duolan was about 3 days' travel and agreed that exploring the outside world now and then was worthwhile. The old man added that he might find something useful there, and handed Nate a mysterious item. As Nate walked down the street, he examined the token. He sensed that when Theodore gave it to him, there had been a subtle suspicion. This token clearly wasn't ordinary. He glanced at his balance. After leaving 120 gold coins with Theodore, he still had 933 gold coins remaining. Time to stock up on supplies. Just then, he remembered the map Romeo had given him. That could be useful on this journey. As he walked, a sudden scream rang out. Nate raised his hand and called forth a summoning. Behind him, a massive creature loomed. Before leaving the novice village, the hero had invested a significant amount of money to master essential life skills: pill gathering and refinement, mining, summoning, and leather crafting. For the past 8 days, he focused entirely on hunting and collecting materials. As a result, his experience in pill crafting, mining, and leather refinement had reached 90%. Holding a lion's pelt in his hands, he assessed his progress and concluded that by the time he reached Duanmu City, all his basic skills would likely reach mastery. Suddenly, Nate exclaimed that he recognized the sound. It was the cry of Maskis. Maskis was a rare elite boss in the post-apocalyptic world. Despite being only level 27, it boasted a staggering 8,000 HP. It was notoriously difficult for regular players to defeat. However, even a single successful hit could reward players with enough experience to jump straight to level. Nate muttered that he'd need some serious luck today. Someone nearby asked why Maskus was such a challenge. Another voice mentioned that someone was already fighting the monster. The boss monster stood before a lone girl. Her name was Lena, a melee mage at level. She had managed to land a few hits but realized she couldn't finish the fight. Her stamina was already depleted. She had no choice but to retreat. As she sprinted away, she screamed for the beast to stop chasing her. Suddenly, a voice commanded the monster to halt. A blinding light flared as Lena looked back. Explosive flashes shot toward the monster. Lena yelled to activate her meteor strike. Pink flashes rained down on the enemy. Nate observed her from afar. Despite being only level 24, her attack abilities were exceptional, even superior to his own in some ways. Impressive, but still not enough to defeat Maskis. The monster roared, unleashing shockwaves around her. Lena cursed in fear. Closing her eyes, she braced for the end, shouting that it was all over. A thunderous sound echoed across the field. Nate suddenly appeared in front of her, shielding her from the attack. He leapt into the air and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Double strike, command dance, sudden strike, and a final airborne blinding slash. Dust and debris erupted around him. His level surged too. Lena beamed and shouted in admiration. He was both strong and handsome. A system message appeared congratulating Nate. He had received a reward, the Staff of Continence. Staff of Continence, weapon type, two-handed staff. Plus an 11 spirit, dexterity, 100, 100, plus 11 constitution. Required level, effect, boosts damage and healing efficiency, reduces incoming damage by 50 points. Nate noted to himself that this staff was a rare, high-value weapon, an excellent tool for increasing ability ranks. Though it was designed for mages and not usable by him, it would fetch a good price. Another boy nearby asked what it was. Lena, still astonished, asked how someone at level 22 could unleash such power. Even her superior, at level 24, hadn't been able to kill Maskus. She wiped her eyes and confessed that she thought encountering a rare boss was her lucky break, but it turned out she couldn't handle it. Nate replied calmly that his talent granted him a naturally high attack speed. He estimated conservatively that his boost exceeded 38%. Lena was surprised. Her own SS-rank talent allowed for up to 40% attack speed. How did he know? Someone remarked that although her ability was still immature, her close combat technique and tactics were solid. She had potential but hadn't yet grasped the core of her powers. In shock, Lena asked if this free-spirited man truly understood the melee mage specialization. Nate simply shook his head. Nate turned away and began walking off. Lena called out for him to wait. Together, they had defeated several monsters in just a few seconds. Lena watched him in awe, thinking how incredible he was. He clearly understood mages inside and out. Just observing him had helped her grasp the emergence of new abilities. As Nate turned to leave again, he mentioned that Duanmu was just ahead and he needed to continue. Lena introduced herself and thanked him sincerely for the help. She stood with her head lowered, uncertain. There was a moment of awkward coughing. Frustrated, Lena crossed her arms and fidgeted irritably. She suddenly yelled that she hated. A red crescent moon had appeared in the sky. As the blood moon crossed the horizon, the city of Duanmu was plunged into crisis. A system alert warned monsters would descend in 5 minutes. Citizens were urged to take immediate defensive action. Lena groaned. Great, I thought today was finally going well. Now we've got monsters incoming too. Still, she added that doomsday wasn't here yet. There was time to fall back. Nate explained that monsters were usually categorized as small, medium, or large threats. Duanmu was just a small city, so there shouldn't be any high-level enemies. He suggested they look for a nearby hiding spot. Just then, Nate noticed a potential shelter. Without warning, he grabbed Lena's hand. Then, he hoisted her onto his back. "What do you think you're doing?" she yelled. He replied calmly, "Saving your life." Startled but trusting, Lena clung tightly to him. As he sprinted ahead, she yelled at him to mind where he was putting his hands. A wave of monsters charged straight toward them. Lena, still on his back, realized with surprise that he really was trying to save her. And strangely, it felt kind of nice. She offered to help, pointing out they'd defeat the monsters faster as a team. But Nate insisted she stay still. Her moving would just slow down his sword draw. Gritting her teeth, she muttered that he deserved a good punch. Nate sighed, wondering if she might actually be some kind of demon, and questioned how to deal with her. They came to a halt. Nate gestured toward a direction and told her to head there quickly. Lena hesitated, asking what he would do. He assured her he'd hold the monsters off and buy her time. She didn't need to worry. He'd be fine. Confused, Lena thought, what nonsense is this? How could a level 22 guy stop an entire wave of monsters? Is he really going to sacrifice himself for me? We barely even know each other. She suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Nate asked what she was doing. He urged her to run. But instead, Lena rushed straight toward him. Nate frowned. What is with her, he thought. If she keeps this up, we'll both die. His body trembled from exertion. He muttered that they had narrowly escaped. Lena, pressed against him, snapped that he should keep control of his lower body. She shouted at him to stop poking her. A cry rang out. Looking up at him, she said softly that once all of this was over, he was never to bring up this moment again. Nate simply agreed. Suddenly remembering, she said, surprised, that she still didn't even know his name. Nate introduced himself as Nate. Lena frowned, asking if he had been chasing her all this time. She narrowed her eyes and warned him. He had 3 seconds to explain himself. Nate closed his eyes, thinking Lena was a real menace with all her sudden questions. Still, he admitted. Yes, he had been watching her to observe her abilities. Smirking, Lena pressed him again for a clearer answer. Nate internally panicked. This girl's relentless, he thought. The monster was easier to handle than her questions. Just then, something startled them, and both Nate and Lena sprang into action. Nate landed back on solid ground. Looking over at Lena, he muttered they had finally escaped, then quickly told her not to look. She should turn around. Nate noticed, slightly confused and flustered, that her clothes had somehow been torn. Trying to be helpful, he offered to help her change. A notification popped up. Leather processing skill used successfully. Handing her a makeshift garment, Nate admitted his leather-working skills weren't great, but it was the best he could do for now. Lena took the cloth and warned him not to get any funny ideas or try to peek. Nate internally questioned what kind of person she thought he was. He stared at her, confused and taken aback. Nate clamped his hand over his mouth to stop himself from blurting something. Lena, visibly annoyed, accused him of doing all this on purpose. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on crafting basic clothing from animal hide. Nate defended himself, saying it really wasn't intentional, but then wondered. Why hadn't he just handed her his cape earlier? As she walked off, Lena muttered bitterly that men were the worst. Her mother had always told her there wasn't a single decent guy in the world, and she was clearly right. Nate thought to himself, poor guy. Her dad must have had it rough. Ahead, the city of Duanmu came into view. Looking toward it, Lena asked who was over there and what their next move should be now that they'd reached the city. Nate glanced sideways and said he needed to stop by the auction house. Lena stretched her hand toward it and asked about the auction. She offered to go with him. This part of town looked familiar. Nate agreed and said they'd go together. After all, he still owed her for the clothes. Lena asked if he meant it. When he confirmed, she eagerly told him to lead the way. Eyeing Nate skeptically, Lena pointed out that her clothes weren't cheap, and he didn't exactly look wealthy. She warned him not to bail on her. Smiling, Nate reassured her. Don't worry, I won't run. Pick whatever you like. They arrived at a tailor's shop. As they stepped inside, Lena looked around curiously. A staff member greeted them. The shopkeeper looked them over and immediately judged them. Great, she thought. Clearly broke. They'll just waste my time. Nate caught her expression and glared at her, annoyed. Meanwhile, Lena held up a dress and asked if it looked good on her. Nate replied honestly, it looked beautiful. The shopkeeper, standing nearby, warned them sternly to try things on carefully. The clothes were expensive. Any damage would require full compensation. Checking the price tag, Lena exclaimed. Shocked? It cost over 30 gold. Turning to Nate, she said she had nearly 150 gold now, but maybe they should just go to a cheaper place. Nate, however, insisted she get it. If she liked it, he would pay. He even asked if there was anything else she wanted. Both Lena and the shopkeeper looked at him in stunned silence. Lena hesitated, covering her face with her hand. But this is really expensive. Those are gold coins, not silver. Do you even realize that? Nate calmly replied, it's fine. Just pick whatever you like. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the heavy pouch full of gold. Smiling now, her tone instantly changed. Right this way. Let me show you our latest collection. An image of Lena trying on an outfit appeared. The shopkeeper explained both outfits would cost around 40 gold coins. As she packed them, she regretted not treating them better from the start. Maybe they would have bought even more. Nate took one of the garments in hand and said they shouldn't rush. He wanted to examine the quality first. After a closer look, he commented that the quality was lacking, especially considering the steep prices. They should have put in more effort. These pieces aren't worth what you're asking. Frowning, he added, what kind of craftsmanship is this supposed to be? Offended, the shopkeeper raised her hand and snapped back, nonsense. This store has been running for over 20 years. No customer has ever complained. Stop slandering us. Surprised, Nate said, in that case, call your boss. I'll gladly demonstrate how proper tailoring is done. Placing her hands on her hips, the woman replied firmly, I am the owner and the head tailor. What could you possibly teach me? Nate examined the clothing critically. This fabric is supposed to be 50% silk, 40% leather, and 10% wool. But the texture is off and the tailoring is uneven. The colors are dull. Tell me, do you honestly think this justifies the price you're asking? The woman was stunned. How could you possibly know all that? That's impossible. A nearby employee stared at Nate, wondering what kind of skills he had. Clearly, this man was no ordinary customer. The owner scowled inwardly. Damn, I'm dealing with a real expert. If word spreads, I'll lose everything. She quickly shifted gears. Please accept my apologies. I didn't realize your expertise. Yes, we may have let a few flawed items slip through. I hope you'll be discreet about this. I'm willing to offer compensation. Lena cut in, furious. But your employee was just glaring at us like we were beneath her. The shopkeeper turned and slapped the employee. How dare you treat customers like that? The employee stammered that it was a misunderstanding, but the owner shouted, Enough! You're fired. Get out. Effective immediately. Handing a box to Nate, she added, She's gone. I hope there are no hard feelings. Please, choose anything else you like from the store. And accept this gift as a small gesture of goodwill. Nate grinned. It's all good. I recently picked up some tailoring skills myself, so I understand how this works. Since you didn't intend to sell faulty items, we'll call it even. Lena raised her hand. Ooh, I want this one too, and that color. So pretty. I'm getting it. Watching her in horror, the owner thought, this girl's got no mercy. She's going to clear out my entire inventory. Lena stepped forward with a triumphant smile. 8 outfits, what a haul. By the way, what exactly did she give you? Nate chuckled. Looks like she threw in quite a bit. 300 gold, just to keep quiet. He thought to himself, with that, my total savings hit 1,070 gold coins. Not bad. I might actually be one of the richest men on the continent now. Pointing ahead, Lena reminded Nate that he was heading to the auction. She smiled and offered to lead the way. They arrived at the towering auction hall. Looking up in awe, Nate marveled that he might already be more impressive than he ever was in his past life. Lena chuckled and said it was nothing special, just a routine stop. But she admitted that she'd had the same reaction the first time she came here. As they climbed the stairs, Lena added confidently, "Let's go, I'll get us inside." At the reception desk, Lena placed her hand on the counter and asked when the auction would begin. Glancing at a ticket, the receptionist smiled and welcomed her as a VIP with a silver card. "The auction begins in 10 minutes. You're in luck. There's one luxury room left. I'll assign it to you now." Nate averted his gaze, thinking silently that he had suspected for a while that Lena wasn't just some ordinary girl. A silver card? Those were usually reserved for elders. Impressive. Better not to show all his cards just yet. Nate stepped forward, extending his hand. "You still have luxury rooms, right? We'd like to participate too." The man behind the counter looked apologetic. "I'm very sorry, but this honored guest just claimed the last one. She holds a silver tier VIP card." Nate casually tossed a different card on the table. "And yet you call that VIP? Take a closer look at this one's color." The man picked it up and his eyes widened. This is a gold card." Still holding the card, the man bowed slightly. "My apologies, I'll prepare a room for you immediately." But before he could leave, Lena snapped, clearly irritated. "You better." She grabbed Nate by the hand and pulled him along. Laughing, Nate said, "He had that coming." Lena smirked. "Yeah, he almost ruined all the fun." Lena glanced sideways at him. "We showed up, they said we'd get a room, and now this nonsense? Do they even think?" Nate reassured her. "It's fine, let's not waste energy. Let them stew." A regular guest room appeared before them. Lena sighed, clearly unimpressed. "Ugh, now the whole vibe's ruined." Facing her, Nate calmly said, "Relax, this is just the beginning." Lena raised an eyebrow. "Beginning of what? You don't know anything about these people. Or did you just make something up?" Nate coughed awkwardly and looked away. Pacing around the room, Nate shared his thoughts. "Based on what I've observed, one of them is a level 26 elementalist. With that clue, tracking them down shouldn't be difficult." Staring at the ground, Nate added, "Let's show them how different we really are." Gazing at the crystals in awe, Lena said, "These are incredible. I've never seen such high-grade ones before." On stage, a man introduced himself as the auctioneer and politely asked the guests to allow him to begin the event. A digital screen lit up. "Lot number 1, Lewis announced, is 10 roots of lengthy grass, an essential material for elementalist ascension. Starting bid, 2 gold coins, minimum increment, 20 silver." In VIP room 414, a man scoffed, "10 roots all at once, and at that price?" The bidding began. Guest number 233 offered 2 gold, 40 silver. Number 911 countered with 2 gold, 80 silver. And number 366 raised it to 3 gold coins. The auctioneer struck the gavel and congratulated bidder number 414 on acquiring 10 lengthy grass roots for 15 gold coins. Examining the bundle, the buyer remarked that it wasn't a bad deal, about 5 gold coins per root. After all, securing 10 at once under normal circumstances wasn't easy. Louis announced the next lot. Another batch of lengthy grass. This time, 46 roots at once. The crowd gasped in disbelief when he revealed the starting price was only 6 gold coins. With a minimum raise of 50 silver coins, people were shouting, how could 46 roots be starting cheaper than the previous 10? It was time to act fast. The bids escalated quickly. Number 103 offered 6 gold, number 422 went to 7, Loner 762 jumped to 25, and number 238 leapt to 50 gold coins. Tapping his bidding screen, Nate muttered that he would take this lot too. He wanted to see the shocked looks on their faces, but the auctioneer declared that this item was not available for his purchase. He should wait for the next lot. Nate, surprised, asked aloud, "What? Who's blocking me? Who dares?" A congratulatory announcement rang out for bidder number 782, who secured lot number 2 for 60 gold coins. Nate was fuming. How could someone snatch 46 roots so cheaply? Pointing at the pile of coins, Nate said he had figured it out. "They're in room 414, he claimed. The girl beside him asked, stunned how he knew that. Nate explained that when he sent the first batch of grass, it went to room. But now, with restrictions he had personally set, that same room was blocked from making the next purchase. This proved that Tyler, the elemental, was indeed in that room. Smiling in admiration, the girl exclaimed that Nate was too clever. So he had manipulated the restrictions on purpose. She was sure Tyler must be furious right now. Nate laughed and agreed. He would have loved to see Tyler's expression. Once again, the seller refused Tyler's bid, telling him to wait for the next item. Tyler exploded. It had failed again. Tyler shouted in rage, "What the hell do they want from me?" Glaring ahead, Tyler yelled for them to bring out the manager. He wanted to confront whoever dared to challenge him. His companions agreed, ready to support him. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced the final lot of the round, expressing excitement over showcasing such a unique item. Lot 108, he declared, is the Staff of Continence. It boosts spirit and constitution attributes and instantly reduces incoming damage by equipable at level 25 and above. Enough talk, let's begin. Starting bid, 100 gold coins. Minimum raise. The bidding erupted. 622 offered 110 gold, 521 raised to 120, 798 jumped to 130, and 5965 shocked the room by bidding 520 gold coins. Tyler clutched his face, overwhelmed. Damn it, this is a dream item. I have to win it. No one's going to stop me this time, right? But the system notified him. Participation prohibited. Apologies, but Mr. Tyler must raise his bid by no less than 100 gold coins. A voice echoed through the room. Who the hell could pull strings like that? Nate stepped forward and asked mockingly, "You expect me to pay 10 times more? Fine, I won't back down either." Tyler's eyes widened. He shouted, "Let them all see. I've got no problem throwing money around." And finally, the auctioneer declared, "Congratulations to bidder number 414 on purchasing the Staff of Continence for 840 gold coins." Lifting his head in disbelief, the guy muttered, "What the hell?" It actually worked. He hadn't expected to spend all his savings on a single weapon. Smirking, the protagonist reflected that, after calculating his trades and purchases, his net gain was 2,760 gold coins. Not a bad result. A man appeared at the door and announced himself as the auctioneer, saying someone was looking for the protagonist. The protagonist frowned, thinking that even though he had spent his own gold, there had been no better option. He had no regrets. Smiling, Nate said, "That's me, so what are you throwing at me?" The visitor confirmed that it was indeed him. Bursting with anger, the man yelled, "Do you even know who Mr. Tyler is?" and demanded how Nate dared to challenge him. Grinning confidently, Nate replied that he knew exactly who Tyler was, a hypocrite, and asked mockingly what other questions there could be. Tyler scowled in rage. Standing directly in front of Nate, he shouted, "You've got a death wish? Then let's fight!" Nate accepted calmly. All right. The protagonist stood focused, eyes locked ahead. Nate and Tyler faced off, the tension between them thick. Holding the Staff of Continence, Tyler warned, "You came for this? Then prepare for the biggest mistake of your life." A bystander commented that, yes, the staff was an epic weapon. But Nate was 4 levels below Tyler. Did he really think he could win? The runes meant little if the power gap was this wide. Flames burst from Tyler's staff as he declared he'd end this with his own hands. Nate smirked slightly, unfazed. In a flash, Nate appeared right behind Tyler, completely unexpected. With a swift motion, Nate swung his hand sharply. Tyler, real name Winston Payne, was in shock. How is this possible? Lightning crackled around him as he realized in panic he couldn't escape. Nate pulled the staff to the side with controlled precision. A flurry of blows followed. Quick, brutal, and relentless. Onlookers gasped. He could have finished this with one strike, so why the show? Was the staff just a decoy? That damage? Tyler won't recover anytime soon. Lena grinned proudly. That's the guy I like. He's the real deal. She figured Tyler wouldn't just lose his weapon, but might even drop back to level 4. The Staff of Continence had only one durability point left. It was on the verge of breaking. Extending his hand, Tyler screamed, "If you enjoy pain that much, fine. Take it to the end." Then came a blinding explosion. The staff shattered completely. Tyler screamed in anguish. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed through the area. Tyler lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. Nate calmly held out a VIP client card. Sitting before Tyler, Nate asked mockingly, "What do you see? Look closely. Look at the color." Still on the ground, Tyler squinted up. "What? What kind of card is that?" Face pressed to the floor in humiliation, Tyler whispered, "It's black." One of the bystanders looked stunned and asked in disbelief, "Wait, he holds a black card?" Another asked what tier that was, saying he'd never heard of it. A voice from behind clarified, "The black card ranked just below the red card." The stunned onlooker's eyes widened further. He suddenly recognized Nate as the provincial champion, nicknamed the Demonic Freedom Lover. With an SS rank potential, it wasn't surprising that Nate outperformed his opponent. He wasn't just stronger, his influence was unparalleled. He might be the most powerful figure in the nation. A girl angrily demanded why Nate hadn't shown his card earlier. Nate gently patted her head and apologized, explaining that he had baited Tyler deliberately. He asked her not to stay mad. Nate asked her what was wrong. She looked at him and said she needed to return home briefly. She asked if he'd miss her. Nate closed his eyes and assured her, "Of course I will." She kissed him on the cheek and promised not to be gone long. As she turned to go, she told him that her kiss was a reward and a reminder. He'd better not even think about other girls in her absence. Nate smirked to himself. Then a system message appeared, congratulating him on crafting a high-quality purification potion. He earned 100 herbalism XP and 80 bonus XP, 180 total, bringing his progress to 9,000 out of 10. Another message followed, congratulating him on a high-quality vitality potion, awarding him 200 base XP and 160 bonus XP, 360 total, pushing his progress to the 10,000 mark. The system prompted him to level up his alchemy. A notification confirmed that his potion-making skill had improved and asked him to proceed with leveling up. Holding a newly made potion, Nate thought aloud that thanks to the 80% experience boost, he had completed the beginner stage in just a day. Spending around 400 gold had definitely paid off. He'd used up all his previous potions while traveling, so now it was time to craft new ones. The scene shifted to Lake City, AI City. Nate noted it was a small town overrun by elite level 25 monsters. But as night fell, those monsters became 5 times stronger. With no other players around, he knew he'd have the hunting grounds all to himself. Lowering his head with a grim smile, Nate whispered to himself that the night of slaughter had officially begun. As a glow surrounded his staff, he activated multiple summoning spells. Elves, mages, puppets, all bound to his contracts. Staring out at the night-filled battlefield, Nate issued a single command to his summoned units. Their only task was to pull every monster they could into combat. The monsters suddenly began stampeding forward. They charged straight ahead without hesitation. Nate came to a sudden halt, glanced sideways and said they should regroup at the central square. That's where all the monsters would converge, and where he'd soon arrive as well. In that moment, monsters leapt out behind him, and one creature landed right at his back. Suddenly, a trap was sprung. A net dropped down onto the monsters. Activating his special running shoes, Nate realized he needed more speed. A message appeared. Accelerator potion successfully used. Speed increased by 80% for 1 minute. The creatures closed in, encircling the trapped monsters. The ensnared monsters writhed, caught securely in the net. Nate looked ahead and thought to himself, soon, all the enemies would be gathered here. He raised his hand and summoned an ice wall, blocking their path. Switching to his grappling hook, Nate remarked that it was time to begin his performance. With a snap of his fingers, he activated the quantum bomb. A system message explained, "Quantum bomb causes a 10-meter radius explosion, reducing both enemy health and equipment durability. Bomb placement is mobile for 20 seconds. Blue lightning erupted across the battlefield. The monsters were blasted to the ground. Nate glanced away and muttered, "Not bad. That quantum bomb's a serious piece of destruction." Once it reaches level 30, it'll become even deadlier. Clenching his fist in satisfaction, he said this was a powerful skill, and it had just leveled up too. As the creatures began to get back up, Nate declared it was time to begin the real fight now that everyone was in place. He raised his hand once more, triggered his level up, and sat on a rooftop reviewing his progress. Checking his stats, Nate noted that he had reached level 25. Remarkable progress for a single evening. His profile read, Name, Nate, art race, human, level 25, strength 79, agility 107, spirit 31, constitution 25, defense 260, attack, bonus 30%, critical hit, bonus 29%, special talent, SS rank, 3rd level wave cut, combat power 2024, unallocated points, 0, gold 2150, silver 52, bronze star coins 600. Primary enhancement, bonus, active. Crouching thoughtfully, Nate noted that with gear bonuses, his strength was nearly equal to his agility. By level 30, he planned to double most of his stats. Jumping down, he reminded himself that in 4 days he'd need to report in. He had to keep training. At a leather workshop in Lake City, a message popped up. Congratulations, you've crafted an exquisite wolfskin hat. 100 XP. Total, 10,010. A system alert informed him that he had completed the beginner stage in leather crafting and could now move on to intermediate. Nate looked up, exhausted from 3 days of work but satisfied. He'd gained a lot of experience. If not for tomorrow's lesson, he'd finally rest. A girl smirked and handed him a book, saying, Here's your intermediate leatherworking guide. A nearby man looked at Nate with admiration and said, You've progressed incredibly fast, especially for someone so young. That's some serious skill. Murmurs rose from the crowd. Wasn't that the head of the Doom Lake City Association? And beside him, wasn't that this year's Northern Province champion? Incredible. Not only a combat prodigy, but also someone rapidly mastering multiple skills. Turning around, Nate politely asked who the man was. The man extended his hand and introduced himself as Harvey, head of the Doom Lake City Association. He had heard of Nate's talents and wished to invite him to join their ranks. Nate closed his eyes and replied calmly that he wasn't interested. But Harvey urged him not to dismiss the offer so quickly. It wasn't just an invitation to join, but a proposal for the prestigious position of permanent member of parliament. The onlookers reacted in shock. Becoming a permanent MP placed one just below the elders and the head. The role came with major perks, like a 15% discount in all stores, which would save him a fortune. Glancing aside, Nate reflected that in his past life, he never had a chance like this. Maybe this time, he shouldn't let it slip away. Still, he turned back and once again politely declined. Harvey raised a hand, asking if Nate fully understood what an MP's role entailed. Before he could finish, Nate cut him off, confirming that he did. Nate added that Parliament likely had enough members already. The crowd gasped. Wasn't Nate being a bit arrogant? Harvey frowned. With Nate's 2 advanced skills, this was the highest offer he could extend, but clearly, nothing more could be done. Covering his face in frustration, Harvey thought maybe he had misjudged. Nate was reaching too high, always aiming for the stars. Just then, someone interjected. Who said Nate only had 2 developed skills? Harvey turned sharply, asking what he meant. The man declared loudly that if Nate had developed 3 skills, he would personally appoint him as an elder and give him a 20% lifetime discount in all stores. Nate checked his menu and thought this wasn't a bad turn of events at all. He didn't expect his progress to cause such a stir. The crowd stared in awe. His mid-tier skill book was completed. He'd genuinely mastered it. Even Harvey was stunned. How was this possible? Not even he had done that. Where did Nate get the stamina and focus? Approaching him, Harvey suggested they talk more. He had never imagined a youth could surpass him in skill progression. It was almost embarrassing. Pointing ahead, Harvey mentioned the association building. He would prepare a badge for Nate and ensure discounts in all partner stores going forward. Nate turned to him and casually asked about his association's relationship with the Blacksmith Guild. Harvey's face tightened. He explained that they had no formal ties. The Blacksmith Guild was notoriously selective, and without their own forging master, the Doom Association couldn't match up. Nate rubbed his face and muttered, "That explains it." Harvey, meanwhile, wondered if there was some way Nate could assist them. The scene shifted to the main association headquarters, where a meeting room came into view. One of the members welcomed Harvey and asked if the young man with him was a relative. Harvey stepped forward and announced to those present that this was no ordinary guest. This was the top scorer of this year's entrance exams. From this day on, he would serve as an elder. A man seated at the table looked up, visibly stunned. One man looked away and muttered that no matter how talented Nate was, this was excessive. Another added that their association was known for its strict selection. Making him an elder would turn them into a laughingstock across the city. Smirking, Nate remarked it was no wonder the Forging Association didn't want to collaborate with them. He asked if his credentials weren't good enough for their standards. Evan, frowning, told Nate he should know his place. If Nate passed their test, Evan would admit his mistake, but if he failed, he'd better leave quietly. Nate agreed confidently and asked if they wanted to make a proper bet on it. The man turned and nodded. If Nate could pass the test, he'd receive a generous reward. Facing them directly, Nate agreed to the deal and casually listed his skills: herbalism, harvesting, forging, and 6 leatherworking techniques. He added, frowning, that he had already advanced all of those skills to the intermediate level. One of the men exclaimed in disbelief, "Was he serious?" Frowning, another demanded to know why Nate hadn't mentioned this sooner. Harvey quietly said he wanted Nate to speak for himself. The conference room fell silent. Nate raised his hand and broke the silence, asking what was wrong. Time was ticking. Shouldn't they get started? He proposed the 7-duel format, where one must win several consecutive trials. Looking aside, Harvey agreed. It was efficient and wouldn't cause complications. They should start with the written exam. One examiner looked at Nate and said they'd begin with theory. What's the difference between soft and hard iron? Can one identify leather by examining its cut? What does he know about industrial gases? Let him explain. Nate casually scratched the back of his head and muttered, "That's it?" One of the men sighed and covered his face, disappointed by the simplicity of the questions. Another observer whispered that Nate was a genius. Reaching beneath his robe, the man admitted that a promise was a promise. Holding out a glowing orb, he asked, "Wasn't this the fruit of skill mastery, worth 1,000 gold coins? Why give it away?" Bowing. Nate cheerfully accepted it and thanked them for the rare gift. With a grin, he said he hadn't expected such generosity. The others watched him in silence, stunned. Later, Nate walked through a forest path. A cross necklace swung at his chest as he thought about the reward he'd earned from the elder, poisonous vine tiger skin. Smiling, Nate mused that today's gains were truly valuable. These materials would help with his next evolution. Standing at a portal, a knight reminded him that classes began the day after tomorrow. It was time to move quickly. It was recorded that Nate had received the Elder's Token from the Duelist City Association, granting him the ability to advance one skill to level 2. He chose potion making, converting it into a passive skill. All his passive skills were now at level 4. One such skill, Gatling Gun, level Y. With it, any firearm he used now had a 35% damage boost and a chance to fire 15 bullets simultaneously, with guaranteed accuracy. The knockdown skill at level 4 had a 20% chance to spread its effect within 5 meters, with an additional 5% chance to increase that radius by 1 more meter. Wave at level 4 could trigger a 35% chance of releasing an energy wave upon direct attack, doubling damage and granting half a second of invulnerability. All stats increased by 10%, and effect durations extended by 1/10 of a second. Weapon change at level 4 drastically reduced the weapon switching time by 60%, with a 10% reduction in cooldowns. The Ball of Nothingness spell had a 20% chance to cause continuous dark element damage over 5 seconds, with attacks occurring every 3 seconds. Though its speed was only 5 ms, its high penetration was deadly. Probability and duration bonuses added 5% and 1 second respectively. Blinding Pattern. At level 4, increased attributes by 10 points for 3 minutes, plus an additional 1 minute duration and 1 extra attribute point. The critical damage skill increased critical hit chance to 24%, while original speed boosted movement speed by 18%. Grinning, Nate noted that his system had leveled up again. He proudly acknowledged further skill development. The interface displayed, Condition, may ascend to human-level attributes, Strength, 79, Agility, 107, Spirit, 31, Constitution, 25, Defense, 260, Critical, hit rate, 8%, Critical damage, 6%, Special talent, Wave Cut, SS-rank, Level combat power, 26, Unallocated points, Coins, 1,520, Gold, 52, Silver, 14, Bronze Star, Coins, 600 million. Bonus, Primary Enhancement. Folding his arms, Nate commented that the enhancement was solid, though it was still too soon to evolve his new abilities. Looking downward, he reflected that pushing skill progression too quickly might backfire. Reaching out toward the portal, he decided it was time to return. Back at the Academy Stadium, people had gathered. Surveying the crowd of students, Nate wondered aloud why it was so packed. Wasn't it supposed to be vacation? A student spotted him and excitedly pointed him out. It was Nate. A girl gushed over how handsome he was, calling him her idol and begging for an autograph. Suddenly, students turned and shouted with excitement about the arrival of the class monitor. Nate peeked out from behind some bushes, amused. A man behind him remarked that Nate had finally returned. Nate turned and asked why the crowd was so large. It looked unusually lively. Laughing, Robert explained that these were new applicants. Word had spread that Nate studied here, and because of him, the Academy's enrollment was surpassing even that of prestigious Hamel University. Walking up, the man said they had a gift for him. Suddenly, confetti burst into the air in celebration. Nate made a bemused expression. Robert extended his hand, admitting it might seem outdated to the younger generation, but they had given it their all. They simply wanted to bless his journey and send him off warmly. Smiling, Nate appreciated the gesture and encouraged them to keep up the good work. Handing over Nate's ID, the man said he knew Nate was headed to the capital and, since he had no residence there, they had bought him a property worth $20 million as a gift. Along with that, the man handed over boarding passes, explaining they had also bought all possible ticket options, unsure of Nate's exact return time. Holding the documents, the protagonist expressed his sincere gratitude. Clenching his fist with determination, the man said it was getting late and urged him to return soon. If trouble arose, Young University would always support Boeing. The protagonist thanked him for the concern and promised to protect his reputation. As he turned to leave, he assured them that he would visit again upon his return. The impressive entrance to Oracle Academy came into view. A girl, stretching out her hand, asked incredulously what exactly he was doing here. As he approached, voices buzzed with excitement about how powerful and cool he looked, like a celebrity. They hurried to access his profile. Surprised, the protagonist overheard the curators discussing that he must be a freshman. They suggested he add them as friends, saying they'd always be available for calls or messages. Calmly, he said he had another purpose and asked them to direct him to the main building. One of the girls took his hand, saying they would escort him personally. With a smirk, she offered to give him a tour, mentioning how vast Oracle Academy was and that he'd need time to adjust. Another girl, looking ahead with irritation, muttered that the first was overstepping. Who asked her to show off or act so familiar? It was annoying how she had claimed such a handsome guy for herself. Walking near the shoreline, Lucy told him they were almost there. Once he reached level 30 and completed his third transformation, he could officially pursue higher education. But earning grades here wouldn't be easy. She explained the class divisions. The first class ranged from levels 15 to 20, the second from 26 to 28. The third was for level. By senior year, students were expected to reach level 30. Otherwise, advancement wouldn't be possible. Stopping at a machine, she instructed him to insert his ID card for the system to retrieve his data. The protagonist did as told and inserted his card. Lucy was stunned as the machine confirmed his identity. A first-year student at Oracle Academy, named Nita, level 25, champion of the Northern Province. He had earned a spring rank and was assigned a luxurious private room in Dormitory District 7. Room, she asked in disbelief. Was he really already level 25? From the crowd, someone shouted that a level 25 freshman was unheard of. They suspected something was off and warned that the entrance exams were tomorrow. If he was caught cheating, he was finished. Grinning, the girl asked if he was really the champion. No wonder he had an SS rank. That meant he'd be placed in one of the elite dorms. Only 9 such rooms existed. She offered to take him there. Smiling, the protagonist declined her offer politely. A man nearby bent down and asked his name. Sensing suspicion, the protagonist replied simply, "Nate." Waving him off, the man said he was free to go, though Nate found the guy somewhat strange. Grinning to himself, the sage thought Nate was indeed an intriguing number one. As the girl extended her hand during training, she asked about the pills. The man responded that the student had just left. At the academy gates, word spread that the entrance exams were about to start. Stress was once again unsure if he could pass. Both he and the Secret Kingdom hoped to qualify for a better dormitory. They decided to give it their best shot. Together. Smiling, a man commented that the competition this year would be fierce. He asked if Nate would take the championship again, just like he had in his province. Clenching his fist, the young man remarked that even their academy had tried to recruit Nate. Clearly, he was no ordinary candidate. He was a high-level professional. With a smirk, the man added that they couldn't ignore Nate. It was said his stats were off the charts in every category, a truly elite contender. The man glanced away awkwardly, just as someone approached from behind the main character. The newcomer introduced himself as Chris, the champion from Hubei province, and challenged him with a smirk. Let's see who's really better. The main character turned, surprised, and noted that they clearly hadn't met before. Chris smiled, promising that they soon would, once they were both inside the secret kingdom. He added smugly that he'd show him where the crayfish hibernate. The protagonist, staring ahead, replied that it all sounded boring and wondered aloud if they could really handle what lay ahead. Turning to Chris, he repeated, unimpressed, how dull it all seemed. Chris asked, "What?" and warned him to calm down. With a frown, the protagonist muttered, "Fine, let's move on." He entered the secret kingdom through the Death Monastery. The area opened into an expansive zone, a cemetery, a library, labeled as level. Due to his specialization being classified, the difficulty was at its peak. He soon unlocked a new zone, the Arsenal Church at level. The challenge was immense. As he stepped into the cemetery, the hero recalled a key trait of his own, a deep love of freedom. Today, he unlocked the level 3040 zone map. It was intriguing. Looking over the nearby monsters, he assessed that the first two zones weren't especially hard, so he decided to bypass them. A large crowd had gathered in line, watching intently. One man mentioned that today, first-year students were taking on the Death Monastery. "Will they make it?" he asked. Another replied, "Some won't. The final boss is on level. Let's see how their stats hold up." The protagonist's card appeared. Specialization level 23, 40% total progress. He cleared the cemetery in 4 minutes and 13 seconds, earning second place. With a grin, a man remarked that he expected nothing less from the champion. He predicted the hero would clear the secret kingdom in just 2 hours, until someone pointed out he wasn't in first place. Wait, really? Then came the update. Nate had already completed the zone in just 25 minutes. Impressive, someone muttered. One man said it was time to change their strategy. They wanted Nate on their side. Another questioned if they were sure they could recruit him. It's already settled, someone chimed in. But another voice countered, "Forget it, he won't even look your way." A young man looked shocked. "Why didn't he pass? Why hasn't he come out yet?" The hero's card lit up again. It turned out he had entered a far tougher zone. Today, his mission was to pass through the armory. What's going on with the secret kingdom? Someone wondered. One man clenched his fist. He was only supposed to go through the first 2 zones. This breaks protocol. It sets a bad example. His level isn't high enough. He could have gotten hurt. Another voice added that his results should be voided. Reaching out, someone said they shouldn't jump to conclusions. From what he understood, Nate hadn't been reckless. He had a plan. Looking at the man, he asked why they hadn't reported the incident to the rector. After all, who knew how he would react? Dylan responded that it was fine. They'd inform him and keep monitoring the student's progress. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought he needed to hurry. It would take around 30 minutes just to reach the director's office and return, and by then, it might already be too late to intervene. The arsenal zone of the secret kingdom came into view. Standing behind a wall, the protagonist noted how the difficulty spiked the moment he entered. The monsters were level 30 on average, with about 70 of them, vicious and unrelenting. These enemies took on ghostly forms, and despite the odds, the hero believed he could push forward. Suddenly, an explosive device shot past one of the monsters. Spotting the bomb, the protagonist thought this was the moment he'd been waiting for. It was time to act. Raising his hand, he calmly greeted those present. He conjured an ice wall, planning to slow the advancing monsters with it. With a fiery spell, he launched a fireball and muttered, "Let the fireworks begin." Gripping his staff tightly, the hero summoned an ice barrier, thinking it would grant him temporary immunity. 10 seconds of protection, just enough to withstand the explosion. The protagonist ducked behind cover as the explosion went off. A man cautiously opened a door and said he had something important to report. Sitting at his desk, Thomas asked why he had come in person. Standing before him, Dylan reported that a student had seriously violated exam protocol. The test was meant to be limited to the first two zones, yet the student cleared them in just 25 minutes and proceeded to explore the entire map. Thomas was shocked. 25 minutes? And it wasn't even about Nate? Surprised, the man asked how Thomas already knew that. Dylan explained that the student couldn't have known how to access the armory zone legitimately. He should be punished. Thomas, however, calmly stated that they would simply revise the rule. The man was stunned, but Thomas raised his hand decisively. Gazing at the glowing beam above, the man asked if Thomas was granting him a special privilege. The one allowed only once every 5 years, which lets a student pass through the secret kingdom without taking damage. With closed eyes, Thomas said firmly that he should let the boy be. He warned Dylan not to jeopardize the child's future. Dylan conceded with a simple, "All right." Looking away, the man thought it wasn't such a bad thing for the youth to be ambitious. He would give him this chance, but there would be no room for further recklessness. The protagonist glanced back and said it wasn't bad. He'd cleared the section in just 8 minutes. The risk was great, but the reward matched it. Standing before the next massive gate, he steeled himself. A tough battle lay ahead. A dark silhouette began forming in the center of the hall. The weapon master appeared, an elite level 35 boss with 18,000 health points. Studying his opponent, the protagonist realized the boss's strikes were lightning fast. Blocking the whirlwind attack would be impossible, and on top of that, it was immune to many spells. This wouldn't be easy. Raising his staff toward a glowing orb of void energy, he muttered, "Looks like this will be a brutal fight. Let's begin." Suddenly, the orb surged forward. Nate shouted, "Let's go!" Ready to unleash a wave of devastating damage. The monster's eyes gleamed blood red. An attack came flying directly from the boss. The monster charged at the hero, declaring it had long awaited this battle. Let the boy try to prove his strength now. The boss activated the gallop skill, rapidly closing the distance. The protagonist was thrown to the side, his head throbbing. Regretting having wasted the void orb too soon, he realized he couldn't keep up with the boss's speed. His health would start to drop, and each blow would hurt more. He had to move quickly. Launching an attack, Nate muttered that if the previous attempt failed, he'd just have to try a different approach. The boss's eyes gleamed as he entered a berserker state, exclaiming with excitement that Nate had finally piqued his interest. Watching the incoming whirlwind attack, the hero thought he was lucky to react in time. With a grim expression, he noted that only half of his health remained. It was now or never. The hero launched a flurry of strikes at the swirling force of the enemy. After drinking a potion, he silently invoked the power of the Lord of Medicine. A system message confirmed the use of a primary vitality pill, restoring 600 health points. Green energy swirled around him, signaling the regeneration effect from the vitality pill. With renewed strength, the hero rushed forward, shouting with determination. A sudden burst of lightning cracked beneath his feet. He struck the final blow, defeating the weapon master. Breathing heavily, he turned and said he had less than 500 HP left. What a terrifying opponent. A notification appeared, congratulating him on clearing the zone and receiving a no-injury privilege. Even if he died in this test, it wouldn't affect him in reality. Confused, the hero asked aloud, "What was this? Who had helped him?" Yellow energy particles drifted around him. He shrugged and said, "Well, better than nothing. At least I've got some insurance." His player card appeared, 100% completion of the Arsenal zone in 53 minutes and 49 seconds. First place overall. A man nearby shouted in disbelief. How could this be? He had just returned and Nate had already cleared the zone, all thanks to a special privilege granted by the headmaster. The others were equally stunned. Thomas, the academy head, had personally granted Nate such an elite privilege. In 20 years, none of them had achieved that. It was clear. Nate was now truly recognized. His rank and status were about to soar. Fixing his eyes forward, one man yelled out that Nate had already reached the church grounds. Unbelievable. At level 25, he was daring to challenge a level 40 area. They had to go witness it. Dylan stared ahead and simply said that if the boss wanted to chase him, then let it happen. A massive building loomed ahead. The man remarked that in the end, he too was curious. He wanted to see how Nate would handle the strongest boss yet. The protagonist pushed open the grand doors. Inside the hall, figures were seated silently on the floor. A man sat upon a throne. Dylan explained. 2 final bosses ruled over this church. One was the commander of the Scarlet Crusaders, and the other, a priest, lurked somewhere in the shadows behind him. The protagonist activated the ghost cloak, readying himself for stealth and survival. The Crusaders collapsed one by one. Gripping a torch, the protagonist acknowledged the brutal challenge ahead. Two level 38 bosses at once. He would have to fight with everything he had. A man hung suspended by chains from the ceiling. Approaching him, the hero asked if he sought revenge. The chained man turned his eyes away and asked what could possibly help him now. The hero slashed through the chains, freeing Edward, once the commander of the Scarlet Crusaders. He had been exiled from these lands due to a past failure. In earlier versions of the game, Edward was a hidden NPC. Players had two choices: kill him for rare blue gear or save him to gain his assistance in the final battle. The hero used a healing spell, but considered that Edward's severe injuries made him nearly useless. Still, even if others ignored him, he chose to help. Green healing particles began to glow around Edward. Bowing in gratitude, Edward thanked him for the healing and promised to assist however he could. The hero told him to keep watch. He'd handle the Crusaders. Just then, the voice of the great priest echoed. The protagonist deactivated the ghost cloak, revealing himself to the Scarlet Crusaders. As they charged, he turned and shouted, "Forward!" The hero stood defiantly before a roaring waterfall. Suddenly, a grenade came flying toward him. Leaping swiftly from the water, the hero dodged with precision. Locking eyes with the enemy, he summoned the Watervine staff. In an instant, icy tendrils formed around the Crusaders, freezing them in place. Watching in awe, an observer whispered, "Incredible. His technique is flawless. I can't even blink. I'll miss something." He's facing 50 level 37 Crusaders, and he's holding his own. The hero hurled a magical orb, smirking to himself. The show was just beginning. He unleashed the power of the Void Orb, a devastating magic attack. A witness gasped, stunned. He wiped them out in 15 seconds. That's the same Void skill. How is Nate casting it so quickly again? Is this just raw talent? He must have been born for this. The protagonist stepped forward, unwavering. Standing before the boss, he heard the enemy mutter, "So the real enemy has arrived." The boss's eyes blazed with energy. Without warning, he entered an aggressive state and declared his intent to destroy Nate. The protagonist sneered, asking what a man consumed by darkness could possibly teach him. He had clearly awakened. Suddenly, Nate unleashed a celestial strike, delivering multiple punishing hits to the boss in rapid succession. Watching in disbelief, a man exclaimed, "Unreal." He handled him in 30 seconds. His timing, speed, precision, he's no amateur. They should all be watching. Nate is on the offensive now. The protagonist extended both arms and shouted, "Let's see if he can endure this pressure." A wave of purple energy surged forward, damaging the boss continuously. Sensing danger, the hero leapt backward with sharp reflexes. Crimson sigils lit up the floor. The boss roared, "How dare you? You think you're strong enough to face me?" The protagonist came under immense pressure, locked in place for 60 seconds. He realized this was the hardest part of the entire trial. Soon, both final bosses would appear. The hero knew a two-boss battle would be much harder. As the first boss fell, the second initiated resurrection. No matter what, he would have to defeat both level 38 bosses together. Suddenly, Edward charged into battle shouting, "Blood for blood! Time to settle this!" The boss turned in shock, demanding to know how Edward had broken free. The hero watched as the resurrection ritual was interrupted. Gripping his weapon, Edward said grimly, "I never thought this day would come, but I've waited for this moment for years." With only 10 seconds remaining, the protagonist smiled, thinking how perfectly timed Edward's arrival had been. It couldn't have gone better. The boss, eyeing the hero, demanded to know who had released them. Red energy beams surged forth, and a female figure shouted her intent to kill him. A man struck back, scoffing that her power was dimming. "Take this," he roared. As the buff effect faded, Nate admitted he hadn't expected Edward to be this effective. Perhaps it was because he'd healed him earlier. Gripping his sword, Nate realized he would need to revise his outlook. He could no longer see the world solely through the lens of a ruined apocalypse. Clearly, things were changing, and for the better. One man asked in astonishment how Nate had developed such brilliant tactics. Another questioned how a Frenchman had such power. It seemed impossible that he'd land a hit so flawlessly. Dylan smirked and said the boss was right. Nate had earned the title of national champion. Stepping out of a portal, Chris looked around and asked if no one had arrived yet. A boy nearby laughed, claiming victory. Nate had cleared both the cemetery and the library in just 1 hour and 38 minutes. Yet someone had just beaten his record. Eyeing the silent group, the boy asked why they looked stunned. He was the first to finish, wasn't he? Suddenly, Chris turned toward the screen. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Pointing at the display, he asked if Nate had really gone to the church. The stone screen revealed that the Scarlet Monastery had been updated by a traveler. It listed completion at level 25, under the Freedom Lovers specialization, with a total runtime of 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 58 seconds. An elderly man marveled, calling Nate a true genius. He admitted he'd never seen anyone conquer the Scarlet Monastery at level 25, and began to wonder if he had been looking in the wrong place all along. Another man turned to him, gently reminding him it was time to take his medicine. The elderly man then asked a girl how much longer she planned to stay on the Apocalypse continent. She replied, "No more than 10 days, and asked again if he was okay with that. The bald man replied that the old man was doing fine, so she could relax. Then, teasingly, he asked if she already had someone in mind. The girl blushed slightly, denied it, and asked what he was even talking about. The grandfather pulled out a dossier on a dark-haired young man, listing his student ID level 25 and Freedom Lovers specialization. He said he had found her a strong, high-ranking candidate and asked if she was interested in meeting him. The girl quickly cut him off, saying she didn't need matchmaking help and could manage just fine. Besides, it was time for her to head out. As the door closed behind her, the grandfather mused that his granddaughter had finally grown up and clearly had someone on her mind. No wonder she wanted to stay on the continent for a few extra days. Outside, the pink-haired girl exhaled deeply, relieved. Her grandfather leaned out the window, waving and calling out for her to be careful, not to trust anyone too easily. There are a lot of shady people out there. The girl thought to herself about those so-called bad guys. Embarrassed but amused, she admitted to herself, yes, there really were a lot of them. Gazing up at the sky, the girl reflects that he's a fool, but still wonders if he misses her. She realizes she'd really like to see him again. Another screen displays the updated record for the Scarlet Monastery. The dark-haired boy steps out of the portal. A crowd quickly gathers around Nate. One person calls him a true champion. Another urges him to join their academy, saying they're waiting for him. A third suggests he forget them all and enroll in the Magic Academy instead. A fourth insists that the Command Academy is the better fit. A red-haired man, clearly envious, scoffs and asks how someone like Nate could become a provincial champion. He bitterly wonders if he'll ever earn the title himself, feeling ashamed. A commanding figure silences the crowd with a stern order. Turning to Nate, he begins by congratulating him on clearing the main storyline. He mentions that Nate likely already knows about the top academies, and based on his performance, he's earned the right to choose whichever one he prefers. Nate admits to himself that he doesn't fully grasp the distinctions between the academies yet, such as their teaching quality, and decides that it's best to gather more information. With a slightly awkward expression, he responds aloud that he hasn't made up his mind yet and wouldn't mind hearing more about each academy. Enthusiastic representatives chime in one after another. The Military Academy declares its doors are always open to him. The Magic Academy extends a warm invitation. The Command Academy follows suit, each trying to recruit him. The scene shifts to the student cafeteria building. Students are seated, chatting and eating. A man with an earring turns to a girl, boasting that it took great effort to get special event tickets. He casually suggests that if she's free tonight, they should go together. She glares at him, thinking that despite his power and influential background, he's an absolute fool. And unfortunately, that's not just an act. She turns away looking for an excuse to escape the conversation. Meanwhile, Nate is aggressively eating his meal. Suddenly, the girl jumps to her feet, claiming she has other things to do. She tells the guy to just go by himself. As she walks away, he calls after her, brushing it off, saying they'll just go together next time. She sits down next to Nate, surprising him. He's unsure what kind of relationship the two of them have. She greets him by name, saying it's been a while, but Nate simply responds with a blunt, "What do you want?" She mentions that she heard about his success in the recent challenge and thought it was impressive. Nate nods in agreement. Watching them, the pink-haired man fumes. Despite all his efforts to impress her, she ignored him. The thought that she might like Nate instead infuriates him. In a commanding tone, the pink-haired man addresses Nate and tells him to stand up. He warns Nate not to get arrogant just because he scored the highest results. He reminds him that juniors must respect their seniors, and as the head of the disciplinary committee, he has full authority over him. Nate, now visibly angry, stands abruptly. Without a word, he hurls his lunch tray straight into the pink-haired man's face. The red-haired student nearby comments that the move was awesome, pulling that off on the very first day. The pink-haired man stands frozen in the cafeteria, consumed with rage. He lunges at Nate, yelling furiously, asking if he has a death wish. Nate swiftly sidesteps the incoming blow with ease. His opponent crashes to the ground with a loud thud. With a sly grin, Nate walks away, mockingly apologizing that his hand accidentally slipped. Furious, the pink-haired guy yells after him, vowing revenge and declaring he never forgives humiliation like this. The scene shifts to a classroom, where the teacher instructs everyone to turn to page 265 and examine the berserker's combat trajectory. Internally, the teacher scowls, bitterly wondering what's wrong with the dean. How could he be demoted to a mere lecturer? He turns to Nate, commenting sarcastically on his unimpressed expression, and asks what his problem is since they're only discussing basic concepts. Nate reflects that the information being taught is outdated and rigid, clearly ignoring many valuable skills that the berserker class can actually utilize. With a sharp snap, he slams his notebook shut and declares that he refuses to follow such narrow teachings. Standing up, he adds that he's not going to waste his time here. There are very few people in this world who could actually teach him something worthwhile. The professor whirls around, incredulous, saying he's taught for over a decade and Nate is the first student to ever walk out mid-lesson. He demands to know what's wrong with him, and insists that if something is bothering him, he should report it, not just walk away. But Nate remains silent and continues heading toward the exit. In a flash, the professor materializes in front of him, blocking his path. With stern authority, he commands Nate to explain himself, or else he won't be responsible for what happens next. Nate shrugs and responds with a smirk that, since the teacher insists, he'll be blunt. He refuses to waste time listening to obsolete theories. Pointing forward, Nate tells him to stop blocking his way. The professor opens his mouth and starts shouting, but another student jumps in, shouting that even though Nate may be strong, the teacher has far more experience, and Nate should show some respect. Just then, the pink-haired student from the disciplinary committee points accusingly, stating that during a routine inspection, they saw Nate attempting to leave class and possibly insulting the teacher. He demands clarification. Nate calmly steps between the two. Austin gulps, realizing he's been caught in the middle. He silently panics. Now he's at Nate's mercy and not even his talent can save him. The teacher raises a hand to halt the rising tension. He advises everyone to calm down and maintain discipline, saying this situation serves as a valuable lesson. Nate smiles, remarking that he didn't expect the academy to stoop to such a petty level. Outraged, the professor demands an explanation. Nate turns and responds that if they truly want one, then here it is. The lecture was filled with errors and outdated methods. If students were to study solely under such guidance, they'd never reach their full potential. Shaken, the professor says that Nate has voiced his opinion, but that's all it is. Then, in a loud, confident voice, he declares that if Nate can provide a clear and valid example, he will resign immediately. Deep down, he doesn't believe a mere student could out-analyze him. Nate begins calmly, pointing out that the current teaching insists berserkers should maintain a 3.1 ratio between strength and constitution. But, in reality, this ratio would cause most berserkers to slow down in growth and severely hinder their progress. Taking a piece of chalk, Nate steps up to the board and announces that he will now present them with updated, more accurate data. Nate turned to the board and began writing complex equations. The students gasped in disbelief. According to his formula, physical development plateaued sharply after level. His method produced results that were 3 magnitudes below those found in standard textbooks. No wonder his views differed so drastically. Nate pointed out that the teacher had previously claimed the attack speed stat should always be sacrificed in favor of critical hit to boost damage. But his alternative calculations clearly disproved that theory. Stepping away from the board, he added that everyone should think critically. Just because something is labeled as practical knowledge doesn't mean it's absolute truth. He paused and asked if anyone had questions. James burst out, stunned. How could a freshman be this knowledgeable? A blonde student from the student council stepped forward, saying they were acting under the dean's orders. Austin was accused of humiliating the top first-year student and would need to come with them. Austin was immediately apprehended. He struggled, yelling in protest. Meanwhile, rumors spread. Students crossing the academy bridge whispered that the head of discipline had insulted Nate and was now suspended. Teacher James had also resigned on the spot. Looking up, they commented on how extraordinary Nate must be, so much so that even the academy director planned to meet him personally. A man smirked, thinking that Nate clearly had an unconventional mind, but he hoped the boy wouldn't let success get to his head. Extending a hand reassuringly, the man told Nate not to worry. Director Lin had everything under control and no harm would come to him. Hearing the name Lin, Nate's eyes widened with recognition. Grasping the door handle, he tried to dismiss the thought. After all, Lin was a common surname. It had to be coincidence. A bald man appeared and remarked, amused, that they were meeting again. Nate recognized him and blinked in surprise. Smiling, Nate admitted to himself that his luck was surprisingly good today. Suddenly, a gleam lit up in the bald man's eyes. In response, blue energy surged from Nate's body. The bald man laughed aloud, clearly impressed. Standing tall, he said he'd heard of Nate's academic achievements. He wouldn't question Nate's motives or dig into his past. Instead, he had a proposal. He raised a finger and asked if Nate would be willing to become a senior lecturer in Oracle University's most elite course. Would he accept? Nate smiled and turned the question back. Was he willing to take that risk and trust him? The director extended his hand with a grin and said if he was choosing Nate, then it came at a price. He wanted the champagne blade. He wasn't offering his support for free. They both sat down as the director said they could now negotiate. If Nate could meet the terms, he'd give him full backing. Nate raised a hand and requested several valuable intermediate blueprints for weapon crafting. The bald man clapped excitedly, saying that would be no problem at all. Beaming, he added that everything Nate needed could be found in the museum. He had already allocated 10 million credits for Nate to spend as necessary. Nate looked quietly at the doorbell, deep in thought. The bald man smiled and said everything was going well. He greeted Nate warmly, saying it had been a long time and he missed him. He called with 2 pieces of good news and asked which Nate wanted to hear first. As Nate and the director exchanged a look, a voice came from the phone asking why he was suddenly quiet. Drake continued, saying he'd announce it himself. The first good news was that he had reached level the 2nd. He needed help with his awakening quest, and Nate was the only one he trusted. Nate responded, amused, that it was great Drake thought of him the moment he hit level. Since they were friends, wasn't it easier to find someone from his own university? Drake replied that he'd look for support wherever he wanted. Nate shrugged and told him to just send the address. The director, observing, raised his hand and remarked that Nate's network was broader than expected. But asking a level 25 student for help with an awakening mission was rare. Was he confident in the outcome? Nate grinned and said he had a 10% chance. Later, standing outside, he said he needed to analyze the situation carefully. He had already found a good place to prepare for his rank advancement. A girl assisting him smiled and asked him to attach his academy access card. Her expression changed when she saw Nate's account balance. 10 million credits. Nearby, another student cried out in frustration, asking someone to hit him. Nate had been enrolled for just a few days and already had 10 million, while he had trained the entire previous year and earned only 8,000 points. Inside the museum, Nate observed the exhibit of weapon blueprints, intrigued that each was displayed separately. He hadn't expected there to be so many copies. He scanned the displays, but muttered that nothing seemed useful so far. He'd have to search deeper. Then he smirked, finding something of decent quality. Still, he needed something more advanced to qualify for rank advancement. Raising his eyes, he exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected to find epic-tier materials here. Nate examined some documents and focused on the properties of certain potions. Then, excited, he announced that he'd choose the Power of Purification effect. It was perfect for mid to late stages of battle, where bosses often inflicted negative effects. A high-quality potion like that would be a great asset. He extended his hand and declared his intent to refine and upgrade the Power of Purification. A moment later, system notifications appeared before him. He smiled, noting it was a solid skill. Now he wouldn't have to worry about hidden debuffs from enemies. He chuckled to himself, curious to see how much progress Drake had made during this time. Meanwhile, a small crowd had gathered outside Lantern Academy's main entrance. Nate called Drake and asked if he'd arrived yet. He told him to circle the building. He'd meet him as soon as his current meeting ended. Hanging up, Nate remarked with a grin that he didn't feel bad for making Drake wait. After all, he had rushed over so impatiently. The crowd turned toward a young man boasting that he had already claimed 11 consecutive victories. He invited anyone else brave enough to challenge him. Alex raised his hand and shouted that anyone who managed to beat him would take the entire prize pool. Nate lowered his hood, thinking the academy truly lived up to its reputation. Encouraging friendly duels like this was commendable. It made him want to grow stronger, and quickly. The challenger smirked and warned Alex not to get overconfident. He was only here for the money, taking on weaker opponents for easy winnings. Maybe it was time for him to step in. Alex barked back, saying everything was within the official rules. Did they think he was cheating? If someone could defeat him, they'd walk away with the jackpot. The other guy slammed his card down and declared that even 400 million wasn't enough. He upped the ante. How about 600? Alex hunched slightly, realizing that this event wasn't just a spectacle. He'd arranged it to recruit help for an awakening mission. If he won today, it might even trigger his second awakening. He stepped forward and accepted the challenge with a loud declaration. The crowd murmured among themselves. The opponent was formidable, and it wouldn't be an easy fight. Rumor had it they had some personal grudge. Many rooted for Alex, while others noted that the flash of light from the earlier duel faded as the new challenger stepped up. People whispered that Manhwa, the newcomer, wasn't just powerful. He came from a rich and influential family. Nate watched quietly, impressed. He hadn't expected to witness something like this while also observing the academy's educational quality. Alex began charging his attack, and his opponent braced himself, shielding against the resulting blasts. Gritting his teeth, the challenger wondered if Alex had taken some kind of booster. Losing the money didn't matter as much as the blow to his reputation. He subtly hid one hand behind his back. Nate narrowed his eyes. He could tell the guy was on the verge of defeat. What trick would he try now? Alex saw a grenade in the opponent's hand and shouted that such weapons were against the rules. But it was too late. An explosion went off. The challenger smirked and asked if Alex enjoyed the taste of that grenade. He casually picked up his card, saying he'd take his 400 million and be back tomorrow. From now on, he was the new king of the ring. Same rules. Anyone brave enough could come challenge him. Onlookers turned and chuckled. Sergio raised an eyebrow and asked why the man in the gray cloak was laughing. Nate turned toward him. Sergio scoffed, saying Lantern Academy wasn't some hangout for nobodies. Nate's face showed no respect for the school. Nate calmly replied that he wasn't a student here. It was open day after all. And did he really need permission to laugh? Sergio's face twisted with irritation. He shouted, asking if Nate had the guts to get up on stage. Without hesitation, Nate leapt forward and declared a bet of 1. He held up his card, stating it held 600 credits, and offered a voucher for a 2,000 coin room to cover the rest. He accepted the challenge. The crowd gasped in disbelief. He didn't look wealthy at all. Whispers spread. He was level 25, known for his free-spirited nature. Rumor had it he was from a wealthy family and had come here to become a philanthropist. Sergio yelled that if someone was so desperate to lose money, he'd gladly accept the bet. A moment later, he looked around in confusion, asking where he was. Without warning, the protagonist slammed a punch into his gut. The impact was brutal. Ribs audibly cracked. Coughing up blood, Sergio groaned, bewildered by what had just happened. Suddenly, a man burst into the room, shouting that things were dire. They had to rush to the arena. Lester scoffed and asked what insignificant issue they were dragging him into this time. The assistant raised his hands and explained that Lester's son was injured during a training match, requesting that he take a look. Enraged, Lester jumped to his feet and demanded to know who dared touch his son. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood at the center of the arena. People murmured about him. He had knocked someone out instantly, his strength unmatched. He had to be a level 25 lunatic, a real demon. Calmly, he extended his hand and demanded his winnings. Sergio weakly asked if he could have a few days to pay. The protagonist struck him again and barked for him to speak up. He knew he had no money. Wincing, Sergio shouted that he did have some, but not with him. His father, a professor, would come and pay. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and asked if this father of his was strong. The crowd protested loudly, calling him a savage and warning that the academy wasn't a place for such behavior. They said he wasn't welcome and that the duty officer would surely punish him. Nate calmly turned to them and asked if they were truly ready to back their words. The rules were clear. Anyone was allowed to fight. A blond man reminded everyone the bet was 3,800 and asked who was bold enough to top that. The protagonist raised his fingers and announced that since no one had money, he'd lower the bet. It was now. If they beat him, they'd win it. A student immediately stood up and shouted that he was betting. The crowd brightened. They recognized the challenger as the eldest, a senior student. They felt hopeful. That hope was short-lived. Moments later, the senior was already collapsed beside the stage. The protagonist calmly stated it was time to move forward. The total prize was now. The professor froze in disbelief, asking which family this maniac came from and what he thought he was doing. Lester marched toward the arena, and the onlookers whispered that he must be coming to defend his son. This was going to be a spectacle. Sergio remained unconscious on the ground. Lester roared in fury, demanding how anyone could dare harm his son. He ordered the man to come down and face him. Nate smiled slightly and replied that his son owed him money. Then, narrowing his eyes, he added that once he was paid, he'd let the boy go. Lester asked how much the debt was. He'd pay it. The protagonist held up 2 fingers and stated that, according to arena rules, Sergio owed him 26 million Blue Star coins. The professor trembled in disbelief. Years of savings lost in an instant. In silence, he began scribbling something on a piece of paper. Then, furious, he threw the note toward the protagonist, shouting that it was the money. Now, release his son. Nate stared at the check. Nate kicked the man without hesitation. Sergio, gasping in pain, cried out for vengeance, while Lester's eyes snapped open in alarm. Clenching his fist, Lester demanded to know what university Nate represented, declaring that he had come to Blue Sky University specifically to challenge them. But Nate didn't respond. He simply walked past him. Frustrated, Lester shouted after him, asking if he was deaf, as he was clearly being addressed. Nate calmly shot back, calling out his nonsense and questioning whether he had any brains left. Enraged, the professor raised his arm to strike, but he stopped, his hand trembling, as Nate coldly warned him not to even try. The crowd murmured, surprised that Nate would threaten someone as powerful as the professor. After all, Lester was over level 20, clearly stronger than Nate. If Lester fought him now, it would be seen as bullying a rookie. Still, it was humiliating that Blue Sky University was being disgraced like this. Surely someone had to step up. Standing nearby, Drake observed the crowd and reflected on how Lester always attracted attention wherever he went. Then a student cried out to Drake, begging him to intervene. This outsider had injured 7 of their peers, arrogantly humiliated them, and even extorted 26 million from a professor. Justice had to be served. Drake sighed, thinking how Nate had stirred the entire university into chaos in the short time since his arrival. Tossing his hand behind his head, Drake admitted there had been a misunderstanding. Nate wasn't just any student, but an honored guest he had personally invited. He urged everyone to let the matter rest and move forward. Lester ground his teeth, realizing Drake was backing Nate. He had hoped Drake would support him, but that wasn't going to happen now. Turning away, Lester vowed that this wasn't the end. They would meet again. Drake lowered his gaze and quietly apologized for the trouble, then said he would personally escort Nate to the second awakening room. Nate spoke up, accusing Drake of staging everything. He said Drake didn't even understand who the real troublemaker was. The crowd stared in disbelief. Was this vagabond of level 25 really the assistant Drake brought in for the second awakening? A sign above the conference room door confirmed the location. Inside, Dexter flipped through documents and announced that the list of assistants for the awakening ceremony had been finalized. He asked if anyone had objections. Lester stood and proclaimed that student Drake might be facing challenges. Otherwise, why would he bring in a mere level 20 assistant with questionable talent? It was irresponsible. He proposed suspending Drake's examination to protect the school's future prospects. Clenching his teeth, Lester thought to himself that if he could block Nate from taking the exam today, it would give him time to find someone capable of dealing with him. But another man objected loudly. He claimed to have personally witnessed Nate's performance during the college recruitment process. Nate was exceptionally talented, and it was unfair to judge him based solely on his level or grade. Lester countered furiously, mocking the idea that someone at level 25 could possibly assist in a second awakening. He called it the biggest joke he'd ever heard and accused the principal of playing favorites with this so-called future star. Dexter glanced at the documents and calmly stated that the principal's stance is to respect the student's choice. But since the professor and the principal kept arguing, why not settle it with a bet? Whoever lost would take full responsibility for their claims. Lester clenched his jaw, thinking this was actually perfect. There was no way Nate could complete the awakening quest. If he won, he could finally get rid of Kai Fu and avenge his son. This opportunity was too good to pass up. With a firm fist, he declared that he accepted the bet. The director nodded and added that he also accepted, signaling for the exam screen to be turned on. The second awakening trial was about to begin. Drake stood before the entrance to a vast underground labyrinth, explaining that the challenge was set in a hidden dungeon filled with earth element monsters. The goal: recover a specific artifact known as the Nor Disc. Ganon confidently added that obtaining the disc alone was enough to count as a successful awakening, even without clearing the entire dungeon. Drake confirmed this with conviction. Nate then spoke, saying he had a plan in mind. Drake warned him not to treat this like a game. It was his official second awakening exam. He urged him not to use himself recklessly. Nate replied with a smirk, asking if he'd ever lied before. He told Drake to stay exactly 15 meters behind him. Close enough for support, but not too near. Then, Nate stepped boldly into the dim cave. Immediately, monsters began chasing after him. He then landed directly in front of a massive creature. Louisville R let out a terrified scream. Watching tensely, Drake admitted his heart always raced when following Nate. He never knew if the plan would work, yet he followed Nate's lead regardless. The crowd, watching the screen, gasped. Nate was drawing entire hordes of monsters. With Drake following behind, it looked suicidal. How could they treat the second awakening exam so lightly? After all, the secret dungeon was on the 25th floor, a deadly zone. Lester shouted in outrage. This was why they shouldn't have trusted a foreigner. Nate could be a saboteur sent by Oracle University to ruin their exam. Once it was over, they had to capture him and demand answers from Oracle. The director's face tightened. He figured he'd better start putting in some effort, too. No need to provoke Nate unnecessarily. He glanced at Dexter, silently hoping the old man wasn't bluffing. He needed Nate to deliver results. Nate yelled that the time had come. Drake suddenly darted down a side passage. Meanwhile, Nate vanished, using an invisibility technique. The monsters, confused, abruptly halted their pursuit. Hidden in the shadows, Drake watched closely. Then he quietly commented that Nate had truly outdone himself. His aggro control was flawless, and his tactics were both disgusting and genius. It really opened his eyes. The audience stared in awe. How had Nate vanished so suddenly? Why weren't the monsters attacking Drake? They waited anxiously. Nate had disappeared, yet Drake remained untouched. Dexter leapt up and praised the move as sheer brilliance. Eyes wide, he added that Nate had positioned himself perfectly to draw all the monster aggro. While Nate attracted all the enemies, Drake trailed him at a safe distance, never entering combat himself. Dexter then raised his hand and explained that once Nate turned invisible, Drake, already far enough, could sever all remaining aggro. Their coordination was impeccable, like seasoned warriors. Truly, this was the mark of future heroes raised from youth. Drake turned to Nate and said he was beginning to grasp the full strategy. Since their objective was only to obtain the boss's organ and the Nordisk, they could avoid fighting the lesser mobs and many of the bosses along the way. This second promotion exam was going to be a breeze. Nate, gazing at the altar, confirmed that was the plan. However, the next boss couldn't be skipped. He held a crucial item. Did Drake remember the third boss's location from their awakening manual lessons? Smiling, Drake replied that Nate was clearly testing him. Wasn't it behind that stone door? The elite boss named Allah Honor, level 35, with 16,000 HP? Nate smirked, admitting he was just checking and teasing. But yes, he truly intended to face that boss head-on. He then placed a firm hand on Drake's shoulder and whispered something. Drake looked stunned and asked what he meant. He could actually do that? Why hadn't anyone taught him that in class? The audience stared at the screen, frustrated. What were they whispering about? Why hide it from them? Someone shouted that the school should ban whispering during official advancement exams. This secrecy was unacceptable. A man in the crowd pointed and yelled for everyone to look at Drake. Drake had begun tinkering with some kind of mechanism, prompting the crowd to question what he was doing. Wasn't that just background scenery? Why was he moving it? Moments later, the mechanism shifted. A staff emerged from within. A beam of light then shot out. Tayloron glared at Nate and screamed that no one steals the creator's secrets and lives to tell the tale. He would make him pay. The audience gasped in awe. So the stone door could be opened that way? After years of studying that gate, none of them had ever imagined this hidden mechanism existed. Drake had discovered a secret within the miniature structure near the gate. A true genius, perhaps he really had a shot at passing this test. A blonde youth grinned, exclaiming it worked. Nate added that the fight was Drake's. He would only assist slightly. It was a good chance to test Drake's current strength. He should go all out and not slack off. Drake charged at the boss, shouting for everyone to witness his power. He unleashed a rapid combination of strikes. An excited teacher jumped up, exclaiming that Drake truly lived up to his reputation as a master of the blade. If only his own students had half that talent, Nate called out with critique. Drake was a second too late on the Ghost Blade's second strike. His combo would have been more effective if he had opened with the small mountain splitter before finishing with the drawn sword. The drawn sword was clearly stronger than the ripple blade. The instructors erupted in outrage. Who was this nobody to critique their top blade prodigy? What did he know about mastery? Finish with the drawn sword? As if. And what was that about being a second too late? Easy to say from the sidelines, he wasn't the one fighting. He sounded like an arrogant armchair expert. Meanwhile, Drake broke through every incoming strike. Then suddenly, he took a hard hit to the stomach. Ailerons began glowing with a blue aura as Nate shouted for Drake to counter now. Drake narrowed his eyes, straining with focus. He responded with a flurry of powerful attacks, shouting as he hammered into the boss. The audience watched in amazement, shouting that his damage had truly increased by around 20%. Some speculated he must come from a Blade Master family. How else could he be so familiar with complex combos? Even seasoned fighters struggled to match that precision. Some agreed, while others suggested he might simply have strong, theoretical knowledge rather than actual combat skill. The director smiled and explained that Nate wasn't just any student. He topped the entrance exams for his entire province and was the first in the nation to receive a chef's potential rating. A man suddenly shouted in shock, asking what was going on. At that moment, the boss was stabbed directly in the stomach. Ailerons collapsed to the ground, groaning in disbelief. He muttered that he felt the presence of a titan. This wasn't the end. It couldn't be. Another man smiled and exclaimed that the special effect was real after all. Drake had done a fantastic job. They should definitely question him later about how he placed that miniature model. It could be a huge help to future examinees. Dexter narrowed his eyes, thinking that things were finally starting to get interesting. Drake gave a confident thumbs up, noting not only had he improved Blade Master combos, but he had also discovered a hidden mechanism. Nate chimed in, suggesting they gather the loot and head for the next area. Drake studied a fragment labeled Taurus in silence. The new cave they entered was cloaked in deep darkness. Nate peered into the shadows and noted that this path was much narrower than the earlier stone corridor. It looked like there was no avoiding battle this time. Drake replied that while he couldn't match Nate's raw damage output, he'd handle mob distraction. But Nate had to move fast and avoid getting overwhelmed. He reached out a hand and shouted that everything now depended on Nate. The protagonist summoned a long staff, followed by a swirling sphere of void energy. Drake reiterated with admiration that when it came to dealing damage, no one could compete with Nate. Someone watching remarked that they should try convincing Nate to transfer schools. Letting such a talent waste away was criminal. Oracle University didn't deserve him. The director chuckled and revealed that he himself had tried to recruit Nate for their institution. But for reasons only Nate and perhaps God knew, he chose the lesser-ranked Oracle University. Since that was his deliberate choice, he doubted any transfer would happen. Just then, 3 formidable warriors appeared before them. Gagarin stepped forward, brandishing a massive axe, and asked if they knew what this opponent could do. Drake answered confidently, "Of course." This enemy applied instant fire damage, stacked debuffs, had energy-based attacks, and unleashed a troublesome fire nova. He added with a grin that it was the perfect chance to test reflexes. He'd focus on damage and asked Nate to handle the interrupts, especially when the fire nova was about to be released. Gagarin summoned flames and roared that the domain of gnomes had no place for outsiders. Nate shielded himself with his arm, then suddenly landed beside the gnome, who looked up and asked how such a move was even possible. In an instant, Nate struck the enemy with a flurry of precise blows. Gritting his teeth, Drake exclaimed that Nate was an absolute monster. His control as a battle mage was beyond anything he'd seen. He almost felt bad for poor Gagarin. The gnome raised his hand and began casting another devastating fire nova. Nate smiled and said it was his turn now. His older brother needed a 10-second breather. Drake shouted in frustration, accusing Nate of messing with him on purpose. He leapt at the dwarf, yelling that he had no choice. He had to do it. Drake struck the dwarf with his sword, but collapsed right afterward, exhausted. Nate smirked and remarked that he saw it clearly. Sometimes, pushing yourself to the edge is the only way to know your true limits. Drake shouted that Nate was a cruel jerk, teasing him deliberately like that. The audience jumped to their feet, yelling in disbelief. Nate was actually training Drake during a live boss fight. His talent and instincts were unreal. It would be a travesty not to recruit him into their academy. He was a once-in-a-generation prodigy. The two stood face to face, a moment of challenge and curiosity passing between them. Nate said he had an even more impressive technique and asked if Drake wanted to learn it. Drake complained that Nate was talking mid-battle, completely distracted and offering no help, just taunting him like a devil. He begged him to just spill it already. Spheres of magic rotated around Nate as he calmly began explaining that Gagarin's fire hammer technique, which causes instant death through fire damage amplification, could actually be predicted. If his reaction was sharp enough, he could dodge it. He should pay attention to the moment Gagarin raises his hand. Did he notice anything odd? Drake responded that when Gagarin raised his hand, the monster glared at them with burning rage. It triggered 5 stacks of fire damage amplification, boosting incoming fire damage by 750 points. Drake gasped. He saw it. Right before raising his hand, the boss slightly pulled his right hand back. Nate smiled and confirmed that was the tell. He should use Ripple Strike to interrupt the buildup. He had a 1-second window to act. Gagarin raised his hand again, and someone shouted that the signal had returned. Drake jumped and yelled, executing Ripple Strike. The fire amplification hit 6 stacks, increasing damage by 900 points. Drake cursed. Was that even humanly possible to react to? Nate scolded him to stay focused and keep training. A voice narrated that he was either 5 seconds too late or 2 seconds too early. He had to find the rhythm. He should memorize the feeling and avoid rushing. A furious teacher yelled that this was madness. Another protested, saying no matter how talented Nate was, he couldn't treat their prize student as a test subject. Someone else argued back, even if Nate was right, was a 1-second reaction even feasible? Gagarin's fire buff reached 10 layers. Incoming fire damage spiked to 1,500 points. Nate shouted that this was Drake's final shot. If he missed it, he wouldn't warn him again. With the current debuff, one blow from Gagarin would be fatal. Drake gritted his teeth, face burning with determination. He leapt up and cursed, yelling that it was his turn now. With a sharp motion, Drake sliced through the air with his weapon. The fire amplification effect was nullified. Someone shouted in triumph. It worked. Nate frowned slightly, asking why Drake was celebrating already. He only pulled it off once. He said he'd only step in after Drake succeeded 10 times in a row. Drake groaned in frustration and yelled, "Fine, he got it. Ripple Strike. Fire damage amplification, nullified. Ripple Strike, nullified. One successful Ripple Strike after another." It finally sank in. This was a rare opportunity, and Drake had truly grasped the technique. He had mastered it. Nate declared it was his turn now, and suddenly, symbols erupted in a blinding explosion. A burst of brilliant light engulfed the area. When the smoke cleared, the monster was sprawled face down on the ground. Nate asked Drake how it felt. Drake, catching his breath, admitted it was incredible. He was much stronger than he had believed. While he still couldn't match Nate's insane skills, he could now take on opponents at his level with ease. Observers commented in awe that Nate had pulled it off, and Drake had grown tremendously because of his influence. It felt like witnessing a miracle. They needed to do everything in their power to keep Nate in their ranks. Otherwise, he'd become the most dangerous rival their university had ever seen. One added that this was short-sighted. Nate wouldn't just be their enemy, but a nightmare for every elite student across Asia. The two boys stood before a massive gate. Nate mentioned the final boss was waiting beyond. It was time for the agent's chamber. They reached out and grabbed the handles. The heavy doors creaked open. Nate asked Drake if he knew the strategy for the final boss. Drake nodded. The toughest part was managing the waves of summoned monsters. Drake elaborated. The boss reanimated 5 statues every 10 seconds. When its HP dropped below 50%, all the statues in the room would come to life. Standard tactics split the team. One attacked the boss, the other dealt with the ads. Nate grinned and said he had a better idea. Drake asked what it was. Drake balked when he heard it. Force kill? That's your plan? Just those 2 words? He reminded him this was a level 38 boss. Nate calmly responded. What more was needed? If they could deal damage fast enough and control the rhythm, the boss would fall before it could do anything. Drake reflected aloud, kill fast, maintain rhythm, awakening at 50% HP. Looking up, he finally got it. It was a bold move, but one worth attempting. Nate readied his arsenal. Sword Soul, Blade Breaker, Mercy of the Crusaders, Mobile Turret, Burning Spirit, Elf's Blessing. A senior mentor watched in disbelief. He'd taught for years, but today, he realized how powerful a well-rounded wanderer could be. Another added that with Nate's buffs and support pets tanking for him, it was like having another party member. Still, such wanderers were rare. No one could reach Nate's level. That's why he shocked everyone. Drake stared, amazed, as spirit familiars swirled around Nate. Nate gave the signal. They were starting. He'd focus on stacking vulnerability debuffs. Drake's job was to unleash as much damage as possible and avoid the boss's attacks. Lightning burst, followed by a flashbang and a piercing round. The battlefield lit up with blinding explosions. A furious roar echoed. Masato had been summoned. Who dares summon me, the god of creation? He was an elite level 38 boss with 22,000 HP. Every stack of shock state increased incoming damage by 20% for 8 seconds. Every strike from his broken armor set increased physical damage taken by 10% for 15 seconds. A voice ordered them to hold off the animated statues. The protagonist reflected, this entire fight revolved around one word, vulnerability. To win quickly, they had to stack as many debuffs as possible. Other classes might struggle with that, but not a rope user. The air split with a thunderous slash from something massive. As the towering monster loomed before them, Drake questioned if their efforts were truly enough. They had only chipped away 10% of its HP. The protagonist reassured him, not to worry. Their damage would soon ramp up significantly. Nate then shouted that he was activating Blinding Silence. The boss's attacks began to weaken noticeably, his damage output falling rapidly. Drake couldn't hide his amazement. Nate was incredible. Even his support skills amplified their power. He was likely the best support in the entire nation. Nate simply told him to keep up the assault. The monster's eyes glowed red with fury. Raising a massive paw, the boss bellowed in the name of the creator, summoning his servants. His health had dropped below 50%. All the statues in the chamber reanimated. One of the onlookers exhaled nervously. He feared their plan might have failed. They had taken a huge gamble trying to force kill a 22,000 HP boss. Another person muttered that this would force them to split roles, one to handle the minions, the other the boss. But with all the statues alive again, it was doubtful a single fighter could manage the swarm. Someone smirked in the shadows, whispering that the time had come for his return. Let them keep pretending. The hero narrowed his eyes and swung hard at the boss. The monster's power continued to drain by the second. The boss roared in defiance, declaring that the lowly humans would be judged by the great Titan race. The group gazed at the now mangled creature. Drake glanced at Nate, half smiling, and said this was typical of him, always creating desperate, chaotic situations. Nate chuckled that life was more fun with a little disorder, right? Meanwhile, in a distant hall, a long table was surrounded by solemn figures. An elderly man stated with conviction that Oracle University was destined to rise in the academic ranks. Robert closed his eyes and declared that the outcome had been decided. The two of them would now settle things on their own terms. Suddenly, one man dropped to his knees, sitting on the ground in remorse. He admitted he had been wrong. It was his fault for underestimating Nate's power. He accepted full responsibility and was willing to be demoted, with his salary frozen for a year. Another voice asked sharply, "What about the incident in the arena just 2 hours earlier?" The man bowed his head. He claimed ignorance, only having heard about it through student gossip. He was shocked that his earlier confrontation with Nate had already reached the director. Tearfully, he confessed that he had acted out of fear for his only child, born late in his life. He still had aged parents and a young son to support. He begged them for mercy. The committee members turned toward him in disgust. So it was Lester's scheme. He had misused his authority to pursue a personal vendetta against Nate. The arena duels were meant to be fair and transparent. If his son lost a public bet, he had no right to seek revenge, especially not against a prodigy. It was shameless. As Lester stood humiliated, one official told him to hand in his resignation the next day. That would be his final grace. Guards were ordered to escort him away. As Lester was dragged out, he cried out to the director, begging for forgiveness. Back in the secret realm, the ruins shimmered, and voices rang out, congratulating Drake on completing his second awakening quest. He had ascended to the rank of Holy Sword, gained 20 attribute points, shattered the area's record with a time of 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 49 seconds, received an S-rank individual rating, 5 billion experience, and a platinum treasure chest. The protagonist gazed at the treasure chest as a system message appeared. The hidden class feature Magic Caster had been activated. His individual rating rose to S rank, and the platinum chest transformed into a diamond one. He also reached level. Glancing to the side, someone remarked in awe that the rewards were almost too generous. He had not only received a platinum chest, but leveled up all the way to... It was incredible. The protagonist grinned. The experience gained from the second awakening zone was tremendous. Combined with his earlier accumulation, he had gained 2 levels. Now, he could even squeeze in the 1,000 assistant service into his schedule. His updated status window appeared. Name, redacted. Race, human level, 27, strength, 85, agility, 107, spirit, 31, constitution, 25, armor, 320 physical damage. Bonus, plus 44 and plus 8% critical. Damage bonus, below 1 and plus 6% awakened. Talent, transformation, SS rank, level 4. Combat power, 28, 131. Unallocated attribute. Points, 0 coins, 1370. Gold, 52. Silver, 14. Bronze, unspecified, blue star. Coins, 33 million. Status effects, baptism, buff, basic effort. Determined, he decided to funnel all 12 newly gained attribute points into strength, planning to push his combat power even closer to the 30,000 threshold. With excitement, the protagonist opened the diamond chest. Nate was stunned as the rewards appeared. Shoulder armor of superb quality. Stats, plus 160 armor, plus 8 agility, plus over 12 strength, durability 40. Item level 65, requirement, level 25, class Poison Queen. Special effect, Poison Queen. Capture, a net launches in a 30-meter radius, immobilizing targets for 5 seconds and injecting paralytic poison. Cooldown, 2 minutes. The protagonist beamed. This was the second piece of gear tied to his second awakening class, and it included a powerful AoE crowd control skill. Dodging enemies, he mused aloud. If he paired this skill with Void Sphere or Quantum Bomb, it would be devastating. His ideal strategy? Gather monsters, trap them with the net, then unleash an AoE attack to wipe them out. Looking over the glowing sphere, someone chuckled, suggesting they'd hit the jackpot again. Did he want to show off this new reward and make everyone jealous? Another friend groaned, clearly envious. It was his second awakening item already, while others hadn't even gotten one. So unfair. Drake, now level 31, turned to Nate and joked that he must be officially graduating from Blue Sky University. Curious, he asked what Nate planned to do next. Maybe even take him along. The protagonist smirked and said he'd share his plans after finishing everything related to his second awakening. As they strolled through the city, people whispered about them. The whole campus was buzzing with news. Senior Drake and that level 25 guy had set a record in the second awakening trial yesterday. Even the headmaster had called them personally. Later, a man sat across from the protagonist and commented on how much he'd changed since their last meeting. He had become far more powerful. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and asked if this meeting's true purpose was to recruit him into their university. The man bowed slightly, confirming his guess. He admitted that Blue Sky University's strength spoke for itself, and during the entrance exams, he had already tried to recruit him, but failed. Smiling earnestly, the man added that Principal Dexter was willing to meet any condition Nate had for transferring, and if there were any issues with Oracle University, they'd handle it personally. Sitting across from them, The protagonist calmly responded that he would have to decline their offer. Turning his gaze away, he added that since he had already chosen Oracle University, he had no intention of reconsidering. Drake was visibly surprised, but the protagonist reassured him that their association was well known. As long as Blue Sky University didn't provoke anything, Oracle University wouldn't act in hostility. That much he could guarantee. The man gave a resigned smile, acknowledging his confident answer, and said they would not press the matter further. Leaning back on the couch, the protagonist offered a different idea. He had a plan that could benefit both sides. News spread quickly through Blue Sky University's Second Awakening Hall. Director Dextre had personally invited Nate to serve as a temporary instructor. He would be helping students conquer the Second Awakening's secret dimension over the course of 10 days. Supposedly, with Nate's guidance, success was guaranteed, and participants would receive rare materials. Many dismissed it as overhyped talk. After all, Drake's own batch had only reached a national success rate of 5%, and even elite level 30 students couldn't promise victory. As the office door opened, someone remarked that results would speak louder than words. The senior student would go first, and then they'd see for themselves. A student stepped forward and greeted the protagonist, introducing himself as Brian, a berserker. He presented the spirit of a space cicada, which he had brought as requested, and asked when his second awakening exam would begin. The protagonist smiled and commended the quality. This space cicada spirit was first-rate. It would be impolite to turn him away. Looking at Brian, he said since no one else had arrived yet, they'd begin immediately. Brian was startled. Right now? Without any preparation? No elixirs or support tools? Tilting his head, the protagonist asked if Brian didn't trust him. If so, he was free to take his item back. Brian waved his hands in denial, assuring it was just nerves. He was only worried it might be too difficult, but he was willing to try. He had no other hope left anyway. As the protagonist stepped forward to begin, some students whispered about Brian's past. He had failed the Second Awakening half a year ago, lost 4 levels, and spent months recovering. Despite hiring experts, no one could help him due to his poor talent. Now Nate was taking on a real challenge. Would he succeed? The protagonist looked away and calmly told Brian to relax. He shouldn't be swayed by others' judgments. Instead, he had to trust himself and trust in his own vision. Brian raised his hands nervously and added that his bad luck was already showing. He had randomly drawn Demon Mountain as his trial map, one of the hardest. He begged Nate to back him up during the exam. Turning around, the protagonist nodded. He told him not to worry. He always kept his promises. Let's begin. The challenge commenced. The current secret zone, Demon Mountain. Brian had already reached 80% completion. Watching the live progress, students were shocked. He was moving way too fast, less than 30 minutes in, and he had already beaten the first and second bosses. Was this really the same Brian? Maybe they had been judging a book by its cover all along. A dragon fled from the hero mid-battle, crying out, begging him to stop hitting it. One student watching in awe whispered to himself, why hadn't he met Nate 6 months ago? He could have saved himself so much lost time. As the monster collapsed, a notification appeared, congratulating Nate on setting a new record in the secret zone of Demon Mountain. His total time was 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 32 seconds. He earned an S-rank individual rating, received 600,000 EXP, and was awarded a diamond chest. Due to his hidden class trait, Spellcaster, the chest upgraded to a Starlight chest. Staring at the chest, the protagonist remarked on how invaluable the assistance system was. Not only did it provide materials for weapon enhancement, but also granted experience and rare treasures. He wondered if revisiting cleared zones would still yield experience. Nate grinned, saying he wasn't in a rush to open the Starlight chest. With many more secret zones ahead, he planned to open all the chests at once. It would be far more thrilling that way. A final message declared, Progress 100%. Congratulations on your successful clearance. Gazing ahead, the protagonist exclaimed how incredible everything was. If he could even carry Brian through, there might be no one he couldn't help. Others finally admitted Nate had been telling the truth. He wasn't exaggerating. Students scattered, one shouting that he needed to hurry and gather materials. He also had to teach. Nate's help was only available for 10 days. They had to seize the opportunity. The protagonist exited the portal. Ryan bowed deeply. thanking the teacher for guiding him through the second awakening. He said the experience gave him new hope, and he wished to express his gratitude with a respectful bow. The protagonist nodded and replied that he was simply doing his job and there was no need for thanks. They would meet again someday. Suddenly, the door to his office materialized. Students began lining up. An announcement instructed everyone to light up their entry tokens properly and enter in the order their numbers were called. Anyone trying to cut in line would not be tolerated. A student turned around in surprise and exclaimed that the teacher had returned. The protagonist stood puzzled, thinking his office now resembled a hot pot restaurant, requiring numbers just to get in. It was ridiculous. A car pulled up near the students. Someone spotted it and shouted. It was a limousine from Blue Sky University. Something big must be happening. They speculated that it might be a challenge and insisted on informing the faculty. One student questioned whether any notice had been received, as Blue Sky University and their school had always stayed out of each other's affairs. Why were they suddenly showing up now? The protagonist, staring into the distance, confirmed he hadn't been informed either. He suspected something strange. Why would Blue Sky University send someone at such a crucial moment? Maybe it had something to do with the stir Nate had caused there. Was this retaliation? The car door opened and someone stepped out. The protagonist smiled and announced his return. A student was stunned to recognize him and wondered why he was arriving in a top-tier Blue Sky University limousine. Had he defected? The protagonist smirked and gestured to the person beside him, saying the student should recognize him. He had come to give him a ride and also represent Blue Sky University in upcoming talks about a potential collaboration between the two institutions. Shocked, the student asked if he had heard that right. A ride back? A partnership? It all sounded unbelievable. Their schools were worlds apart. Why would Blue Sky agree to this? He was then told it was important enough for the director of Blue Sky University to personally accompany the protagonist back. Smiling proudly, the man praised the student, saying he was exceptional and deserved proper recognition. Shaking his head, he commented that they had missed witnessing a truly monumental event. While seated at the table, another remarked that in just 10 short days, they had discovered a real gem. 28 graduates had been successfully advanced with a flawless success rate, covering a full quarter of Blue Sky University's annual graduation target. Thomas turned to the speaker and humbly said the director was too kind. He had already discussed everything with their university president, and from now on, their institutions would be allies. No formalities needed. They were like one big family. The young man nodded in agreement and added that President Dexter fully supported the alliance. He had sent a message. From this day forward, he wished to appoint Nate as a visiting professor at Blue Sky University. The man furrowed his brows, suspicious that this move had been premeditated. Was this old fox openly trying to steal his student? A freshman acting as a class teacher, training other instructors, and now being invited as a visiting professor? This must be a first in the country's history. Looking at Nate, the man asked his thoughts. Nate replied calmly that he didn't have time for academic reports. Edgar raised a hand and clarified that wouldn't be necessary. The position was honorary. He wouldn't need to submit reports, but his compensation would be equal to that of regular professors. The protagonist quietly reflected that with both Oracle and Blue Sky Universities under his wing, he would soon need to recruit for his future guild. Keeping close ties with these schools would be a strategic move. With a slight smile, he accepted the offer, saying he was fine with it. The boy turned his gaze elsewhere. Curious, the man asked what his next plans were. The protagonist stood aside and explained that he would spend the day refining materials for the teacher training sessions and preparing educational resources. The next day, he would head to the Apocalypse continent for the final stage before his second awakening. Surprised, Thomas asked about his current level. Nate replied that after spending some time at Blue Sky University, he had reached level. Placing his hands on Nate's shoulders, the man beamed and praised his progress. From level 25 to 29 in just a few days? Incredible. With such growth, he would certainly compete in the university-wide tournament happening in 3 months. Nate asked for confirmation, and the man assured him it was true. The university tournament was an annual nationwide ranking competition. He further explained that it had 2 divisions, normal and advanced. The normal category was for those at the 3rd awakening or lower, and the advanced one for those up to the 4th awakening. The competition would involve magic battles, and all participants had to be enrolled students or teachers. Final rankings would directly influence the official standings of their universities. Smiling, Thomas noted that at Nate's current pace, he'd be a strong contender in the normal division. Finally, Oracle University had a real chance to shine. The protagonist grinned, thinking that the upcoming tournament would be his perfect moment to rise into the spotlight. It was time for the whole country to know his name. A broad view of the streets in Thunder City unfolded before them. The protagonist scanned the menu with visible surprise. Suddenly, messages from a girl popped up, accusing him of vanishing without a trace after reaching the Apocalypse continent. She said she even arrived early to find him, but he disappeared. Now that he was back, he owed her an explanation, especially since she would be leaving soon. Seeing the message, the protagonist replied that he had urgent matters to handle, which caused the delay. He then asked where she was at the moment. Standing on a cliff edge, the girl messaged back saying she was on a mission in the Red Ridge Mountains and would soon reach level. She asked if he thought that was impressive, but noted she was too far from Thunder City to meet him. Gazing out the window, the protagonist commented on how fast she was leveling up and guessed she had triggered a hidden quest. She replied in shock, praising him for still being sharp and insightful. With a shy tone, Lena asked what he would do if she told him her family was trying to set her up with a suitor. Someone who was supposedly not just impressive but also very attractive. The protagonist coolly responded that he would wish her happiness. After all, he was free and wouldn't mind giving the poor guy a hard time. Angry and emotional, the girl admitted she never agreed to it before. But now she had decided to go on the blind date once she got back, simply to avoid future regrets. Clenching his fist, the protagonist muttered that she was playing mind games. Fine then. He'd give her what she wanted. Once she returned, he'd go visit her grandfather and give her a surprise she wouldn't expect. The girl, eyes closed, whispered that no matter what the other guy said or did, she wouldn't accept him. The protagonist smirked, amused by how easily she was flustered. A little teasing, and she'd already revealed her feelings. She really was too innocent. A man extended his hand and said it had been a long time since they last met. Looking down, the protagonist asked if he had managed to gather the materials he needed. He reflected that the 1,000-blade umbrella only required 12 components, 10 of which he had obtained during his time at Blue Sky University. Now only the yin-yang holy silk and moon shadow holy flame remained, the hardest to find. Glancing at the box, the man reassured him that he hadn't taken the task lightly. He had successfully secured 4 of the required items. Inside the box were frost spring essence, strange demonic mushroom, blood jade, and, to the protagonist's surprise, the elusive moon shadow holy flame. The protagonist's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected to obtain such a rare treasure. It was an incredible stroke of luck. With a sigh, the protagonist noted that only 4 were delivered, wondering aloud if the auction house was falling short of expectations. The man defended himself, saying he did everything he could. Waving a hand, the protagonist acknowledged the effort. He asked the man to name his price. Smiling awkwardly, the man quoted 1,000 gold coins, offering a 20% discount due to the delay. Privately, he admitted to himself he had actually spent over 2,000 coins, but with the protagonist's intimidating aura, he dared not say so. The protagonist accepted the deal in good faith and promised to recommend him to his superiors. Bowing respectfully, Frank thanked him, saying it was an honor to be of service. As Nate walked, he mentioned that if his assumptions about the yin-yang holy silk were right, then the place they were heading to should contain it. Though he had another stop to make first. Outside Thunder City, near a secluded stable, the protagonist opened a hidden hatch and explained that the underground path led to the local branch of the Dark Brotherhood. His first objective was to acquire an assassin's token. He elaborated that the Dark Brotherhood was a powerful guild of assassins on the Apocalypse continent. Any awakened individual could apply to join, but acceptance required passing several trials. He had 2 goals here: to accept paid assassination missions for gold, and to climb the Brotherhood's ranks in order to obtain a valuable item, the Assassin's Mask. He explained that although the Assassin's Mask didn't enhance any attributes, it completely concealed the wearer's identity unless they chose to reveal it. Only the assassin's code name and rank would be visible. Nate added that there were 8 total ranks in the Dark Brotherhood, listed in descending order: Ten, Shao, Dai, Ju, Kai, Mei, Wang, and Liang. He continued, noting that most applicants never progressed beyond the lowest 4 ranks. Only those with the third awakening or higher had any real shot at reaching the upper echelons. Nate placed both hands on the enormous iron doors of the Brotherhood headquarters. Inside, a wide square was filled with people. Everyone there wore assassin masks, giving the place an ominous and uniform feel. One man stood with a hand on his hip, silently observing. The protagonist approached a masked girl and announced his intent to apply for membership in the Dark Brotherhood. Hearing this, the surrounding members murmured with interest and skepticism. One of them scoffed, loudly questioning how a wandering nobody with a level below 30 had the nerve to apply. Another added that most applicants here were already Second Awakening assassins. How could this guy possibly pass? Unfazed, the girl in charge told him the application fee was 100 gold coins. She handed him a participant's token and directed him to Testing Hall 3, where someone would receive him. A crowd had formed around the testing area, watching intently. Nearby, a girl was being escorted away, having just failed her trial. A nervous applicant whispered that the examiner, Margot, seemed unreasonably aggressive, as if she were on edge. Someone responded that she was no ordinary assassin. Margot was on the brink of advancing to the elite do rank. Margot overheard and calmly said she didn't mind gossip, but only from people strong enough to back it up. Her cold tone silenced the group instantly. She went on to announce that each applicant would now test individually. Anyone whose combat power exceeded 20,000 could consider their earlier comments forgiven. A trembling voice begged her to let their remarks slide, promising they wouldn't dare speak out again. Cracking her whip, Margot barked that their whining was enough. If they kept stalling, she'd make examples of them herself. The next candidates were announced. A level 32 Inquisitor with 18,372 combat power failed. A level 34 Machinist with 17,189 also failed. And a level 35 Poison Master with 19,021 still not enough. Disgusted, Margot sneered that they were all worthless. None of them had what it took to surpass the 20,000 mark, yet they had the audacity to insult her. She ordered them to be thrown into the water prison for their arrogance. The group of men pleaded desperately, begging the woman to spare them. The woman then turned to Nate, asking if he truly wanted to apply to the Dark Brotherhood. She scoffed, noting he hadn't even reached the Second Awakening and belonged to the vagabond class. With a mocking tone, she advised him to walk away while he still had the chance. Otherwise, he'd regret it. Nate raised his voice and declared that it didn't matter to him. As he turned to leave, Margot warned him bluntly. The Dark Brotherhood didn't tolerate weaklings. She wouldn't lower the bar for someone like him. If his combat power wasn't above 20,000, he wouldn't just fail. He'd be thrown into the water prison like the others. The evaluation board announced his stats. Nate, level 29, First Awakening, Vagabond class. Combat strength, 30. Margot's eyes widened in shock. Stunned, she exclaimed that he was only level 29 but already had over 30,000 power. Who was this guy? Nate calmly responded that this meant he was qualified to take the entrance test. Margot admitted she had underestimated him. She explained the initiation involved 4 stages. These stages would measure his strength, agility, physical endurance, and spiritual power. She warned him. Death during the test meant a drop in level. As Nate prepared, he thought to himself that this world was far more thrilling than the one he'd come from. A glowing blue portal opened before him. One of the girls walked over to Margot, saying she had already checked this trial area but hadn't found a suitable candidate. Margot replied she'd wait to see this one's results first. Nate stepped out into a vast sandy arena. Observing the area, he smiled, intrigued by this secluded testing zone beyond the secret worlds. A voice announced that the next wave would arrive in 30 seconds. The participant must prepare to face it using only raw power. Skills and elixirs were strictly forbidden. Nate nodded internally. Just as he suspected, each of the 4 stages tested a fundamental trait of the awakened. Stage 1. Strength. The wave began to rise from the distance. Nate analyzed the setup. It was clear this was a pure test of strength and technique. He hadn't gone all out in a long time. With a shout, he initiated a transformation of his weapon. A monstrous wave approached him, towering like a miniature tsunami. Clearly, they had high expectations. He lifted his blood-red blade and called out its name with force. Slicing the air, he unleashed a devastating strike, shouting, "Destruction!" In a single blow, he split the wave, a towering 1,000-meter surge, clean in two. He passed the first stage with a flawless score, rating 5+. He was told the gate on the left led directly to the next trial, agility. The one on the right was a resting area to recover before continuing. Choosing to continue without rest would improve his final assessment. He was asked to make his decision. Nate confidently declared that he would complete all the stages in one go. Watching the portal glow, one girl commented in disbelief. The color meant he received an A+ rating. How was that possible? Margot asked what rating she herself had received back when she took the test. Me? The girl replied. I got a B+. Margot smiled, admitting she hadn't expected this outcome. The girl beside her commented with satisfaction that even the best assassin in their city only received a B+, and she had taken the test at the newcomer must be around level 40 to have earned an A+. Margot covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and Maya asked what was so funny. What had she said? The girl mused to herself that when she had taken the test, she managed only an A-. But for a close combat class like his, the strength trial is usually the easiest. She hoped he'd maintain his momentum. If he earned 2 A-level scores, then he might just be the one she had been seeking. The agility test would take place on a snowy mountain peak. The test would start in 30 seconds. An avalanche would follow in. He had to reach the base of the mountain before it caught up. All slowing or teleportation techniques were banned. Nate realized the restrictions made this especially tough. No shortcuts. With a mountain height of 1,000 meters, outrunning the avalanche required not just speed, but exceptional reflexes. He noted that about 2/3 of the peak was blanketed in snow, which would make movement more difficult. Fortunately, he had high agility stats, and elixirs weren't banned in this trial. Holding an agility potion, he felt confident. A voice began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. The top-grade agility elixir kicked in as Nate dashed forward. He reminded himself to make full use of the 10 seconds before the avalanche struck, covering as much ground as possible. Moments later, he glanced back to see the avalanche beginning its descent. With a swift strike, he sliced through the air. He skidded to a halt and shouted. An ice wall had suddenly formed ahead. Looking up, he calculated that the ice wall would only hold for about 2 seconds. He needed to accelerate immediately. Leaping into the air, Nate reasoned that no matter how fast the avalanche moved, nothing could beat freefall. As he sped downward, he realized the velocity was growing dangerous. Without a method to slow his descent, the impact would crush him. Only 100 meters more, and he'd reach a snow-free zone. Success hinged on this final stretch. His weapon transformed into a spear midair. Spinning it rapidly, he invoked the technique axial vortex. Grinning, Nate recognized he had entered the clear zone. No matter what came next, the second avalanche wouldn't begin here. A rope caught onto a tree, anchoring him. He landed firmly on his feet, still smiling. Shouting triumphantly, he declared that when it came to speed, he never lost. Fast descent. He had passed the agility stage with an A+ rating. Nate smiled, acknowledging that while he didn't know every detail of the scoring system, an A+ seemed to be the highest rank possible. Surely, there was nothing beyond it. One girl stared at the portal in disbelief. This man had just scored A+ in both strength and agility. The portal color confirmed it without question. Margot's jaw dropped slightly. 2 A+. Without a doubt, this was the person she had been waiting for. But could he impress her even further? Maya frowned, thinking this guy was headed for trouble. Margot was already paying too much attention to him. Nate stepped into the next trial zone, an underground lava cave. Raising his foot, he chuckled, noting aloud that even walking here drained his health. How amusing. Nate examined the fiery landscape and reflected that the physical trial would surely test endurance and durability, 2 traits he hadn't heavily invested in. With only 4,000 health points and a tunnel stretching roughly 2,000 meters while draining 100 HP per second, he realized he wouldn't last even a full minute, elixirs or not. He needed a smarter plan. He leapt backward, deciding to first test whether his health would drop immediately upon entering the lava zone. Turning back toward the entrance, his grappling hook struck solid rock. Nate spun quickly around. Then, glancing to the side, he realized something. At first, he had stepped directly onto the ground, causing an instant health drop. But this time, while airborne, his health stayed intact. A new strategy formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he downed an elixir. Rebounding off the wall, he estimated how far he could leap at full momentum. He launched the grappling hook forward and yanked himself ahead with his arm. Grinning, he shouted that he had cleared 600 meters in a single bound. An excellent start. He conjured an ice wall, then shattered it, landing on a chunk mid-flight. Using the ice slab like a sled, he began gliding over the lava. Summoning a rifle, he yelled out that only 700 meters remained. He was nearly there. Firing downward, the recoil launched him into the air. He deployed an electric spider drone. It trapped him briefly in its web, but he kicked off from it and landed cleanly. Nate smiled, realizing he had only taken 2 hits throughout the entire course, losing just 200 HP in total. A notification appeared. He'd received a 5 rating with 2 pluses. Even he admitted it seemed excessive. Neha gasped, exclaiming that perhaps the old legend was true. A rating of 5 with 2 pluses wasn't just rare, it was mythic. And this ominous crimson glow? No one had ever seen it before. Turning to her companion, she demanded to know who this person was. Let him come forth. Margot answered quietly that she didn't know his full story either. All she knew was that he was only level 29 of the Vagabond class, and his combat power had been measured at 30,000 before the trials. Neha's eyes widened as she shouted, "Level 29 Vagabond with a combat strength over 30,000, and he had secured A+ ratings in 3 consecutive stages. And now, this 3rd stage may have even earned him the mythical A++ rank." She turned to the others and extended her hand, suggesting that they had to report this monster to the higher-ups. Even if he failed the final stage, his current performance was more than enough to qualify for a high-rank position. Surely the top brass would be eager to learn of him, but Margot objected firmly. She needed him. If they reported him now, someone might snatch him away. She had been waiting 6 long months to find someone of his caliber. She wasn't about to lose him now. Mia stepped in, pointing out that, yes, only awakened under level 35 were allowed into this testing ground. But Nate wasn't the only promising candidate. If the higher-ups found out they had withheld this information, the consequences would be severe. Then, after a pause, she closed her eyes and relented. With a calm wave of her hand, she declared that for today, they would pretend he was never here. Standing before towering bookshelves, the protagonist noted aloud that this appeared to be a library. Based on the patterns of the previous trials, he guessed this stage would challenge either his intellect or spiritual strength. After reading the instructions, he clenched his jaw and muttered that this was indeed the spiritual power stage. Success here relied on one's spirit to navigate correctly. He had to admit it was an impressively creative setup. Closing his eyes, he acknowledged a major concern. He'd have to rely on feeling things out first. He extended his senses across the area, and soon focused between the rows of books, realizing they weren't just shelves but guides meant to test him. A wave of mental fatigue hit him as he used spiritual energy for the first time. Holding his head, he admitted that his spirit was as undeveloped as his physical strength, virtually a blank slate. This trial demanded high spiritual power. Otherwise, he could be trapped in this labyrinth for ages. Grinding his teeth, Nate remarked that the test designer probably didn't account for the kind of trick he was about to use. Transforming into a ghostly form, he smirked. He could now phase through walls. Tilting his head, he noted a flaw in the ghost cloak's invisibility. It allowed him to bypass territorial restrictions, including these massive bookshelves, which apparently counted as part of the map. Passing through a hidden route, he was promptly informed of his success in the spiritual power stage. Orange mist swirled around him, signaling a level up. He commented in surprise that the test rewarded a massive amount of experience. That final push to reach level 30 had come so easily. It was an unexpected gift. Clenching his fist, he reminded himself that before joining his new class, there was still one task left: to acquire the sacred yin-yang silk. Staring at a flood of notifications, he laughed in disbelief. So even a vagabond could upgrade their class. Some warrior candidates stared ahead, muttering that someone had scored an A+ in the entrance test. They had thought that was the limit, but apparently, someone had surpassed even that. Who was this guy? And at just level 29? Scanning the remaining crowd, Margot suddenly ordered that all candidates who hadn't yet taken the test be detained. One boy cried out in protest. They hadn't done anything wrong. Everyone had come for the test. Why were they being treated like this? He begged them to let him go. Margot turned her eyes toward him and thought to herself, This one could be useful. She had to detain them. She raised her voice, declaring that no one was to speak a word about today's events. If anyone did, she wouldn't hold back. Still, to smooth things over, she ordered they be released later and given 100 gold coins each. She'd handle the expenses personally. The main group, including the protagonist, finally emerged from the portal. Margot approached Nate and congratulated him. He had earned the very first A+ in the history of the Dark Brotherhood. Nate chuckled, calling her generous. He claimed it was just luck, though internally he was puzzled. Just moments ago she'd been furious. Why had her attitude changed so drastically? Margot glanced at his badge, surprised to see that he had already been granted a new rank. Turning confidently, she told him not to be so humble. Very few could ever achieve such a score. From this point on, they were equals. She asked him to follow her. Watching her walk ahead, the protagonist thought to himself that this woman was anything but ordinary. Still, he decided to go along with her for now. If things took a wrong turn, he could always vanish using his invisibility skill. Margot handed him a uniform, explaining that it belonged to a high-ranking assassin. If he wanted to take on assassin missions, he could visit the second base's mission hall. She added that, based on the strength he'd already displayed, she expected him to reach due rank within 2 years. The organization had its eyes on him. She urged him not to disappoint them. They had placed great hopes on his shoulders. Nate smiled and assured her that everything would be fine, though he couldn't help but think that she certainly liked repeating herself. No wonder her name was Margot. Looking at her once more, he asked if there was anything else. If not, he'd take his leave. Margot stopped him, saying there actually was something she needed his help with. Something important that she couldn't share with just anyone. His unique talents made him the only one she could trust. Nate reassured her that her secret would stay safe. He wouldn't breathe a word. She then revealed that she had once stumbled upon a mysterious cave containing an ancient altar, one that had remained undiscovered by others. Nate's eyes narrowed. So that was the reason for her strange behavior. She hadn't activated the altar yet. But that raised a key question. What was the level limit to enter? He asked her directly. Margot explained that she was telling him because she trusted him. A powerful demonic beast guarded the altar, but her current level was too low to bypass the restriction and enter the cave herself. Nate began piecing it together. Based on what she'd described, it could only be one of 2 known locations. But then it clicked. It was the drifting cloud stream at level she had found that specific altar. He glanced away, realizing she'd deliberately omitted something. The cave wasn't just guarded. It housed a level 40 monster. She clearly hadn't mentioned it to avoid discouraging him. What a cunning woman. The altar could only be used by one person, and its cooldown lasted 3 months. It seems she wanted to claim it for herself. Well, if she played dirty, so would he. Playing along, Nate mentioned that he had heard the altar could be activated by multiple users. His sister had told him that much. It meant they trusted him, and if the level cap was 35, the guardian beast shouldn't be too powerful. He was ready to give it a shot. Margot smiled and said he was just as reliable as she had hoped. There was no time to waste. In the next moment, they were already standing by a waterfall. Margot confirmed they had arrived. This was indeed the drifting stream of clouds. She gestured to the waterfall, explaining that the altar lay just behind it. She would stand guard outside. He only needed to go in and handle the task. No one would interfere. She guaranteed that with her strength. Nate raised a hand and calmly stated that he trusted her abilities completely. But Margot noticed the book in his hand and asked what it was. Nate admitted that while he was initially thrilled by his test results, nerves eventually crept in. He was starting to worry about facing the demonic beast inside. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said his concern was justified. Since she couldn't enter, she didn't know the exact level of the monster either. But judging by the seal that bound it, it shouldn't be anything too dangerous. Then, reaching behind her back, she handed him a special rescue tool, just in case things went sideways. It might prove useful. She handed him a small stone, explaining that it could be used 3 times in total. Since 2 uses had already been spent, he should save the last one for a truly desperate moment. Nate nodded and promised he would complete the mission. He wouldn't disappoint her. Margot watched him go and silently lamented the risk. Talents like his were rare. If he succeeded in lifting the seal, she'd find a way to reward him. But if he failed, the loss would be his burden to bear. The protagonist stepped through the waterfall and smiled as he inspected the azure pearl in his hand. It was a rare and expensive item. Typically, only someone newly wealthy could afford one. Clearly, assassins were well paid. Margot, though only level 45, had given it to him willingly. He couldn't refuse. Pulling out a mask, he remarked that he hadn't planned to activate the drifting cloud stream altar this soon. But since the opportunity was here, why not seize it? Donning the mask and transforming into a dwarf, he spread his arms wide, marveling at how perfect the disguise felt in this place. He muttered aloud, recalling that the guardian beast of this altar was likely a level 40 stone-type monster. It would be tough to fight it head-on, but once the seal lifted, things would change. Spotting claws behind a nearby wall, he thought grimly. There's no way he'd let Margot take advantage of this. A moment later, a massive rat emerged before him. Speaking in a rasping voice, the rat declared herself a leopard dwarf. Just like him, a creature from the Apocalypse continent. Opening his arms in surprise, Nate asked if she had been trapped here without food all this time. The rat nodded eagerly. Nate chuckled and told her she was in luck. He'd feed her. She could eat as much as she liked. The rat opened her mouth and began to devour the food. As she ate, Nate walked past her and assured her not to rush. He had more supplies. If needed, he'd search for extra while he explored. He finally reached the altar, and after gazing at it for a moment, said that this time he needed to unlock a second awakening skill in advance. He placed his hand on it. A notification popped up, and Nate smiled. It was time to experiment with forbidden relics. He selected the skill, Deadly Wave. Instantly, the altar radiated with energy. Clenching his fist, he thought to himself, when his system is hijacked, he'll convert this into a passive skill. Right now, it burns 50 mana per second, far beyond what his current spirit reserves can sustain. He'd have to treat it as a high-burst technique. Meanwhile, outside, Margot stared at the sealed entrance, puzzled. Half a day had passed since he went in, yet there hadn't been a single sound. Could he still be alive? Raising her hand, she dismissed the thought that he'd died silently. A level 40 beast couldn't kill him in one blow, and if he had been overwhelmed, he would have at least cried for help. No, something else was going on. The waterfall continued to crash down. Inside, Nate approached the rat and asked if she had any connection to the rune outside. Was she the one maintaining it? Scratching his head, he added that while walking, he noticed something strange. The altar's energy had faded. Did she know what might have caused it? The rat opened its mouth. Then it darted toward the altar. Margot looked up and shouted that finally there was some commotion. It sounded like a fight had broken out. Placing her hand on her chest, she muttered that the bastard had been overly cautious. It had taken him half a day to act, but that was fine. Caution increased their odds of success. The protagonist sat beside the rat, noting that with the altar extinguished, it would likely be months before he could gather enough energy again. He was only lightly injured from the escape. Perhaps he should accompany the rat and recover together. That would do. He added that a high-level awakened one, a woman at level 45, was guarding the entrance and had tried to kill him. He'd been forced to enter her domain. Even if they fought her together, they'd probably lose. The rat looked ahead, its eyes full of sadness. The protagonist placed a hand gently on its head and said he had a plan, one that could get them out safely. Suddenly, the protagonist took off running and yelled that the rat was trying to eat him. He called out to it not to chase. Margot watched this unfold and scoffed, calling it disgraceful. She couldn't even handle a level 40 demonic beast. Then she added that the seal at the entrance had been lifted. Without hesitation, she rushed forward. The protagonist saw her leap into the waterfall and smiled, thinking they made an effective team. The troublesome woman had already gone in. It was time to tamper with the seal. Margot glared at the altar and screamed, demanding to know who had interfered. How dare someone steal from her? She shouted that she had spent 6 months preparing for this ancient altar, only for someone else to get there first. Could it have been Nate? No, he wasn't in the cave. Maybe the stone rat dealt with him. Only the dead vanished so completely. Then her eyes widened. Where had the dwarf come from? He hadn't entered alone, so someone else was involved. That meant they'd activated the altar. Raising her hand, she said it must not be destiny. The seal was lost anyway. She would return in 3 months and try again. She touched the waterfall and was flung back by the seal's force. Margot's eye narrowed in confusion. Why had the seal returned? Her expression turned to panic. She shouted that she was trapped now. There was no escape. She'd die of starvation. It was all a carefully laid trap. Grabbing a knife, she declared that if she had to die, it would be on her own terms. She plunged the knife into her stomach and screamed that they'd better not reveal who was responsible. This wouldn't end until someone was dead. Meanwhile, the rat sat calmly on the ground, eating. The protagonist lowered his head slightly and said he was about to perform a magic trick. Then he reverted to his original appearance. Nate unsheathed his sword and asked if he had frightened him. With a smirk, he added that if she wanted to live, he'd offer her a chance. The protagonist rode the rat through the gorge. Looking back, he said she was moving too slowly. If she hurried, he'd reward her with extra food at dinner. The rat picked up its pace moments later. Nate smiled, reflecting that on the Apocalypse continent, once an awakened person reaches level 30, they gain the ability to tame monsters. His rat companion, enticed by the promise of safety and plentiful food, willingly agreed to assist him temporarily. Riding her boosted his movement speed by 150%, far faster than going on foot. Looking ahead, he mentioned that his destination today was Spider Canyon, where a level 40 boss named the Spider Girl Quella awaited. If he could defeat her, there was a good chance of obtaining the sacred yin-yang silk. That treasure would greatly aid his second awakening and weapon enhancement, allowing him to rise like a dragon. The rat leapt skillfully over a squad of knights. The astonished warriors looked up, shouting in surprise, "Who is that? He's riding a level 30 monster." They marveled at the rat's stone-covered body. So cool. What a tank. The protagonist turned his gaze to the vast spider web ahead. He told the rat to wait where she was. The path ahead was too narrow for her to follow. He would proceed alone. As he stepped forward, he narrowed his eyes and asked who was ahead of him. Up ahead, a spider was attacking two couples. Nate observed the chaotic battle, noting that one of the fighters was only one level below him. He hadn't expected to find such a promising rogue in a place like this. He jumped into the fray, remarking that while the man couldn't deal much damage to the fire spider, his agility and movement were exceptional. Maybe he could be recruited for future plans. The warrior battling the spider commented on the overwhelming level difference. It would be tough to dodge the spider's AoE attack. Just then, a massive explosion rang out. The protagonist swiftly slashed at the spider with his sword. The young man recognized him and shouted with excitement, confirming it was indeed him. Nate asked if they'd met before. The guy replied that he'd been accepted into Cloud Hegemon University this year, thanks to Nate. Back in Thunder City, Nate had let others pick up the leftover materials, which gave him the money to afford school. Nate recalled that moment. On his journey to Thunder City, he had taken everything of value, but some stragglers had followed him, collecting scraps. This guy must have been one of them. The student extended his hand, explaining that many other students also managed to pay their tuition that way. They were all grateful for the opportunity Nate unknowingly gave them. Nate hurried toward the spider, saying they could talk more later. For now, the guy was too low level. He needed to step back so Nate could handle this. Nate then unleashed a flurry of attacks on the monster. The guy was stunned by his strength. Nate was only level 30, just one level higher than him, yet the power gap was incredible. Gazing at the weapon, he muttered that Nate was showing him what it meant to be a true vagabond. Nate jumped high and released a burst of fire at the spider. Then, with precision, he pierced her body. The guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Nate really a vagabond and not some hidden expert? Nate appeared from the side and declared that now was the perfect moment to deal a decisive blow. Time to suppress with blinding marks. He readied his spear, then struck with explosive force. The young man, awestruck, exclaimed that Nate's attack power was insane. Was he really just one level higher? The protagonist examined the spider's remains, thinking that unlike the continuous damage caused by the emission of blinding marks, the suppression of blinding marks skill delivers a powerful single strike, ideal for exploiting a monster's weak points. He then picked up a glowing item, realizing with satisfaction that fortune had favored him. He had obtained the sacred yin-yang silk with just one kill. The young warrior came running toward him, shouting excitedly. Clenching his fists in admiration, he exclaimed how impressive the protagonist was. His mastery of the vagabond class was so profound, it was almost intimidating. He even considered becoming his disciple. The protagonist replied calmly, saying they should talk things through first. They had only met once before. The warrior explained that he too was from the vagabond class and possessed an SS-rank talent called combat awareness, which allowed him to instinctively dodge dangerous attacks. That ability helped him gain admission to Cloud Hegemon University, the top institution in Zia country. Nate nodded, acknowledging the boy's progress. He had just enrolled and was already level. The guy pulled out a shining pearl, explaining that he had recently acquired special equipment that helped him level up rapidly. Nate eyed the pearl in astonishment, realizing it was an incredibly rare item with a mere 1% drop rate, granting 5 million experience points. This guy really did seem like a child of destiny. He tossed the stone back and said, "If you really want to be my disciple, sure, why not?" Then, smiling, he added, "But find me again after your second awakening." With that, Nate stepped out of the portal. He turned around, surprised to hear his name being called. He asked why he was being followed, and the young man replied that President Jean had invited him personally. They approached a door marked with an official seal. Inside, Jean stood and politely invited Nate to sit down. Raising his hand in introduction, he said he was the president of the Capital Management Association. Nate took a seat across from him. He noticed Jean's gaze resting on his ring, wondering if his true interest was someone higher up, perhaps an elder. He asked if there was something specific Jean wanted to discuss. Jean replied that true talent often emerged from the younger generation. Nate had just enrolled at Oracle University and was already level. That was remarkable. Jean then presented a small box, explaining that the elders had learned of Nate's level advancement and had instructed him to deliver this gift, something he was to use after his second awakening. Nate inspected the box. It was sealed with a powerful enchantment, clearly meant to be opened only after he had fully awakened. He bowed respectfully and asked Jean to pass along his gratitude to Elder Kim. He would gladly accept the gift. The young man nearby asked if Nate really didn't want to rest. He had just returned and was already heading straight into the second awakening exam. Nate responded confidently, "Tell the director to trust me. I'm ready." Then he added with a serious expression that, being a vagabond, his awakening mission would be different, dangerous even. He asked for the school to suspend any live broadcasts. The principal smiled, saying he had originally planned to make the awakening a public lesson for the entire school. But if Nate was making such a request, it must be important. He agreed. The exam would be completely private. Not even the teachers would be allowed to watch. The assistant looked around and asked why no one else was present. Hadn't Nate selected someone to accompany him? Nate smirked and replied that he was going solo. He would take the second awakening exam by himself. Without hesitation, he leapt into the portal. A man exclaimed in surprise. Nate had barely returned, yet he was already off again to take the exam. There was no stopping him. Thomas chuckled and remarked that this was typical of Nate. It must feel good to be young and so determined. The director raised his hand to add one more thing. He requested that the exam not be shown to any other students. After thinking it over, he agreed to go a step further. Even the teachers would be restricted from viewing it. Thomas studied the ceremonial blade carefully, then turned away, saying that everything was fine. Everyone had their secrets, and someone with talent like Nate deserved privacy. This time, he had put in exceptional effort. Lena smiled and reminded everyone that it was time for her medication. They could continue the discussion later. The director smiled warmly, saying it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. She looked even more radiant than before. She laughed and accused him of teasing again. How terrible. Dylan turned away, assuring them he wouldn't interrupt. Thomas had finished his business so they could talk freely now. The older man raised a hand and said the young man he wanted her to meet had returned. Lena grabbed a glass of water and protested. Again? She'd already told him she wasn't interested in blind dates. Thomas took a sip and replied that it was too late to back out. He had already made arrangements. Nate was currently in the middle of his second awakening exam, and once he was done, the meeting would be set. He added that while he wouldn't force her, she at least had to meet him once. It was already in motion. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked across a vast desert. Looking at the glowing orb in his hand, he reflected. This was the secret kingdom for awakening. This time, it was a city buried in sand. To pass this high-level trial, he'd have to push himself beyond his limits. Thankfully, the absence of a live broadcast meant he could focus fully. He was finally ready to evolve into his true form. He bit into a strange fruit. As he read the status notification, He shouted that his entire body was surging with power. It was time to ascend and become a legendary soulbinder. Turning to the rat, he spoke gently. This would be their final journey together. If he cleared this trial, she would be free. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters appeared, and they had no choice but to flee. While running, the protagonist called out in frustration. Why had he drawn so many monsters? Was he trying to sabotage himself? Then he pointed ahead and instructed the rat to look at a stone outcropping and leap onto it. The rat obeyed and jumped. As she landed, Nate saw another ledge on the far side and urged her to make the next jump. With a powerful leap, the rat landed safely on the opposite side. The pursuing monsters paused, exchanging confused glances. Nate took a sip of water and reflected on why he'd chosen this map. It was full of exploitable terrain, stone walls, columns, and cliffs scattered throughout the tunnels. If he used the landscape wisely, especially the jumpable hills, he could escape combat whenever necessary. Gazing at his hand, he muttered that it would be ideal if his recovery cooldowns were shorter. Still, if he wanted to earn an SS rank, he'd need to defeat every enemy and complete the 100-kill challenge. Looking down into the distance, he reassured himself. He would handle the monsters below later. Clearing them out systematically would make things easier. He then noted aloud that a Thika master stood just before the first boss. It was best to let him remain on the hill. He'd handle it himself. The hulking creature roared ominously. Nate jumped down without hesitation. Observing the swarming insects, he recalled a similar scenario from his past life. Desert scarabs were neutral mobs. As long as they weren't provoked, they would simply dig through the sand in search of food. But today, his objective was to earn the SS rank. He had to clear every creature. He pulled out a metal canister and explained that when encountering neutral enemies, it was best to eliminate them in one go. Before the Thika master noticed anything, he had to strike first. He planted mines near the unsuspecting scarabs. Climbing onto a boulder, he said the Thika master would soon step into the scarab's territory, and that would trigger the fireworks. Hidden behind a rock, he gave the signal, "Now go!" A massive explosion erupted, leaving nothing behind but blood-stained sand. Nate now stood calmly under his umbrella and smiled as the system notified him of the defeat of a level 36 boss. He glanced at the corpse of a desert goat, then caught sight of a sword suspended midair. He seized it and exclaimed, it lived up to its name even as a fake legendary weapon. Its base damage and speed exceeded even his trusted umbrella of 1,000 blades of glowing light. Presenting 3 weapons before him, Nate explained that long ago, in the desert city, there was once a true legendary weapon called Glory of the Ancestors. But it had been split in 2, resulting in 2 fake legendary weapons. He examined the blade and said one part, Sword of the Guard, was now in his hands. The other half, Blade of Retribution, was still out there. If the 2 were united, the original legendary weapon could be restored. Turning to the rat, he added that although Glory of the Ancestors could only be used temporarily and couldn't be taken out of the trial zone, wielding it would make passing this secret kingdom much easier. Soon after, Nate found himself standing in front of a fortified camp. He shouted to the rat. If she saw the military outpost, she should lure the monsters toward it, then escape. She jumped and landed behind the camp wall. The goblins swarmed toward Nate, followed by the appearance of the Sands Executioner, a formidable demonic warrior. Nate came to a halt before the executioner, then dismounted from the rat. He grabbed a goblin, hurled it backward, and shouted for the others to back off. Undeterred, a mob of goblins charged at him. The goblin horde surged forward again, relentless in their assault. Behind Nate, several warriors trapped in cages called out to him. They said 5 of them had come to the desert city in search of adventure, but were unfortunately captured. If he freed them, they promised a reward. Nate casually sliced through the chains, saying it wasn't a big deal. He'd set them free right away. As they emerged from the cages, the warriors shouted in gratitude, calling him their savior. Without his help, they would have surely died. Suddenly, the boss raised his massive blade and roared in fury, cursing the escape of his human slaves and declaring that their punishment would be death. A healer panicked and asked what they should do. A masked warrior replied that the lower levels were teeming with giant monsters, at least 100 of them. One of the freed warriors stepped forward, shouting there was nothing to fear. They had no choice but to risk everything in battle. All of them were level 40. If they held the stairs, they might survive. He urged everyone to stay focused and brace for the coming fight. The group responded to his rallying cry, saying they were ready to help and would fight at his side. they charged ahead. The man gripped his sword tightly and thanked them. He asked the healers to restore everyone's health and prepare, because the real battle was about to begin. With that, the warriors plunged into combat, striking down goblins. Watching it unfold, Nate smirked. Did they really think he'd lend his full support? This wasn't his first time here. The masked warrior turned to the team leader, shouting that they couldn't hold the line alone. A swarm of monsters was about to break through. Just then, a goblin grabbed him and he cried out desperately for someone to save him. The leader turned to Nate and begged for his help. But Nate, coldly calculating, thought it best to let 3 more of them fall first. He dropped his sword, then muttered bitterly. They could have won if the others had finished off the remaining monsters. Now, only he and the healer remained. Was this where he would fall? But Nate stepped in and swiftly killed the goblin, then eliminated the rest of the enemies. The leader turned to him, overwhelmed with gratitude, and thanked him for finally acting. At least 2 had survived. As he tried to speak further, Nate's expression hardened. His eye glowed red with anger as he demanded, wasn't it his place to ask questions? He brandished a dagger, hinting that this gratitude was suspicious. The leader stammered, asking how Nate had figured it out. In response, Nate detonated an explosive and finished them off. He explained coolly that of course he knew. He had cleared the desert city numerous times. The real second boss wasn't a single monster. It was the false adventurer group, composed of 5 traitors. He recalled the dark silhouettes and explained that those 5 weren't heroes. They were fugitives from humanity, hiding out to escape justice. If he had gone all out supporting them, they would have conserved their strength, making it harder to take them down later. As they turned on him, Nate had gauged it just right. If he had helped too much, they'd have died too soon, and the blade of retribution wouldn't have dropped. It was simply their misfortune to face him. He retrieved the weapon, admiring its craftsmanship. It was a fine blade. A shame he'd just obtained it, only to now fuse it with the sword. Nate combined the 2 blades with precision, declaring that the legendary weapon, Glory of the Ancestors, had finally emerged. In the next instant, a massive sword materialized before him. He gripped it tightly and exclaimed, exactly what he expected from a legendary weapon. Its stats were outrageous. Now, all he needed was something worthy enough to hone its edge. Soon after, Nate found himself beside a tranquil lake. He spotted a cluster of monsters ahead. He studied them and counted. Only 39 mobs remained before the final boss. These were the strongest elites in all of Sand City. Grinding his teeth in excitement, he muttered that they were perfect. He'd use them to test and sharpen the blade. As if on cue, the monsters charged at him. Nate met them head-on, slashing through one with precision, then unleashed a devastating follow-up strike. Tossing the sword casually over his shoulder, he marveled at its strength. A few simple swings, and 24 elite mobs were already down. It was a shame the weapon couldn't be taken outside this realm. Still, the feeling of blood splashing after each swing was intoxicating. He glanced down at the rippling water. Wading in slowly, he smirked and said that thankfully the final boss, a 9-headed serpent, was waiting. Otherwise, this might have actually gotten boring. Suddenly, the water erupted into violent splashes. Nate narrowed his eyes through the rising steam. Just as a massive serpent emerged, its voice booming, asking if Nate had disturbed its slumber. Nate sneered back, mocking the monster for barking at him. He declared that he had slain the leader of its entire serpent clan, and this one was nothing more than a worm. Enraged, the serpent pointed its heads at Nate and screamed for him to die. Nate blocked the first strike, then tightened his grip on the blade. With a ferocious slash, he severed several heads of the beast. The serpent shrieked in disbelief, recognizing the weapon's power. Glory of the Ancestors, how could it be? Nate surged forward, channeling a killing wave through the blade. He leapt into the air, diving straight toward the serpent's gaping maw. A flurry of strikes followed as he tore into the monster from within, finally slicing off the last head in a brutal finishing move. He sprang back splattered with blood, and commented on the toll the killing wave was taking. Constant use was exhausting. Maybe turning it into a passive skill would ease the load. In any case, he needed to mop up the remaining mobs. Notifications flooded his vision all at once. Nate looked over the battlefield, pondering aloud what class the Soulbinder truly belonged to. In the Second Awakening, it seemed capable of mastering every path. Then, scanning the latest notice, he wondered, if he kept pushing at this pace, could his final form also dominate all the classes of the Fifth Awakening? Raising a finger, he mused that he was truly curious now. Perhaps, just perhaps, the Soulbinder could one day tear through the abyss itself and wipe out every demon and monster. Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered in the open field. Dylan, raising his finger, barked orders. Were all departments ready? Fresh flowers? The welcoming party? Flower girl in place? Everything had to be perfect. No one knew exactly when that demon Nate would return, but this ceremony was personally ordered by the director. Sloppiness would not be tolerated. A programmer sat at his computer and wondered aloud if the director was being overly cautious. Turning to his colleague, he remarked that Oracle University was already in decline. Just one phone call was enough to rattle the director. The second person chimed in, pointing out that Oracle University still had powerful and wealthy alumni. It would be unwise to underestimate them, especially when their director had already reached the 40th awakening. Claire stepped out of the media trailer and someone called to check if she was ready. She sighed and replied that she had originally planned to interview at Cloud Hegemon University, but the director had reassigned her here instead. Covering the graduation of a simple student from Oracle University felt like a waste of time. The two assistants behind her agreed. Going to Cloud Hegemon would have been far more valuable. They were curious what kind of offer the Oracle director made to get the interview approved. Claire removed her coat and said that, since they were already there, they might as well proceed. She suggested checking out the current state of Oracle University. She hadn't visited in years. Moments later, Claire was live on the air, addressing the audience. Good afternoon, everyone watching this live broadcast. I'm Claire. Today, we're reporting from Oracle University, where we've come at the school's invitation to cover a special advanced assessment of a particularly gifted student. She gestured toward a direction off camera. Silently, she glanced at the young man in the distance, forcing herself to stay detached. It was just another bland assignment. Hardly anyone would tune in. Then she turned her attention to the approaching vehicles. The cameraman panned over a convoy of high-end cars. One of the engines sputtered and cut off. Some of the well-dressed men smiled and mentioned that they were also here for Nate's graduation. The cameraman captured the conversation for the live feed. Meanwhile, professors gathered inside a university conference room. An elder professor slammed his hand on the table and insisted they be honest. What exactly was Oracle University planning? Another man responded, pointing out that Nate had recently won the provincial championship. But because his class was vagabond, top universities had overlooked him. Oracle University might be using his case to generate publicity. A third academic interjected, noting that Nate had excelled in the entrance exam and even earned an SS rating for his potential. That alone could explain why the school was highlighting his success. The elder narrowed his eyes, silently thinking that the director, despite his age and failing influence, still dreamt of lifting Oracle University into the national spotlight. He finally conceded aloud that since so many universities were attending, they should remain civil. If things escalated, he'd take responsibility. He motioned to a young man nearby, reminding him not to forget the student. They'd returned just the day before. Nate stepped forward confidently. He raised his hand and mentioned that Senior Can had given him a sealed box, which he still hadn't opened. Taking hold of the box, he nodded. It was time to see what was inside. Peering in, Nate's eyes widened with surprise. Inside was an SS-ranked skill book, along with rare passive skills. A true treasure. The scroll began to dissolve, its knowledge being absorbed directly into Nate's mind. As his eyes snapped open, he realized that Senior Kid must have anticipated the timing, locking the scroll so it would only activate after he completed his second awakening. Smiling, Nate acknowledged the generosity of the gift. If he ever got the chance, he'd be sure to thank him in person. Tapping the screen before him, Nate allocated the 20 stat points earned from his awakening, all into spirit. He didn't want to feel that drained again. With a satisfied grin, he decided which new passive skills to equip. The first slot naturally would go to Killing Wave. Placing a hand on his forehead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the skill wasn't constantly active. Otherwise, his mana would have been drained in seconds, leaving him defenseless. He navigated the interface and determined that boosting agility during the mid-stage of his growth would be crucial. The second slot would be used for a transformation-based skill. Nate's eyes lit up at the next system notification. A recovery-type passive skill had unlocked. He could now regenerate health after battles. A shimmering portal appeared before him, and he marveled at the day's progress. An increase of 20,000 combat power in a single day. Unbelievable. He still had a few unopened treasure chests left. He'd deal with them later, once he returned to the Apocalypse continent. Suddenly, a bell began to ring. An elderly professor looked up in shock. The oracle bell had sounded 9 times, an unprecedented feat. He turned toward the ancient record table, astonished. Smiling, he recounted that the oracle bell, gifted by the school's first principal, rang only when a student shattered a record. In the past century, it had chimed just a few times. But today, 9 rings in a row. As Thomas walked away from the bell, he reflected. The numbers from 1 to 9 represented the full spectrum of heaven and earth. 9 symbolized the peak, the absolute limit. Nate's performance had now been officially acknowledged as the highest in Oracle University's recorded history. It could not be surpassed. Nate emerged from the glowing portal, only to be met by a barrage of camera flashes. Squinting, he realized something big was happening. The crowd erupted in celebration. He'd succeeded. He was now the youngest graduate in the country. Everyone was in awe. Claire looked stunned as she stood there, speechless. A blond man approached and extended his hand, saying it had been a long time. He rushed over the moment he heard the news and was glad he'd made it in time. With a smile, the man offered his congratulations. He was here on behalf of the director who had sent 2 messages. First, his apologies for not attending due to an urgent meeting, and second, his personal recognition of Nate's achievement. Spectators gasped. Even Director Wong confirmed that if not for his responsibilities, the director of Blue Sky University, who was already at the Fourth Awakening, would have attended personally. That was no small gesture, especially for a mere Second Awakening exam. Meanwhile, a broadcaster looked at the live metrics in disbelief. Over 5 million viewers. A new record since the founding of Capital TV. One man exclaimed in frustration that such a monumental event had gone unnoticed by them. They'd let the Capital TV station claim the spotlight without any preparation.
استدارت الفتاة بشكل محرج وشكرت معلمها على
Calling for silence, he announced that Director Thomas had something to say. Thomas stepped forward and congratulated Nate, declaring this a new national record, officially recognized by the Oracle Bell. Nate listened silently, reflecting that the 9 chimes of the bell were undeniable proof of his accomplishment. Meanwhile, a flood of comments lit up the live broadcast screen.
ابتسم وقال أنه يريد أن يشكر كراسوس على تعليم سيبيا، لكنه رد باستياء أنه ليس هناك حاجة للمجيء إلى هنا للحديث عن ذلك.
Claire, speaking as the host of the Capital TV station, noted they had surpassed 10 million viewers. Since most were unfamiliar with the Oracle Bell, she asked for an explanation. Dylan responded, explaining that the Oracle Bell was crafted by the university's first principal. It possessed a magical quality, capable of gauging a student's potential. Each time someone broke a secret world record, the bell would chime according to the level of achievement. He continued, describing how the number of rings reflected both the student's speed in clearing the trial and their potential. Until now, the bell had only rung 2 or 3 times for anyone. 6 times was the highest, a record held by their very own Director Thomas. Claire asked in astonishment. Did that mean Nate's potential surpassed even someone at the Fourth Awakening level? Dylan clenched his teeth and retorted angrily that it wasn't nonsense. The data was clear, and Director Thomas was not the type to fabricate such things. The blond man beside him turned his gaze away silently. Trying to make sense of the feat, someone asked Nate directly about his performance, specifically his grade and the time it took. Nate calmly replied that he received an SS rank. As for the timing, he hadn't tracked it precisely, but estimated it took about an hour, maybe a little more. The camera zoomed in on Nate, broadcasting him live.
ولكن كان على ديو أن يعرف هذا قبل أن يستعير القوة ويطلب دعم النجوم ال7. فأعاد سؤاله مرة أخرى وسأل: لماذا أحرق كراسوس شجرة العالم؟
Nate grinned and replied that there was no assistant today. It was just him. He knew Dylan wanted him to take center stage solo. The broadcast was flooded with more messages from excited viewers. Lucy, holding a bouquet, gushed that Nate wasn't just strong. He was incredibly talented and handsome, too. She felt lucky to have been chosen to represent the students and present the flowers, though a part of her was jealous. Determined, she promised herself to stand out. After everything she'd done to be here, she'd make sure Nate saw what she was capable of. Elsewhere, Lena turned off the shower water, wrapped herself in a towel, and groaned about her scheduled blind date. Why did it have to be today of all days? Right when Nate was challenging the Second Awakening. Drying her hair, she cursed herself for following her grandfather's advice. She felt foolish now. If Nate failed, at least she'd be free from the pressure of meeting him. Hearing her phone buzz, Lena sighed. She really didn't want to go on that date. She picked up her phone and asked aloud why so many people, over 10 million, were watching Capital TV's broadcast. Her eyes widened as she saw who was on screen. Nate stood on the stage, illuminated by cameras, the undisputed center of the entire nation's attention. Dylan raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down, and remarked that by now, everyone should be aware of Nate's astonishing results. Lucy stepped forward, hearing the cue to present the ceremonial flowers as the student representative. Dylan encouraged everyone to applaud Nate for his remarkable contribution.
لذلك حتى لو أصبح جميع مواطنيه أعداء له فإنه سيفعل ما يجب عليه فعله وسيقضي على القمر من ضرب.
Looking at Lucy nervously, he sighed internally, resigning himself to endure the situation. For the sake of Oracle University's future, he had no choice but to bear it. Lucy, eyeing Nate, wondered with anticipation what his expression would be when she confessed her feelings in front of the entire audience. Onlookers murmured in awe about how stunning Lucy was. Her figure, her beauty, everything. The university had clearly made the right choice. Many were envious of Nate, wishing they were the one receiving flowers from her. Holding out the bouquet with a bright smile, Lucy congratulated Nate, calling him the pride of Oracle University. She opened her mouth to say more, but before she could, Lena's voice rang out from the crowd. She had recognized him. Nate turned, startled, and asked why Lena was here. She ran up and threw her arms around him, calling him a bastard. Teary-eyed, she blurted out that her grandfather had set her up on a blind date with him. He had joined Oracle University and never told her. Watching this unfold, Thomas frowned and muttered that Nate was still a scoundrel. He wasn't done with him yet. The broadcast screen exploded with new messages from viewers. A voice urged calm. This was live TV. Enough scolding. They couldn't let this turn into a public embarrassment. Lena suddenly jolted, pulling away.
وهكذا كان هذا هو الشيء الذي كان كراسوس في أمس الحاجة إليه وهو الشيء الذي كان يبحث عنه بقلق. ديو للجني السلاح وسأله: هل هذا هو السلاح الذي كان يبحث عنه لفترة طويلة؟ لا يزال كراسوس غير قادر على تصديق عينيه وتلعثم عندما سأل: كيف تمكن ديو من الحصول عليه؟
The crowd clustered near the stage, buzzing with curiosity.
قال إنه لا يهم من أين حصل عليه، لكن الجان كان قد انقض بالفعل على الرجل.
Lena punched him in the chest in frustration, accusing him of always making fun of her. Turning away, she added that she wouldn't bother him anymore. Nate watched her leave. Meanwhile, Lucy lowered her head. She clenched her teeth, silently acknowledging defeat. Her rival, Lena, surpassed her in everything: rank, talent, beauty, background. She felt utterly outmatched and feared she had lost her only chance. Now she would be remembered only as a disgrace to the university. Her vision blurred. Then she collapsed to the ground. In the press room, professors from top universities, Blue Sky, Magic of the Spirit, and others, were seated. Someone noted that the ceremony earlier had just been a warm-up. The real event was this press conference. They were eager to see what major announcement Oracle University had in store. Dylan waved, pointing out that the university director had arrived. He urged others to make room and offered the director a seat. Nate looked straight ahead, wondering what kind of announcement the director was about to make. Claire stared in confusion. Why was Nate heading to the main seats? Those were reserved for high-ranking officials and academic leaders. Even with his talent, he was still just a student. Her assistant offered a guess. Maybe Nate was going to introduce a speech or represent the students. Claire nodded and agreed. It was very likely Nate was just presenting or being honored. Anything else would be unreasonable. Regardless, Nate was clearly the center of attention today, so the cameras should stay on him. One of the evaluators from another university muttered in frustration, recalling how poorly their team performed during the last admission cycle. Why hadn't they scouted Jong City College? Letting a student as exceptional as Nate slip into Oracle University was a major blunder. An elderly academic shouted at the recruitment officer, demanding an explanation. The man defended himself, saying Nate had been weak at the time and part of the vagabond class. No one could have predicted his potential. By their university's standards, someone like him wasn't even considered. Adjusting his glasses, the man calmly added that such misjudgments happen occasionally. It wasn't worth dwelling on. What mattered now was what Oracle's director planned to do next. Another man speculated that the entire ceremony was a strategic move. Oracle was likely trying to reclaim its reputation as the country's top university. If he had someone like Nate, he'd do the same. The older man agreed, calling it a sharp observation. If Oracle was leveraging this moment, they should prepare to counter it. Ju would arrive soon, and he'd be bringing a gift of his own. Director Thomas stepped forward and declared an important announcement. From today, Oracle University would form an alliance with Blue Sky University. The two institutions would engage in resource sharing and academic collaboration. He then gestured to Nate, adding that they would also create a new joint department focused on teacher development. Surprisingly, they had unanimously appointed student Nate as the interim head of this department. The audience erupted in disbelief. A student in the Second Awakening, fresh out of school, was going to oversee and instruct teachers, including those already in the Third Awakening? It sounded absurd. One man laughed, noting how ambitious Oracle University had become. Spreading his arms theatrically, he demanded they continue explaining the alliance's terms. Cloud Hegemon University, too, was curious about this so-called joint improvement between two relatively weak universities. What a magical idea it must be. Lin stood up and called out that Cloud Hegemon University had not been invited and yet showed up unannounced. He warned them not to underestimate him. He was already in the Fourth Awakening. But he added politely that Oracle University welcomed their friends from Cloud Hegemon. They could take a seat. A representative leaned over the table, clarifying, did he hear correctly that a Second Awakening student would be directing the training of teachers?
والجان الذين خدموا الشجرة زي ما كان متوقعا ابتعدوا عن الشمس لكن ليس كراسوس.
The representative raised his hand and directly challenged Nate, asking whether he truly believed he was qualified to lead such a class. Nate answered, questioning whether he needed approval from Cloud Hegemon University to take this role. The man interjected angrily, calling the notion arrogant. Teaching was a sacred profession, the backbone of the country. How could a student possibly instruct seasoned Third Awakening teachers? It was absurd. Eyes narrowing, he continued. Was Nate planning to experiment with actual students? Did he see the future of education as a joke? Bill stared ahead, clearly unimpressed, muttering that having a student teach seasoned teachers was utter nonsense. He couldn't support such an idea. Looking around, he added that despite Nate's accomplishments, he was still just a student. It seemed Oracle University was willing to take any risk in a time of crisis. Another man interjected, saying that Nate's instructional abilities were exceptional. Many teachers had already acknowledged his skill and insight. Nate calmly raised his hand and addressed the Heavenly Hegemon representatives, noting that they seemed well prepared. Since this was the case, they might as well lay out the challenge openly. If they required him to prove himself to become department director, what sort of test did they propose? One of the representatives shouted that there was no formal test, but their university had set up an arena on Oracle's campus. A graduate, one of their strongest from last semester, would face him there. If Nate had the confidence, he could challenge him. A win would silence their objections. A student nearby muttered that the chosen opponent was Hong, a Second Awakening genius from the Silver Moon class. He'd broken multiple records 2 years ago and was rumored to be at level 40 now. For Heavenly Hegemon to pit a level 40 graduate against a level 30 student was shameless. Weren't graduates still considered under-training? This was outright bullying. The challenger smirked, replying smugly, "So what? Does he dare accept or not?"
سألت سيبيا ماذا حدث، حيث كانت هذه هي المرة الأولى التي ترى فيها السير كراسوس في مثل هذه الحالة. فأجاب ديو أنه طلب منه فقط أن يتدرب وأعطاه هدية.
Nate stared directly at the man and stated with resolve, he accepted the challenge. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He had actually agreed. Newborn calves fear no tigers, someone said. Still, this 10-level gap posed a serious threat, not just to Nate, but to Oracle University's reputation.
وفجأة التفت ديو إلى الفتاة وسألها عما تعلمته، فردت الفتاة بقبضتها على يديها بقوة، وقد ظهرت عليها مسامير القدم بالفعل. وقفت وسحبت السهم وقالت أنها الآن سوف تظهر كل شيء بكل بساطة.
A new arrival smiled as he approached, saying he'd heard rumors about a competition being organized today. Thomas recognized him and greeted him, saying it had been a while. Today was originally meant to celebrate the alliance between the two universities, but Heavenly Hegemon had turned it into a public duel. Whispers from the crowd identified the new arrival as Committee Member Dai, an influential figure, a level 30, Third Awakening Ranger, and a trusted aide to Elder King himself. Dai scratched his head and confirmed it. Heavenly Hegemon had heard about Oracle's plans to appoint a Second Awakening student as a teacher, so they proposed a friendly duel to evaluate that student's academic performance. The principal added that youthful energy was good, and the Management Association always supported inter-university exchanges. Dai then smirked and announced he was officially representing the Management Association. He was there to offer their support and best wishes for the launch of Oracle University's Teacher Development Department. Thomas glanced at Nate, hearing the words of endorsement and thinking to himself, this student was full of surprises. Perhaps he was even related to Elder Ken. Then he rose and declared confidently that Oracle University would not disappoint. The association representative shifted his gaze, silently acknowledging that Elder Ken truly was a master strategist. Not only did Elder Ken seem to be aware of everything happening here, but with a single move, he had silenced all dissent. The man thought he should make time to visit the Management Association headquarters himself. Turning to leave, the man remarked that Oracle University had done well. He looked forward to seeing their accomplishments. He had other matters to attend to, so he took his leave. Another onlooker observed that it seemed clear the association was backing Oracle University. After all, they had openly expressed their support. The director frowned slightly, questioning why the association was throwing its weight behind Nate. Could Nate have powerful connections he didn't know about?
فقالت أن كل هذا بفضل كراسوس، لذا كانت قدراتها متوقعة.
Glancing at his phone, he thought that the director must have reached a conclusion as well. Rising to his feet, the blond man announced that since Oracle University and Director Lin had already aligned, he now spoke on behalf of Magic Spirit University. From this day forward, they too would join the alliance. Furthermore, their university would also establish a department for teacher advancement, and Nate would serve as its director. The audience was stunned. Magic Spirit University had joined as well? With the association's stance now clear, it made sense others would follow suit. Things were just getting started. Several directors raised their hands in agreement, expressing support for joining the alliance. Back at a separate office, a tense silence hung in the air. An old man suddenly slammed the table and shouted in frustration. Since when did Oracle University cozy up so close to the association? And now, Magic Spirit University was trying to climb back up the national rankings. Another man shouted that if the Management Association had shown support, then their only option now was to crush Nate in the arena. If they could prove he wasn't strong enough, the alliance would collapse under its own weight. The older man's eyes blazed as he ordered them to tell Hong to go all out. Do whatever it takes to defeat Nate. Meanwhile, Nate calmly asked whether they were finished talking. If they were the so-called masters of the arena, then let's get on with it. The sooner they finished, the sooner he could eat dinner. One man pursed his lips, realizing the bind he was in. With the association and Magic Spirit University publicly backing Nate, even if they won the duel, it would be seen as a direct challenge to the association. The director had conveniently disappeared, leaving him to face all the political fallout alone. Looking at his phone, he cursed under his breath. He'd basically been thrown to the wolves. Still, he wasn't afraid. Whatever Nate's background was, power ruled here. With renewed aggression, he shouted that of course they would fight. Why should a level 40 Silver Moon graduate, known for flawless skills, fear a wandering nobody 10 levels below him? The protagonist stared straight ahead as the call to head to the arena echoed. Everyone was now moving toward the ring.